Killing the king of dragon race. The narrative commences with the protagonist, Donatos, articulating his singular desire to stand on equal footing with his brother, aspiring to match his sibling's strength and magic. Despite relentless efforts, the disdain from his brother perpetuates a strained relationship. Transitioning to a dragon battlefield years later, the grown-up Donatos adamantly rejects his brother's assistance, leading to a critical moment where a dragon threatens him, and his brother sacrifices himself. Initially angered, Donatos discovers his brother's true intention, not hatred, but a fervent desire to protect. As his brother faces impending death, he vows to take down the dragons, emitting a desperate scream. A sudden burst of light reveals a dragon in humanoid form, seemingly the king of dragons, with others kneeling before him. Defiant, Donatos declares his intent to kill the dragon, rejecting any proposed deal. The dragon attempts to explain, but Donatos launches a counterattack, realizing the dragon has vanished, and he is losing his sight to a white flash. The dragon suggests waiting, prompting a scene change. Donatos awakens in a different place, struggling to recall his surroundings. A speech triggers memories of the Iridium Dragon Annihilation Academy, leading to contemplation about the fate of the dragons, his brother, and others who perished. Determined to prevent further losses, he pledges to eradicate them. While descending stairs, he encounters a person asking if something is wrong. Turning, he finds a girl, Harpulia Gallia, a past companion. Perceiving the situation as peculiar since he never met her in his previous academy life, he wonders about the mysteries. Harpulia informs him about the upcoming first-year conference and inquires about his name, leading to an awkward self-introduction as Donatos. However, Harpulia refrains from further questions, recalling her mother's advice to avoid those perceived as inferior. She points out famous figures in the school, and Donatos mentions knowing the guild leaders. Harpulia advises him to wait until the third year to join a guild, and reveals her choice of Midsummer Flame due to its renowned mage leader. Donatos acknowledges her choice, and the scene shifts as Harpulia is called to give a lecture. While waiting for his brother, who is the president of the student council, another person named Jeremy Duvall, a friend of his brother, appears and delivers the opening speech, leaving Donatos curious about his brother's whereabouts. At that moment, Donatos begins to recollect his past, remembering his brother's prophecy that he would eventually become the president of the student council at the Dragon Slayer Academy. Observing the unfolding events, he quickly becomes agitated and confronts a boy, demanding to know why he assumed the presidency and what happened to his brother, whom he refers to by the name Donatos. To Donatos' surprise, the boy, Jeremy, claims not to know Donatos, leaving Donatos puzzled about the situation and questioning whether his brother exists in this new world. Following the conclusion of the entrance ceremony, the new students are directed to their assigned classes. Donatos contemplates the possibility of his brother's return, speculating that Donatos might have chosen not to attend the academy. He discusses his concerns with Harpulia, expressing the need to find more information about his brother. Harpulia suggests seeking assistance from the guild or checking the library, where student lists are maintained. Opting for the latter, Donatos heads to the library, prompting Harpulia to remind him of the limited time before classes begin and the importance of punctuality on the first day. In the library, Donatos is surprised by its vastness, realizing he had never explored it in his previous life. They split up to search for information, with Donatos focused on finding the list of students. After hours of searching, he remains unsuccessful and contemplates whether the situation is influenced by the dragon Sartan, responsible for controlling the demo and the void. Donatos concludes that they need to investigate the matter independently. Meanwhile, Harpulia encounters resistance from the receptionist while trying to borrow books. The receptionist allows only 3 books, leading Harpulia to ask Donatos to wait for her after making her selection. Upon entering the classroom, Harpulia inquires if Donatos found the person he was looking for, his brother. Before Donatos can respond, their teacher, Daniel Gold, introduces himself as a high-ranking boss of the big guilds, sparking admiration among the students. In the midst of the professor's speech, Donatos recalls his past struggles with Daniel Gold, skeptical of the professor's promises. The professor encourages everyone to practice magic, and Rud Donatos decides to forego the dorms and head to the familiar training room from his youth. In the exercise room, he engages in push-ups, realizing that his past ally Balaxteros Asteros, now known as the King of the Fist, has entered. Rud Donatos hesitates to approach Balaxteros, considering him changed and unpredictable. As they both perform push-ups, Rud Donatos questions Balaxteros' behavior and wonders why he seems to mimic everything Rud Donatos does. Balaxteros responds cryptically, mentioning how perfect he noticed things to be. In that moment, Rud Donatos realizes that Balaxteros is imitating his every move. Upon introducing himself, Rud Donatos becomes the object of admiration for Balaxteros, who insists on calling him master due to the perfect alignment of their postures. The narrative shifts to the fencing class during the third training camp at the Iridium Academy. The teacher instructs students to choose weapons, but Heneth Harpulia questions the necessity, expressing her desire to be a sorceress. The teacher emphasizes the importance of weapon mastery for magicians who might face close combat, providing Heneth Harpulia with a dagger for self-defense and recommending the use of mana for ranged attacks. Rud Donatos opts for a heavy sword, and Heneth Harpulia questions his choice, as no first-year student had mastered such a weapon. Rud Donatos explains his childhood experience with such a weapon. Seeking variety, Rud Donatos approaches the professor, inquiring about choosing multiple weapons. Professor Daniel, surprised, encourages him to focus on mastering one weapon, but Rud Donatos insists on selecting three: a heavy sword, a spear, and a larger sword. The professor acknowledges Rud Donatos' unique talent and questions his background. Rud Donatos reveals his past as a mercenary who lost his family to a dragon. Heneth Harpulia joins the conversation, expressing sympathy for Rud Donatos' loss. As they discuss personal matters, they notice an argument in Class B between Balaxteros Asteros and his teacher. Balaxteros argues that his family only uses force, not weapons, but the teacher insists on adherence to the curriculum. Alex, a classmate of Rud Donatos, claims friendship with Balaxteros, who denies knowing him. The teacher, Professor Daniel, warns Balaxteros to make a choice, use a weapon or face consequences. Balaxteros defiantly claims he can defeat any dragon with his body alone. Rud Donatos, aware of Balaxteros' future potential, attempts to persuade the teachers to make an exception, but they remain adamant. In a creative move, Rud Donatos throws gloves at Balaxteros, explaining that they are a gift and not weapons. He suggests that steel gloves are being forged for use as weapons. The teachers decide to give Balaxteros a chance, accepting the unconventional approach. Rud Donatos feels relieved, recognizing the importance of Balaxteros as a strong ally against dragons and understanding the potential impact of his actions on the future. Later, as Rud Donatos walks calmly, he reflects on the theoretical nature of the first day for first-year students and considers the attention he has garnered. Heneth Harpulia and Balaxteros talk behind him. A new student named Wilhelm Parte approaches Heneth Harpulia, expressing interest in her and insulting Rud Donatos and Balaxteros. In the midst of their confrontation, Rud Donatos recalls similar situations in his previous stint at the academy. Despite past experiences, he chooses not to engage in conflict. During the argument, Wilhelm Parte throws a punch at Rud Donatos, but Rud Donatos effortlessly dodges and incapacitates him. Balaxteros recognizes the technique and is astonished. The friends of Wilhelm Parte lie about the situation, claiming Rud Donatos attacked first. Heneth Harpulia intervenes, providing a truthful account of the events. The teacher, impressed by Rud Donatos' unarmed skill, requests to meet with him, leaving Heneth Harpulia curious about the technique Rud Donatos employed without a W. Malik asserts that the adults in his family can execute the same move without weapons. However, Rud Donatos refrains from revealing that he himself had taught them this move in his previous life. To divert attention, Rud Donatos claims to be a prodigy. Balaxteros commends this as a fitting response from his training master. Heneth Harpulia, still incredulous, questions if Rud Donatos is hiding something from them. Balaxteros intervenes, advising Heneth Harpulia not to pry into her friend's secrets, asserting that they are, indeed, friends. The two continue to argue, mirroring their past disagreements. Shifting scenes. Donatos approaches the teacher to narrate the incident, emphasizing that he didn't intend to fight, but defended his friends against insults. The boy drew his sword and attacked, and Donatos, attempting to block, inadvertently knocked him unconscious. The teacher, amazed by Donatos' kindness and concern for his classmates, perceives him as an exceptional talent. The narrative transitions to a meeting among the teachers, Professor Daniel, Professor Arthur Winston, and Professor Damian Grace. They discuss unnecessary expenses and express varying opinions about their students. When Donatos is mentioned, the teachers hold divergent views. The teacher from Donatos' class commends him for being strong, respectful, and defeating a fellow student. Professor Daniel proposes taking Donatos as his disciple, but the other teacher rejects the idea due to their ongoing argument. Professor Arthur Winston intervenes, emphasizing that students cannot choose their teachers. He breaks the table to restore order and explains that the teacher selects the student, not vice versa. The teachers become intrigued by Donatos' origin from the dissolved city, destroyed by a dragon named Channel. As one of the survivors, Donatos becomes an object of interest due to a potential grudge against dragons. Another powerful student is also identified as important. The scene shifts to the training room, where the teacher urges students to exert more effort. Meanwhile, Donatos notices Balaksteros' strenuous breathing and cautions him about potential harm. Heneth Harpulia arrives, questioning their 3-hour exercise session without rest. Balaksteros attributes it to growing stronger, complimenting Heneth Harpulia on her physique. A new argument ensues between Heneth Harpulia and Balaksteros. Donatos decides to leave and purchases a drink, accompanied by Heneth Harpulia. Along the way, they encounter a female student who had severely beaten Donatos in the past. She turns out to be a 3-sword swordsman and initiates an attack on Donatos. Dodging effortlessly, Donatos explains he just wants a drink and asks her to move. The girl, mistaking him for an instructor, continues her attacks. Donatos easily evades her moves, and she realizes he is not an ordinary student. After introducing himself, the girl leaves, and Heneth Harpulia chides Donatos for not apologizing. Despite this, Donatos considers the girl to be formidable due to their past encounter. Heneth Harpulia suggests visiting the infirmary, and Donatos recounts the incident to the teacher, downplaying it as a minor occurrence. Heneth Harpulia adds that the girl was a first year with white hair and yellow eyes. The teacher becomes angry and intends to reprimand. Subsequently, students discuss how a girl harmed Donatos. Professor Daniel advises his colleague, Arthur Winston, to handle the situation wisely to avoid further disturbance. Arthur Winston assures that he will manage everything and suggests filing a complaint with Leona's guardian, after which he will ensure proper punishment. 3 days later, during the fencing class, students are instructed to line up for combined combat exercises against Class B. Professor Daniel explains that each student can choose opponents, and they will be graded with many teachers observing. Kenneth selects a swordsman from Class A, opting for a melee fight. Donatos is surprised by her audacity as a sorceress. The fight commences, with Heneth Harpulia using fireballs against the swordsman. Despite her efforts, the swordsman shields himself effectively. Heneth Harpulia distracts him, and, when he looks forward, she surprises him with a dagger at his throat, winning the fight. The renowned magician, Lion Eternity, watches from above. Heneth Harpulia desires to join the Summer Flame Guild, and after winning, she boasts to Donatos. However, he advises her against such behavior. Wilhelm Parte, the boy with whom Donatos had an altercation, is chosen for the next fight. He selects Donatos as his opponent, challenging him. Donatos expresses reluctance but agrees to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, the teacher announces that the third student to select an opponent is Donatos himself. Donatos chooses Balaksteros and invites him to the fight, emphasizing that he merely wants to assess his skills. Reflecting on a past training session, Donatos remembers when Balaksteros visited him at the request of his brother. Donatos, angered, challenged Balaksteros to a fight, but Balaksteros easily defeated him. Returning to the present, Donatos acknowledges his past insecurities when Leon and Balaksteros beat him. The fight with Ballesteros begins, with Ballesteros activating his attack mode and Donatos recalling the talented members of Ballesteros' family. Despite Ballesteros' resistance, Donatos continues to counterattack, showcasing a technique he developed. Ballesteros, surprised by the technique, asks Donatos about it, but Donatos persists in his counterattacks, determined to push Ballesteros to his limits. Donatos recognizes Ballesteros' strong potential, acknowledging his future as the King of Fists. Red desired Ballesteros' potential to shine and urged him to attack. However, Ballesteros struggled, taking punches from Donatos for several minutes. Gradually, Ballesteros tapped into his latent power and started landing blows on Donatos. Despite the advantage, Donatos expressed his intention to see Ballesteros' capabilities. As Ballesteros prepared a powerful punch, Donatos swiftly drew his sword, landing a decisive blow that knocked Ballesteros down. Donatos acknowledged Ballesteros' strength, but asserted his own superiority. The spectators cheered Donatos' victory, comparing his skills to that of a current hunter. Teachers Daniel and Claire discussed Donatos' effortless win, with Daniel reflecting on Donatos' exceptional talent reminiscent of his teacher aimed Rice of the Celestial Sword style. The teachers decided to recruit Donatos, recognizing his extraordinary skills. The scene shifted to the student cafeteria, where Harpulia, Ballesteros, and Donatos discussed the limitations of dining options. Donatos, feeling the unfairness of having to earn a living, argued with Harpulia. Two boys, identified as the leaders of the Chasing Guild and Cloudy Moon, approached them. Recognizing them from his past life, Donatos recalled their names as Roderick and Abel. The guild masters congratulated the trio on their fight and revealed they were also students at the academy. Roderick praised Donatos and expressed interest in recruiting him after graduation. Abel, initially reserved, confronted Donatos, expressing his intent to recruit him immediately. Donatos acknowledged knowing this, but emphasized the rule against recruiting in such a manner. Abel insisted on breaking the rule, emphasizing Donatos' talent. Donatos proposed a deal, asking them to find a person in return for a good relationship. The leaders agreed to retire and search for the person, promising to share information with Donatos. Later, Harpulia reminded Donatos of the letter from the professor. When Donatos began to read it, Harpulia interrupted, suggesting it likely contained good news from his family. Ballesteros shared his letter, praising his impressive muscles. When Harpulia checked Donatos' letter, she discovered it was different, sparking curiosity. The teacher's lounge, the staff treated Donatos kindly and offered him coffee or dessert. When Donatos asked if they had called him to choose an advisor, a teacher explained that his advanced skills required an expert tutor. He could choose any teacher, and Donatos opted for Professor Daniel, expressing his desire to learn the art of the sword. Professor Daniel happily accepted Donatos as his disciple. Donatos laid out a condition for Professor Daniel. He wished to be the main disciple, learning the sky-piercing technique and eventually becoming its successor. When questioned about how he knew of this technique, Donatos simply stated that he was aware of it. He clarified that he didn't seek to make Daniel his only teacher. Instead, he aimed to grasp the essence of the sword and specifically learn the sky-piercing technique, capable of defeating any celestial dragon, regardless of rank. Donatos emphasized that the urgency stemmed from the tragic events in his past life, where failure to learn this technique had dire consequences. Professor Daniel inquired about Donatos' motivation, prompting Donatos to declare his intent to protect his loved ones and avenge his family's death. This prompted a glimpse into Professor Daniel's own painful past when, as a child, he and his mother were pursued by a dragon. Despite his mother's sacrifice, Donatos realized that revenge wasn't a justifiable reason for wielding power. Professor Daniel emphasized that the sky-piercing technique's air must be driven by the desire to protect cherished individuals. Accepting Donatos' sincere motivation, Professor Daniel agreed to become his main disciple, even suggesting that other teachers could supervise and impart their techniques. Donatos acknowledged the difficulty of learning various techniques simultaneously, but found support from Professor Arthur Winston, who viewed the idea positively. Professor Daniel reminded Donatos that the decision rested with him, and Donatos questioned the consequences of taking on the position of the sky-piercing technique heir and having multiple teachers as advisors. Simultaneously, reflecting on the potential impact on his future, Donatos concluded that to achieve this, he must surpass his limits and become stronger, dedicated to becoming the knight the world needed. Then, the scene shifts, and we find Leon in a state of distress. She had been badly injured, and it was revealed that her teacher, Claire Mason, had assaulted her 2 hours earlier. Claire informs Leon that her extra lessons are starting due to her lack of discipline. The teacher instructs her to be on guard for the lessons and ends up physically punishing her. In the aftermath, Leon becomes angry, suspecting Donatos of betraying her. Overwhelmed, she starts crying, partly due to her recent encounter with Donatos and also because her mother had scolded her. Donatos, walking around, reflects on the unintended consequences of the fight and recalls that Leon used to be quiet in the past. However, after dragons killed her mother, she transformed into someone seeking revenge. Feeling guilty, Rudd approaches her, and she accuses him of betraying her, blaming him for the difficult situation she's in. Donatos denies any wrongdoing, offers his handkerchief, and reveals that it was Henneth Harpulia who exposed her. Leon reluctantly accepts the apology, surprising Donatos. She suggests occasional greetings, and Donatos, feeling awkward, realizes he has been following her. When questioned, he claims they are going the same way. Leon asks about his destination, and he mentions going to the teacher's private exercise room, prompting her to wonder if it's just a coincidence. Later, Donatos discovers the teacher Daniel Gold in the exercise room. The teacher explains that he will now be teaching Leon as well. Donatos suggests she learns grappling techniques, leading to tension as she uses only one sword. The teacher proposes sparring to strengthen self-control, frightening both students. After a challenging session, the teacher leaves, and Donatos complains about the beating. He questions why Leon didn't complain, and she explains they are still weak, needing the teacher's guidance. Donatos compares Professor Daniel Gold favorably to Professor Claire Mason. Leon mentions her interest in close combat techniques, leading Donatos to reluctantly agree to help, motivated by a sense of obligation. Later, the boys, including Henneth, are outside, and Henneth has bought several magic books. Donatos contemplates resting, but Henneth hands the books to him. Balak questions why Henneth is giving them to Donatos instead of keeping them, and Donatos reminds them of the lunch promise Hannah made. The boys arrive at the dining room, and Donatos is surprised by Leon's wealth when looking at the expensive menu. Henneth Harpulia becomes upset when she sees Balak eating voraciously. Balak justifies his appetite, explaining that he needs to consume a lot of meat to regain lost muscles from carrying heavy items. Despite Henneth's irritation, Balak continues eating. She throws a knife on the table and suggests a dish to Donatos, who claims he can't distinguish between tastes due to his modest palate. Donatos finds it odd that she's treating him like a king and feels annoyed. Remembering Henneth's past mistreatment, he prefers her current demeanor. When Balak attempts to take more meat from Donatos, Henneth threatens him, saying she'll cut off his arm if he goes near the menu again. Despite Donatos wondering why she's treating him well, he realizes it's already 8, too late for his training with Leon. He rushes to find Leon, who reproaches him for being late. Donatos apologizes, explaining he was occupied. Leon notices the smell of food on him, and he shares that he went to lunch with friends but felt bad for her lack of friends. He suggests taking her to the capital next weekend, and she excitedly agrees. Donatos asks Leon to warm up, and she bombards him with questions about the capital and friends. Interrupting her, Donatos instructs her in grappling techniques, specifically sterile style. He explains that Professor Claire used a mix of martial arts from different continents, making her formidable. Leon expresses difficulty in avoiding hits, and Donatos demonstrates a snake-like step he created. Leon tries to emulate it, and he falsely criticizes her to make her redo the exercise properly. Despite spending the afternoon practicing, Leon struggles. Donatos reflects in his room, thinking about his past life and anticipating that his peers will surpass him. He acknowledges the importance of learning the sky-piercing sword technique to replace his older brother and confront the seventh dragon. The scene shifts to Rud Donatos with Professor Daniel, who acknowledges his good technique but asserts that he still has a long way to go. In response, Rud Donatos, not in a relaxed mood, attempts to counterattack, but the teacher proves superior. Rud Donatos believed he had a few tasks remaining, so he employed a technique he observed his brother using on him. The professor questioned if he was inducing something. Rud Donatos explained that this technique came from his ancestors, and as a teacher, the professor found no faults in it. The professor discussed a technique called the sky-piercing sword, not exclusive to his family, but passed down through generations. As the teacher's disciple, Rud Donatos had to inherit it. The technique involved transferring Mona, an unrefined life force, and utilizing it uniquely, drawing it from outside, and accumulating it in a subspace called the heavenly spirit. The professor asked if Rud Donatos practiced another Mona management technique. Rud Donatos recalled his past life's typical alchemy art, based on the mage's circle system. The professor instructed him to sit and asked where he wanted the mark for the technique. Rud Donatos chose his hand, and the professor warned about some pain. After injecting Mona, Rud Donatos felt a burning sensation, but later realized it was beneficial. He reached a place with a familiar voice, experiencing a momentary return before deeming it an illusion. The professor assured him it was real, and pondered if Rud Donatos was a monster when he used Mona. The professor then explained the ranks of the sky-piercing technique, starting with the novice level where a wing appeared. Rud Donatos began at the novice rank, and the teacher emphasized that his progress depended on his dedication to training. Afterward, Rud Donatos encountered Heneth, Harpulia, and Balak. Heneth questioned his disappearance, stating they had to teach the clueless Balak. Rud Donatos inquired why they hadn't started alone, and Heneth expressed her disdain for Balak's focus on his physique. Balak defended himself, blaming his tendency to fall asleep in theoretical classes on a potential magical attack on his mind. Heneth asked about Rud Donatos's interactions with instructors, suspecting favoritism. Rud Donatos denied anything unusual, but Heneth pressed about seeing Professor Damian without his mask, as she had heard they shared similar. Rud Donatos asserted that he had never experienced any phobia, recalling a few years ago when he was in Damian's office, meeting him silently just like the last time. He pondered that if he had known Damian more in his past life, he might have brought up some topics for conversation. However, Damian, one of the first teachers to die, had not uttered a single word during the lesson. The professor eventually inquired about the tea's taste, prompting Rud Donatos to ask for another tea fragrance. Rud Donatos noticed Damian hadn't sipped his tea. They remained in silence for another 30 minutes until the lesson concluded. Later, Rud Donatos asked Balak about his lesson with the instructor. Balak expressed contentment with his teacher Claire Mason's strength. Kenneth, however, shared her frustration about being assigned a tutor for math magic, who dismissed fire magic as ridiculous. Rud Donatos tried to calm her, jokingly suggesting the Empress of White Flame might recruit her as a disciple. Jeremy Duvall, the student council president, introduced himself to the group, expressing admiration for the three prodigies. He invited Rud Donatos to join the student council, but Rud Donatos declined, aware of the council's dubious activities. Rud Donatos walked away as Jeremy insisted none of it was true. When Rud Donatos returned, Kenneth questioned why he had been rude to the student council president. Rud Donatos explained his strong dislike for Jeremy, who had been his brother's friend and had coerced Professor Damian into suicide. Rud Donatos was determined to prevent any repetition of the tragedies from his previous life. Moving on to where Rud Donatos and Leon Creer were, Leon questioned his constant tardiness and sense of time. Rud Donatos insisted he was not late this time. As they argued, Leon Creer realized they had arrived in the capital and ran off for her first impression. She asked Rud Donatos where they were going, and he suggested buying something since many people visited the capital for that purpose. Leon Creer held his hand to avoid getting separated. In a store, Leon Creer inquired about dresses, and Rud Donatos assured her that anything would look good on her. Despite his teasing, she tried on a dress and decided to purchase it. She insisted Rud Donatos change clothes, promising to buy him something for accompanying her. He resisted, but she convinced him to try on an outfit. After changing, Leon Krier thought Rud Donatos was different than she had imagined, and was happy to have him as a friend. Rud Donatos instructed her to leave, saying he would pay soon. Leon Krier insisted that he thank her. After exploring several places, Rud Donatos treated her to lunch. When she offered to pay, he claimed it was his turn since she had bought him clothes. Minutes later, Leon Krier stared at Rud Donatos, realizing the clothes looked surprisingly good on him. When Rud Donatos noticed, she asked why she was looking at him so intently. Later, she brings up that he mentioned being a mercenary before joining the academy, prompting her to ask if he had fighting partners. He affirms this, recollecting that he was an active dragon hunter, not a mercenary. Leon Krier assumes his life and death companions must be as close as family, working together to protect each other. She even wonders if his companions were his girlfriend, realizing she asked an imprudent question. Rud Donatos, getting visibly upset, clarifies that they were all mercenaries, not a family, and questions her belief that such people would treat him as family. He shares that these individuals were skilled at betraying him, highlighting the suffering he endured. He questions how she could think he could love those people. Leon Krier points out that she has never met anyone like him, someone who constantly curses and raises his eyes. Despite his grumpy demeanor, Rud Donatos had promised to teach her fighting techniques and was currently checking a brochure to plan a walk. Rud Donatos, frustrated, declares that he had done everything to spend time with her and contemplates returning to the academy. However, Leon Krier intervenes, slapping him on the back and stating they can't leave yet. She shares her mother's belief that friendship involves supporting and helping each other, and that's why she changed her plans for the day. Leon Krier explains that she wants him to experience what a real family is like. Rud Donatos is surprised by her words, but she insists that they'll go to the Dragon Annihilation Troop headquarters to introduce him to their family members. After entering the city, Siren of the Liberal Kingdom, Rud Donatos attempts to convey that it goes against the Academy's rules, but Leon Krier dismisses the concern, stating they'll be fine if they avoid detection and refrain from wearing their uniforms. Rud Donatos is dismayed at spending 6 million riddles for a single use of the warped gate, but Leon Krier asserts that her mother allowed her to spend the money as she pleases. They find themselves in the western regions of the continent, specifically in Siren, the capital of the Liberal Kingdom. However, the Dragon Annihilation Troop's headquarters isn't situated in the kingdom's capital. Siren, once a lively and fancy city, became a memory for Rud Donatos as it was destroyed by the 7 dragons a few years later, along with the annihilation of the Dragon Annihilation Troop around that time. Leon Krier shows Rud Donatos her home, which he perceives more like an aristocratic mansion than the guild headquarters. While there, a gardener spots them and inquires about Leon's presence, wondering if she's on vacation. Leon explains they are just stopping by to introduce her friend to the guild members. Uncle Harold, surprised that she made a friend outside the Dragon Annihilation Troop, excitedly plans a party, but Leon stops him, finding it embarrassing. Inside, the kids bombard Rud Donatos with questions about his life and if Leon hit him. Witnessing the faces of the Dragon Annihilation Troop members, Rud Donatos feels an oddly familiar fear, understanding why Leon's personality changed after Siren was destroyed. Uncle Harold summons them to the reception room, where the leader awaits. In the room, the leader of the Dragon Annihilation Troop, who happens to be Leon's mother, greets them. She questions their visit in the middle of the semester and wonders if Leon got suspended for another fight. Leon explains she just wanted to see her and introduce her friend. Leon's mother is shocked when she hears the friend's name, recognizing him as the student involved in the previous incident. Guildmaster Liana, present in the room, expresses her surprise that Leon, with 0 sociability skills, has made a friend. Rud Donatos greets her, and Leon remarks that Guildmaster Liana often visits their home because she has nothing else to do. Guildmaster Liana, recognizing him from the spare lecture, inquires about Henneth Harpulia's well-being. Rud Donatos mentions she is stressed due to dissatisfaction with the magic teacher. Leon's mother, moved by Rud Donatos being Leon's friend, thanks him and acknowledges her daughter's strength. Leon discloses to her mother that Rud Donatos is the same student as the one in the previous incident, and her mother scolds her, asking if she taught her martial arts to bully others. Rudd Donatos clarifies that he wasn't bullied, and he was the one who said thoughtless things, leading to the fight. Despite Leon's mother's scolding, she asks Leon to apologize to Rudd Donatos. After Leon apologizes, her mother advises her to be cautious with regular students. Next, another person in the room points out that Rudd Donatos is not a normal student, having seen him fight and heard about the offer from Abel Leon. Leon's mother is intrigued and expresses a desire to witness Rudd Donatos' strength. Eager for a sparring opportunity against an active top-level dragon slayer, Rudd Donatos agrees immediately. News spreads around the guild about the sparring match between the leader and the first friend Leon brought home, with many expecting Rudd Donatos to last only a few seconds. The leader lends him the Dragon Annihilation Troop uniform, and Leon apologizes if it's bothersome, but Rudd Donatos appreciates the chance to spar with a third-ranked dragon slayer. Leon approaches her mother and asks her to take it easy on Rudd. They reach the sparring ground, where the leader, Madeline, and Rudd Donatos face each other with wooden swords. The condition is that if Rudd Donatos lands a blow, it's his victory, and if he wins, Madeline will grant him a wish. They attack simultaneously, surprising everyone with Rudd Donatos holding his ground against the leader's attacks. Madeline, astonished, acknowledges Rudd Donatos' refined swordsmanship and perfect technique, though noting his normal body can't fully match it. Rudd Donatos pauses, finding it increasingly challenging to resist, and Madeline questions if he's tired. He surprises her by using his mana to launch an attack, breaking his wooden sword. Madeline realizes he used the sky-piercing technique, and the revelation that Daniel took him as a direct disciple shocks her. She invites him to return for a rematch and avenge his master. Meanwhile, Leon Creer, aware of Rudd Donatos' strength, is astounded as her mother thoroughly enjoys sparring with him. Rudd Donatos asserts that he has already won this match because she just used mana outside her body, indicating a breach of the rules that Out of Line seems unaware of. According to their agreement, she is obligated to grant him a wish, and he requests another spar under the same rules. They commence this second round, and Out of Line observes a noticeable change in Rudd Donatos' approach. Despite her landing an attack, Rudd's reaction speed remains exceptional, creating no opening for a counterattack. His unique style, along with Leon's monstrous sense, makes it challenging for her to predict his movements. Although she can block him, he surprises her by throwing away his sword and using the Stereo's fist technique. Rudd Donatos disappears and reappears behind her, executing the earth trimmer and delivering a powerful fist attack. Despite her retaliation, Rudd Donatos claims victory, and Leon questions why he pushed himself so hard. He explains that he successfully landed a blow, prompting Out of Line to acknowledge her defeat and honor her promise. Rudd Donatos insists he doesn't need anything as a reward, but Out of Line asks him to trust her promise. She expresses curiosity about his unusual request, and he reveals his intention to prevent anyone from dying, emphasizing the promise made by the leader of the Dragon Annihilation Troop. Out of Line assures him that she will keep her promise, looking forward to working with him and playfully calling him her son-in-law, surprising both of them. Rudd Donatos then foretells a future where the 7 dragons will awaken, and Siren, including the Dragon Annihilation Troop, will face dire consequences. Despite the impending tragedy, he vows not to let anyone he met that day die and plans to warn the Dragon Annihilation Troop about the Delusion Dragon's attack. Suddenly, Rudd Donatos questions Leon Creer about her awkward behavior, dismissing it as a joke. They reach the academy, and it's already dark. Leon asks if he will accompany her again to visit the capital, but he remains silent and questions why she is following him, pointing out that the girls' dorm is on the other side. Leon reveals she is escorting him back due to rumors of a pervert near the dorm entrance and a blonde homeless girl in the central flow field. Rudd Donatos inquires about them, finding the situation peculiar. The next morning, he consults Lillian Stout, the Spirit Arts academic advisor, to discuss an issue with a student named Linnea Selkit. However, the professor reacts strongly, criticizing Linnea's behavior, which includes sleeping on the street, swimming in the central fountain, and having BBQ parties alone on the roof. After a heated exchange, the professor apologizes for being excessive, noting Linnea's talent despite her carefree demeanor. The professor is confident that Linnea will soon become an unmatched spirit. However, Linnea's love for freedom poses a challenge as she often creates paper airplanes from her exam copies or jumps out of glass windows when hungry. Recently, she even destroyed an entire drill hall while testing Spirit Mac, surprising Rud Donatos, who now realizes she's more troublesome than he initially thought. He recalls an earlier conversation where someone mentioned that getting Linnea to graduate was 5 times harder than all the training she underwent. Back then, he considered it an exaggeration, but now the professor reveals that the academy allows failing a year only twice, and if Linnea continues this way, expulsion might be inevitable. The professor expresses concern about not wanting Linnea's talent to go to waste and questions why Rud Donatos requested this meeting about Linnea. Rud Donatos is perplexed by Linnea's behavior. Despite her remarkable skill and talent, she appears disinterested in adult concerns. However, Linnea approached Rud Donatos with a request to prevent the expulsion of someone crucial to the country's reputation and future. She hoped that her words, filled with respect for her junior, would influence Linnea. Despite not being skilled with flattery, Rud Donatos agreed to take on this task for the professor. A group of students strolled through the garden where Linnea was present. Among them was Rud, who found himself captivated by her beauty, to him and the others. She seemed like the most enchanting homeless person they had ever encountered. Some even speculated that she might be a blend of human and spirit. Approaching her, Rud attempted to wake her up, but Linnea merely rolled over and went back to sleep. Frustrated, he resorted to gently kicking her. After some rolling around, Linnea finally woke up and questioned his actions. Perplexed, Rud inquired why Linnea was in the garden so early in the morning. Linnea explained that she had been watching the flowers and had dozed off. Rud introduced himself as a representative of advisor Lillian, making him her junior. Linnea was curious about his purpose there, and Rud proceeded to shower her with compliments, admiring her skills. Unfazed by the flattery, Linnea asked if Rud wanted to be her friend. However, Rud seemed more interested in discussing her academic life. Linnea's attention soon wandered, as she started chasing after a butterfly. Rud eventually managed to lead her to the side and expressed his concern about her habit of skipping classes and causing trouble. Citing the incident in the drill hall a few days prior, Linnea brushed it off, relieved that no one had been hurt. Rud struggled to control his frustration and asked her why she skipped classes. Linnea confessed that she didn't want to graduate because the academy felt warm and was filled with beautiful flowers, while her hometown was perpetually covered in snow. She cherished playing around more than attending classes and wished to stay there forever. Rud questioned whether she understood the purpose of Academy Iridium, where students trained to become dragon slayers. He emphasized that countless people were dying outside the empire due to dragon attacks. Linnea, however, challenged the notion that humans should kill dragons, suggesting that they were similar in nature. For her, the most important thing was a peaceful daily life. Rud was taken aback by Linnea's perspective and asked if she truly believed that humans and dragons were identical. Linnea insisted that Rud, who had only lived in the snowy mountains, couldn't comprehend her viewpoint. She cherished the tranquility of the academy, unlike other empires constantly ravaged by external forces, where humans are amicably being slaughtered and countless nations are being destroyed daily in a place where a dragon slayer is stationed. There's possibly some protection, however, homes without them can be wiped off the map by even an infant earth dragon. Rud asked if she has seen her siblings, parents, and friends being eaten right before her, but she asked him why he is angry at her. Rud got out of control and said he would rather talk to a wall, and he knows that she is selfish, but he didn't expect her to be ignorant to this extent. Meanwhile, she revealed that the only reason she is here is because she is curious about her mother's alma mater. Witnessing their heated exchange, Henneth asked her to enjoy her peaceful life here until she dies while driving other kids crazy. When he left, she called her dad through a diamond and asked what she should do because she wanted to be close friends with him. He replied that friendships are built through quarrels. Linnea thinks he will apologize to her tomorrow, while the spirit King Feldroa also wants to talk to him. Rud thinks he tried his best to persuade her, but it wasn't enough, and later, he worsened the situation due to his short temper. She has lived with spirits in a remote, snowy mountain all her life, so it is reasonable for her not to empathize with the situation of humans and dragons. Rudd realizes he vented out all his anger on a child, and might have succeeded in persuading her because he was born with innate kindness. But what should he do as he goes toward the class? He sees Henneth and Leon fighting. Henneth is shouting at her about why she came there after breaking his wrist and asks her to get lost. Henneth has seen her wandering around the dorm, and sure, she came there to get revenge for her punishment. While Leon is trying to tell her that it was just a misunderstanding. She had come to visit and brought a food basket. Henneth Harpoolia reacted violently, and Rudd Donatos assured them that it was nothing serious, mentioning his minor injury during a spar at Leon Creer's house. Henneth Harpoolia expressed anger over Rudd Donatos and Leon Creer violating school laws by visiting each other's houses, and the skirmish resulting in injuries. Henneth Harpoolia walked away, stating she would report it to the professors. Rudd Donatos requested her to stop, but Ballesteros grabbed her shirt. Leon Creer tried to explain and apologize sincerely to Rudd Donatos. Henneth Harpoolia remained upset, asking Ballesteros to release her and questioning why Leon Creer wouldn't befriend them. Henneth Harpoolia suggested making friends and even engaging in grappling techniques. She and Ballesteros were willing to endure wrist and rig injuries from Leon Creer. Ballesteros cautioned Henneth Harpoolia not to go overboard. Leon Creer decided to leave, prompting Rudd Donatos to question why Henneth Harpoolia said those things. Henneth Harpoolia suggested Rudd follow Leon Creer, making her his only friend. Rudd Donatos asked why Henneth Harpoolia was suddenly angry, but Ballesteros mentioned Rudd's volunteer activities. The scene shifted as the class ended, and Senior Lania approached Rudd Donatos, inviting him to lunch. They had steak and ribs on the rooftop, with Senior Lania apologizing for her previous behavior. She acknowledged Rudd's pain from the dragon and his efforts to be a dragon slayer. Rudd expressed appreciation and admitted his admiration for Senior Lania. Rudd Donatos seized the opportunity to confess his feelings, emphasizing Senior Lania's perfection. He predicted that in a few years, everyone would admire and want to be friends with her. Senior Lania, unaware of her junior admirer, decided to change her behavior and expressed a desire to be friends with Rudd Donatos. They both committed to working hard, with Senior Lania promising not to skip classes. Senior Lania mentioned her father's desire to talk to Rudd Donatos. In a private conversation with the Spirit King Feldroa, Rudd Donatos was asked if he was a regressor, shifting the focus to a new and intriguing development. Rudd Donatos inquired from the almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa how he knew about his regression. The almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa explained that the world had undergone reversal, and he sensed a familiar scent in Rudd Donatos. While the spirit realm and physical world are distinct dimensions, passageways created by spirit contracts lie between them. Due to recent events, spirits in these passageways began experiencing nostalgia due to the physical world's influence. The almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa, being in one of those passageways, couldn't escape the magic that shrouded the physical world but sensed the reversed flow of time. The almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa questioned if Rudd Donatos felt a connection from their past, and if he was a warrior. Rudd Donatos clarified that he wasn't a warrior, but considered himself a burden. As they conversed, Rudd Donatos revealed details about the forgotten world and the world before the recurrence. Learning that Rudd Donatos's brother, Aesir, a warrior, disappeared with the Void Dragon, the almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa speculated that the warrior might still be alive, possibly confined in another dimension with the Void Dragon. Rudd Donatos asked for evidence, and the almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa explained the careful nature of the Void Dragon, suggesting it wouldn't attempt a suicide attack. To find his brother, Rudd Donatos must reach the floating island, the Nest. However, Rudd Donatos deferred the journey, prioritizing preparation for upcoming challenges. He asked the almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa about the cause of the world's recurrence, but the Spirit King, bound by an old oath, couldn't reveal it. The almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa inquired about Senior Lania's fate in the future before Rudd Donatos's regression. Rudd Donatos explained that Senior Lania sacrificed herself to seal the ice dragon Nefrian during a dire situation. Despite Senior Lania's smiling death, the almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa acknowledged that her decision was the best under the circumstances. He noted that Rudd Donatos's opportunity to live again as a regressor influenced Senior Lania's new future. Rudd Donatos expressed doubt about his ability to make a significant impact, but the almighty Ice Spirit King Feldro assured him that he wouldn't watch passively and counted on Rudd Donatos. The Spirit King asked Rudd Donatos to accept his power, using a fragment to connect with Rudd Donatos's heart. Rudd Donatos resisted, citing his lack of affinity with spirits and the absence of a formal contract. The almighty Ice Spirit King Feldro urged Rudd Donatos not to disappoint him, asserting that he was alive because of the spirit's intervention. Rudd Donatos protested, questioning how he would explain this to his daughter. The almighty Ice Spirit King Feldro emphasized that Rudd Donatos would resonate his powers and thoughts from now on, even influencing weak spirits. When asked about explaining the situation to his daughter, Senior Linnea appeared, questioning who did what. Rudd Donatos claimed friendship between his father and the Spirit King, and Senior Linnea, impressed by Rudd Donatos' social skills, acknowledged their bond. Weeks later, the almighty Ice Spirit King Feldro reminded Rudd Donatos of his schedule with Senior Linnea for a library study. Rudd Donatos agreed and emphasized that it was just a group study. A person at the door delivered a letter containing information about the Clouded Moon Guild's investigation into Rudd Donatos's brother. At Rudd Donatos's request, Abel White, the guild master of the Clouded Moon, provided a letter containing dozens of reports, as if he had completed the investigation on Asir Donatos, Rudd's brother. Despite the thorough intelligence gathering, the conclusion was singular. There was no trace of Asir Donatos. The Clouded Moon Guild, known for information gathering, suggested that Asir may not have existed in that world from the beginning, hinting that he might be confined in another dimension with the Void Dragon. The almighty Ice Spirit King Feldro remarked that this reinforced the idea of Asir's confinement. When asked about his next steps, Rudd Donatos presented two ideas: tracing his brother within the heavenly spirit using the sky-piercing technique and seeking the Void Dragon's nest on the floating island. The Ice Spirit King found both ideas challenging. Rudd emphasized the need for a wizard skilled in dimensional matters, and the Ice Spirit King, although unfamiliar with such mortals, encouraged Rudd to find one. Senior Linnea, appearing in the library, commended Rudd for being near and fulfilled his promise to study together. Kenneth Harpulia grew annoyed at their noise, questioning Rudd's tardiness and his role in mentoring two fools, referring to Balak Steros and Senior Linnea. Rudd explained that he needed to think, and Senior Linnea defended herself against Kenneth Harpulia's taunts. Daniel Gold contacted Rudd through his heavenly spirit, requesting him to visit his office. In the office, Daniel Gold welcomed Rudd and introduced him to Sky Sword Immortal Ain Bryce, his grandmaster. Ain Bryce acknowledged Rudd's potential and mentioned the need for a cake. Meanwhile, Rudd thought about Ain Bryce's achievements, especially her victory over the thousand-form dragon. Ain Bryce conversed with Rudd, mentioning her purpose in visiting and hinting at a secret related to Damian Grace, who had a connection with the thousand-form dragon. Ain Bryce reveals that Damian Grace, a professor at Iradium, houses the heart of the thousand-form dragon. The dragon's heart was transplanted into Damian, posing a potential threat of cataclysm. In a past life, Jeremy induced Damian's suicide to prevent the dragon heart's manifestation. However, Jeremy secretly retained the dragon's heart after Damian's death. The lightning dragon Parma, lured by the dragon heart, attacked Iradium, resulting in the deaths of many, including Professor Daniel and the Sky Sword Immortal. Rudd Donatos wonders how Ain Bryce knows about Damian at this point. Ain Bryce explains her presence is to monitor Damian and that Daniel Gold is unaware of the situation. Ain Bryce shares this information with Rudd due to his connection to the thousand-form dragon incident. She urges him to report any suspicious changes in Damian and to stay away from him. Rudd Donatos inquires if Jeremy Duville tried reaching out to her, expressing concern about Jeremy's unsettled ideology. Rudd Donatos and Ain Bryce discuss options, with Rudd proposing to search for alternative solutions rather than resorting to killing Damian. Daniel Gold arrives as Ain Bryce prepares to leave, leaving Rudd with encouragement. Returning to the library, Rudd finds a note from his friends explaining they were kicked out for making noise. In distress, Leon Creer approaches him, questioning if his friends hate her. Rudd denies it and brings up an incident involving Kenneth. Leon Creer expresses understanding and shifts the conversation to what Rudd is reading. He shares a document about the thousand-form dragon and its devastating appearance 10 years ago in the southern continent. Leon Creer jokingly suggests Rudd might be planning something adventurous, but he dismisses the idea, emphasizing the danger of venturing into a dragon nest. Rudd reassures Leon Creer that his past remarks about killing dragons were mere jokes, and his current goal is to accumulate power to eventually defeat the 7 dragons and erase their existence from the world. Leon Creer contemplates the existence of the 7 dragons, asking Rudd Donatos if it's a legend or a real event. Rudd Donatos confirms its existence, recounting the catastrophic encounter with the 1,000-formed dragon a decade ago. Leon Creer apologizes if she offended him, but Rudd Donatos reassures her, expressing his determination to eliminate the threat. Leon Creer questions if Rudd Donatos is scared, and he responds by asking if she is. She explains her fear of harm coming to those around her. Rudd Donatos notes that it's unusual for Leon Creer to express such sentiments. As dinner time approaches, Leon Creer grabs Rudd Donatos' shirt, offering to assist him in reaching his goals, forming strategies, and establishing a new guild. Rudd Donatos questions her seriousness and mentions the Annihilation Troop. Leon Creer assures him that her mom will support the decision, expressing her desire to contribute to his cause. Rudd Donatos questions her motives and why she wants to follow a challenging path. Leon Creer simply states her willingness to do so. Rudd Donatos playfully suggests people might think she has a crush on him, leading to her temporary anger. As Leon Creer leaves, she reflects on the embarrassing situation. Claire Mason finds her, asking about her whereabouts and dragging her to the last supplementary lecture. They spar again, with Leon Creer demonstrating improved counterattacks, crediting Rudd Donatos for teaching her practical moves. In another scene, Rudd Donatos talks to the almighty Ice Spirit King Feldro in the garden, who playfully asks about his first date. Rudd Donatos dismisses the notion, and the Spirit King comments on the delicate feelings involved. The Spirit King senses a change in Leon Creer after the regression, and Rudd Donatos acknowledges being aware of it. Students are busy preparing for the written exams, and Rudd Donatos notices that Leon Creer is avoiding him. The almighty Ice Spirit King Feldro finds it embarrassing to talk to her, but Rudd Donatos dismisses the spirit's comment. Reflecting on Leon Creer, Rudd Donatos observes a change in her attitude since the regression, noting that she now treats him differently. Leon Creer approaches Rudd Donatos while he's studying and asks if he's cramming. She hands him something, wishes him luck with the exam, and quickly leaves. In the cafeteria, Kenneth Harpulia boasts about finishing the exam 5 minutes ahead, and Balaksteros simply enjoys his meal. Balaksteros mentions preparing for the practical exam, suggesting it might involve a dessert setting and preparing lots of water. The girls continue to quarrel, and Rudd Donatos asks how Balaksteros plans to bring all that water. Balaksteros humorously replies that he'll put it in his stomach and starts drinking while watching the girls fight. On the day of the practical exam, Professor Arthur Winston briefs the students on the test. They will be sent to special test sites around the continent to face various magical beasts. The main objective is to slay a dragon while avoiding other magical creatures. Exceptional performers may get the chance for an additional test and the opportunity to win personal weapons and armor. The exam begins, and Rudd Donatos recalls his past experience with Leon Creer, making him feel defeated. In the test site, the almighty Ice Spirit King Feldro senses numerous magical beasts. Rudd Donatos asks if the spirit can trace the dragon, and it agrees, revealing its ability to do so even while facing an orc attack. Rudd Donatos skillfully evades the orc's attack and swiftly defeats it. He thinks that the dragon should notice the amount of blood, and suddenly, a lizard screeches from behind. Willem Parte emerges from the bushes, running towards Rudd Donatos. Rudd Donatos, however, doesn't recall Willem Parte's name and realizes he forgot it. Willem Parte urgently informs Rudd Donatos that it's not the time for small talk as a massive threat is approaching. A dragon appears, causing Willem Parte to tremble on the ground. Rudd Donatos bravely confronts the dragon, attempting to use the sky-piercing technique against it. With a powerful blow to the dragon's head, Willem Parte wonders if Rudd Donatos is not afraid of the dragon. Rudd Donatos skillfully avoids the dragon's attacks, identifying the softer areas like the eye socket, respiratory system, and joints beneath its scales. He strategically targets these areas, aiming to create a gap in the scales for a decisive strike. However, during the fight, Donatos breaks his sword and axe. He turns to Willem Parte for a spare sword, but even Willem Parte's weapon is broken. Willem Parte marvels at how Donatos managed to defeat a dragon with his bare fists, a feat a group of students couldn't accomplish. After finishing off the dragon, Willem Parte expresses gratitude to Donatos for saving him and apologizes for their initial encounter. Willem Parte then asks if Donatos would accept him as a rival, realizing that he is already strong, but aims to become even stronger by challenging Donatos. Awkwardly, Donatos agrees to the proposal. The almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa remarks to Donatos that Willem Parte resembles a replica of him from his previous life, but Donatos dismisses the spirit's comment. A professor calls them, instructing them to return to the rendezvous point. Donatos, irritated, asks the almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa to go to sleep if it's going to keep talking. The spirit finds the situation interesting. In the distance, Gerald Graham, the director, observes Donatos and confirms the rumors that he is an unpolished diamond. Daniel Gold inquires of Gerald Graham about his thoughts on Donatos. Gerald Graham shares that he had high expectations based on stories from other professors, and Donatos exceeded them by defeating an almost adult earth dragon. Daniel Gold acknowledges Donatos' potential, given his young age of 17, and suggests he might excel in the additional test, potentially becoming an exceptional and unprecedented dragon slayer. Gerald Graham descends from a tree, contemplating that Donatos could become a hero of freedom. Daniel Gold queries if Gerald Graham is referring to a biography similar to Van Aar's, and Gerald Graham confirms, mentioning the beginnings of dragon slayers. He narrates a tale from a time when dragons ruled over humans, describing draconites, humanoid dragons with high intelligence, strength, and cruelty. 700 years ago, these draconites used the area as an arena, forcing humans to fight for their amusement. Over time, humans revolted, led by Van Aar, and drove the draconites away, sealing their king, marking the era of freedom. Daniel Gold expresses confusion about why Van Aar didn't kill all the dragons if he was so powerful. Gerald Graham explains that killing the seventh dragon would have resulted in no victims like Daniel Gold and others. Daniel Gold refrains from questioning the ancestors' intent, acknowledging that their history shaped their lives. The scene transitions to the end of the practical test. The tournament bracket and venue will be announced in 3 days. 3 days later, students prepare for the tournament. Heneth Harpulia wonders why she hasn't heard from the famous student Donatos. Donatos dismisses her comment, and Heneth Harpulia playfully threatens not to go easy on him. She expresses curiosity about the contents of the Aratium's treasury. Donatos questions Balaxteros about his participation without using any equipment. Balaxteros meditates, stating that a match with a strong opponent is essential for building a strong body. Donatos agrees. In the tournament, Donatos notices Balaxteros preparing to fight Leon Krar, realizing she is no ordinary student. Heneth Harpulia vows to kill Balaxteros if he loses to Leon Krar. Balaxteros asks Donatos if Leon Krar is genuinely strong, to which Donatos sarcastically praises her as the most outstanding among all. At the arena, Leon Krar arrives late, introduces herself curtly, and challenges Balaxteros. The fight begins, and Leon Krar strikes Balaxteros, realizing he blocked her attack with his physical muscles. Balaxteros boasts about his enormous muscles. Leon Krar observes that Balaxteros blocked her sword aura with his bare muscles. Balaxteros swiftly attempts to strike her, but Leon Krar deflects his fist with her sword. She aims for an opening, realizing he isn't even attempting to dodge. Leon Krar dodges Balaxteros' fist and counterattacks with a punch. She questions if he combines his mana with his muscles and acknowledges his physical prowess. Balaxteros flexes his massive muscles, tearing his shirt off. He tries to punch Leon Krar head-on, but she swiftly moves and counters, labeling Balaxteros as an exhibitionist. Leon Krar's rapid attacks impress Balaxteros, who finds her very strong. As Balaxteros' trousers shred, the referee disqualifies him, escorting him out. Balaxteros comments on his sculpted naked body, prompting the referee to instruct him to stop talking. The winner, Leon Krar, glares at Heneth Harpulia in the bleachers. Heneth Harpulia tells Rud Donatos not to disclose that Balaksteros is their friend. Wondering why Rud Donatos is looking at Leon Creer like that, she urges him to fight Heneth Harpulia properly. Rud Donatos recalls Heneth Harpulia from his past life, acknowledging her as a late blooming talent who later became a formidable pyromancer. Despite Rud Donatos easily defeating her, she vows to be different next time. Rud Donatos, announced as the winner, shares feedback on Heneth Harpulia's fight and agrees to teach her dagger arts later. In the background, Leon Creer watches as Rud Donatos helps Heneth Harpulia stand up. Leon Creer abruptly leaves the arena. Heneth Harpulia questions why Rud Donatos has to guide Leon Creer with her mixed martial arts instead of training her. Rud Donatos, noticing Leon Creer's absence, informs Heneth Harpulia that he has somewhere else to go. Heneth Harpulia mentions the final round about to begin and queries what is happening between Rud Donatos and Leon Creer. Leon Creer flees the arena, avoiding a confrontation with Rud Donatos. Upon seeing Rud Donatos' determined expression in the arena, Leon realizes he's eager for a fight, but she has no such intentions. Rud calls out to her, questioning her actions. Leon brushes off his concern, insisting it's none of his business. Rud counters, claiming it's his concern as her opponent. Despite Rud's insistence, Leon has no desire to engage in the match or vie for the first prize. She opts to withdraw. Rud reacts with disbelief and frustration, accusing Leon of disrespect. She clarifies her intentions, but Rud becomes more forceful, grabbing her and silencing her objections. He reminds her of a past debt owed when she saved him, a memory that fuels his anger and curses towards her. In her final moments, Leon reflects on Rud's unchanged nature, while he recalls her derogatory nicknames for him. Rud, consumed by hatred, fails to comprehend Leon's actions, channeling his focus on revenge. Meanwhile, Martial Dragon Rayfair perceives Leon's sacrifice as foolish, yet admirable. Rud's inability to forgive stems from his inability to understand Leon, leaving him frustrated and questioning her motives. As the referee declares Rud the winner, the crowd wonders why Leon is absent, further infuriating Rud, who refuses to release his grudge. Outside, Leon Creer wonders if the supplementary test has concluded and if Rud Donatos is still harboring resentment towards her. Emerging from the bushes with two swords, Leon recalls how in their past lives, she would often find solace in this spot when upset, and Rud would seek her out for a duel. Rud hurls a sword at her, initiating the challenge for their final showdown. Questioning why Rud is pushing for this fight, Leon expresses reluctance, but Rud insists she cannot avoid it, citing his long-awaited anticipation. Reminded of how she once regarded him as insignificant, Leon vehemently refuses to engage. Nevertheless, they begin to battle, with Rud's sword aura exerting immense pressure that destabilizes Leon's defenses. Despite initially relying on her mana shield, Leon is urged by Rud to fight without restraint. As her shield falters, she readies herself for a proper confrontation, impressing Rud with her exceptional talent. Despite Leon's plea for Rud to stand down, he is determined to gauge her true strength. Opting for hand-to-hand combat, Rud dodges Leon's attacks effortlessly, surprising her with his agility. He then retrieves his sword, prompting Leon to warn him of the consequences. With swords drawn, they clash once more. They continue their sword clashes, with Leon Creer feeling confident of her victory, while Rud Donatos remains standing, glaring aggressively. Rud then unleashes his fourth wing and employs a hyper sword aura, albeit different from hers, but she manages to dodge the attack. Rud's skill level matches hers perfectly. He then approaches Leon, who concedes defeat and questions if he's satisfied. Rud believes he should be satisfied, as he has defeated Leon, but he expresses the futility of the situation, feeling empty and questioning the torment of his life. Leon questions why he deems it futile when he forced her into a fight without explaining his reasons. She punches Rud, labeling him a psycho, and expresses her unwillingness to fight. Rud insists he had to beat her at least once. Leon reveals her anger, longing, and inferiority complex, feelings Rud expressed to her when they first met, feeling overshadowed by someone else in his thoughts. Rud, seeing her differently, admits to always looking up to her, envying her and longing for acknowledgement. He sees her as superior and cool, wishing to match her strength but unable to accept her sacrifice for him in their past life. Shocked, Leon questions his sanity and his claims of her sacrifice. Despite Spirit King Feldro's attempts to intervene, Rudd confesses to her future demise and his reincarnation. Leon is shocked, and Rudd reveals he now lives a second life, originating from the future. Rudd Donatos explains that he's referring to his past life from the future, but Leon Creer still considers it nonsense. He leaves it to her to believe or not, asserting he has no time to prove it. However, Rudd insists she knows he doesn't lie. He clarifies that he regressed to the past for a second chance. Leon should have noticed earlier and may seem foolish for not doing so. Rudd demonstrates mastery beyond mere talent, utilizing mana perfection acquired from experiences and imitating skills of unknown individuals. This realization helps Leon understand her doubts and emotions. She questions if Rudd knows her adult self, to which he responds about her past focus on revenge and disdain towards him. Leon realizes Rudd's resentment and admiration were directed at her in another timeline. She confronts him about their initial confrontation, expressing anger at their age difference. She recalls instances he apologized and taught her skills. Rudd grows irritated with her questions, but Leon insists this time is different. She uses a napkin he once gave her and apologizes for her future self's wrongdoings. Rudd becomes increasingly furious, but Leon asserts her present self is different and genuine. Despite their past animosity, Leon surprises Rudd by kissing him, confessing her affection for him. Rudd Donatos awakens from a troubling dream of his kiss and confession with Leon Creer, questioning if it was real. Spirit King Feldro confirms it wasn't a dream, teasing Rudd about his reaction. Rudd admits he was hot-blooded due to Leon's actions the previous night. Spirit King Feldro suggests that since Leon is of mature age, they could consider dating, but Rudd dismisses the idea, wanting to pretend nothing happened. Unable to shake thoughts of the kiss, Rudd grows increasingly frustrated as Spirit King Feldro continues to tease him. Later, Rudd prepares to receive his prize from the test with Gerald D. Graham. Gerald notices Rudd's fatigue and nerves, attributing it to anticipation about the treasury. Inside, they find relics of dragon slayers and priceless treasures. Rudd aims to retrieve the weapon his brother and Leon once took, specifically the heavenly defying sword daimios. Spirit King Feldroa questions if Rudd wants to follow in Venar's footsteps, but Rudd desires to save the world by annihilating dragons instead. He chooses daimios for its superiority against draconic beings, and because it was his brother's choice. As Rudd steps on something, he discovers a gem, triggering a flashback of his brother discussing the same gem, the stealing stone of the lightning dragon Parma, which summons the 1,000-form dragon. In Rudd Donatos' past life, he first encountered the existence of 7 dragons when he lacked skills and determination. The horrifying stench and burning bodies haunted him for ages, especially the sealing stone of the lightning dragon, the cause of the tragedy. Spirit King Feldro questions why it's in the treasury. Rudd doesn't know why it's there, but it shouldn't be, especially since it lacks a security spell unlike other items in the treasury. The lightning dragon had been sealed for 700 years. Rudd recalls from his previous life that the lightning dragon appeared around 1.5 years into their timeline, shortly after Professor Damian's death. Likely spurred by Jeremy stealing the 1,000-form dragon's heart. Spirit King Feldro asks if he plans to take the gem. Rudd insists he must as it's a seed of disaster and he needs to act preemptively. When asked about killing good dragons, Rudd believes any such dragon would already be dead. He realizes he can't tamper with the sealing stone, which will deteriorate in half a year or two, so he must prepare for an impending incident. Rudd seeks guidance from Professor Damian, who notices his troubled demeanor. Rudd deflects, praising Damian's coffee, but Damian sees through it, understanding Rudd's connection to Desoul and the devastation caused by the dragon there. Rudd leaves, feeling overwhelmed by guilt. Spirit King Feldro questions what if Damian is indifferent or wicked, but Rudd believes Damian shares his burden, as evidenced by their emotional exchange. Several days have elapsed, and Rudd Donatos contemplates Professor Damian, realizing they haven't spoken since he shared his story. He anticipates Damian will soon provide some information so he can devise a plan. Currently, his powers are at their peak with 4 wings, enabling the use of the Sword River in subspace, albeit linked to the reverse side of the Brainlight Dragon. Spirit King Feldro inquires about Changchun's 6th report. Rudd explains that part of the heavenly spirit comprises an individual space reserved for the heir, which his older brother utilized freely in their past life. This ability includes defensive capabilities. However, his conversation is abruptly halted by Leon Krur scolding Balak Steros for exercising naked. Rudd questions why they're arguing again, while both girls complain about Balak's odor. Using his magic, Rudd dispels the smell, surprising Haneth Harpulia, who questions when he learned spirit magic. Rudd dismisses them, indicating he's known for some time, and urges them to focus on their tasks. Leon asks Rudd for help, but he declines, citing the need for individual training. Unbeknownst to them, Haneth overhears Leon confessing her feelings for Rudd. Shocked, Haneth learns about the confession and asks them to wait as they hear noise outside. They discover Willem Part being attacked by thugs defending Rudd's name. Rudd intervenes, stopping the thugs and protecting Wilhelm. As he subdues the attackers, Leon perceives Rudd as the real threat. Meanwhile, Jeremy, the student council president, awaits Rudd in his office. Assisted to Jeremy's office after the earlier altercation with other thugs, Rudd Donatos was instructed by Jeremy to leave Rudd Donatos to him for a conversation. Despite being asked to sit by Jeremy, Rudd Donatos defiantly kicks the chair and questions why the thug named Brett cursed him. Jeremy denies any involvement, claiming misunderstanding and asserts he'd never instigate a fight between juniors and seniors. Rudd Donatos presses for Jeremy's intentions, to which Jeremy mentions his frequent contact with Damian lately, reiterating Damian's perceived danger. Rudd Donatos claims ignorance of this warning, prompting Jeremy's shock. Rudd Donatos reveals knowledge of Damian possessing the heart of the thousand-formed dragon, leaving Jeremy puzzled about how Rudd Donatos learned this information. Assuming Rudd Donatos was tasked by the Sky Sword Immortal to monitor Damian, Jeremy insists on keeping an eye on Damian. Feeling Jeremy's scrutiny, Rudd Donatos assures Damian's safety, vowing to ensure it personally. In Damian's office, while making coffee, Damian reminisces about his childhood, recalling his grandparents, particularly his grandfather Gerald D. Graham, who nurtured his love for dragon-slaying literature. His parents, dragon slayers, perished when he was young, leaving Gerald D. Graham to raise him. Despite his aspirations, Damian fell ill with mana hypersensitivity, confining him to bed for years with no improvement. One stormy night, Gerald D. Graham offered Damian a chance at life by forcing him to ingest the heart of the thousand-formed dragon, an act Damian sees as a desperate attempt to save him. In the present, Damian reflects on Gerald D. Graham's actions with forgiveness, wishing to absolve him of guilt and seeking Rudd Donatos' forgiveness for the consequences of consuming the dragon's heart. In the alchemy club room within the magic research building, Haneth Harpulia, feeling fatigued, recalls Leon Krier's confession to Rudd Donatos about her feelings. She's awakened by another student informing her of a training lecture, a routine she follows to meet Leona 30 minutes early. Unable to concentrate due to her swirling thoughts, including Leon Krier's revelation, Haneth Harpulia wishes for a day of rest, heeding Leona's advice to avoid burning out. Unaware of Haneth Harpulia's inner turmoil, the other student engages her in conversation, prompting her to focus on her thesis. Seeking advice, Haneth Harpulia questions her senior about handling a friend getting into a relationship, pondering the changes it may bring to their dynamics. Her senior, sensing jealousy in Haneth Harpulia, teases her about her feelings. Suddenly, Rudd Donatos appears, seeking Haneth Harpulia. Surprised by his presence, she questions his purpose there, to which he explains his desire to join the club, despite not being a wizard. The senior realizes Haneth Harpulia's thoughts were about Rudd Donatos, and leaves them alone to sort out their issues. After Rudd Donatos completes the application form, Haneth Harpulia notices his interest in manufacturing medicines. She provides him with relevant books and documents, including research on heatstroke symptoms and mana hypersensitivity, topics familiar to Rudd Donatos from his past life. Particularly, Haneth Harpulia's efforts to cure her sister Lila's heatstroke. Reflecting on Haneth Harpulia's dedication, Rudd Donatos is interrupted by Balak Steros, who informs him about the vacant Midsummer Flame guild leader position and rising dissent within the guild. Rud Donatos confronts Heneth Harpulia about her excessive grieving, urging her to fulfill her responsibilities. Despite his attempts to reason with her, Heneth Harpulia becomes angrier and lashes out, striking Rud Donatos with flames. As Balaxteros and Senior Lenia observe, Rud Donatos persists in encouraging Heneth Harpulia to rejoin their activities. Frustrated, she punches him, labeling him as crazy. In their timeline, Heneth Harpulia questions Rud Donatos about his interest in others' research papers, to which he explains their widespread availability. She shares her struggles in finding a cure for an intractable disease, prompting Rud Donatos to reveal knowledge of someone who cured it. Excited, Heneth Harpulia seeks more information, leading Rud Donatos to offer his assistance in obtaining the necessary ingredients for a cure. Grateful, she hugs him tightly, thanking him. Rud Donatos reassures her, and Heneth Harpulia resolves to ensure he doesn't miss their next appointment. The Aratium holds an annual festival in late spring, a significant event not only for Aratium but nationally, marking the era of humans after the first dragon slayer sealed the 7 dragons. As a result, outsiders are allowed onto the Aratium campus, attracting numerous tourists from within and outside the Alpi Empire, leading to massive crowds. During the festival, Leon Creer invited Rud Donatos to go sightseeing with her, but Rud Donatos was too busy, and she rarely saw him those days. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fountain, Heneth Harpulia also thought about Rud Donatos. They both glanced at each other in shock. Leon Creer asked Heneth Harpulia why she was alone during the festival, causing Heneth Harpulia to stutter, recalling the time she hugged Rud Donatos. Frustrated, she asked Leon Creer if she had no friends with her. Leon Creer mentioned an appointment, but Heneth Harpulia, feeling annoyed, confessed that all her guy friends ditched her, leaving her alone. This candid admission led to laughter and teasing between them, until Senior Lenia arrived, questioning why they were alone. Tensions rose as the 3 girls argued, with Heneth Harpulia adding fuel by mentioning rumors circulating on campus about them being a group of eccentric students. Senior Lenia warned Heneth Harpulia to watch her language. As others were listening, Balaxteros arrived, asking about the commotion and urging them to lower their voices. The attention then turned to Balaxteros's eye-catching costume, with Wilhelm Partey joining in, praising Balaxteros's physique. Leon Creer warned Wilhelm Part not to come near her. Heneth Harpulia questioned Balaxteros's association with Wilhelm Partey, leading to an explanation about muscle training. Senior Lenia laughed at their antics, while Leon Creer expressed her disgust. After the encounter, the ladies refreshed themselves at a bakery. Meanwhile, Heneth Harpulia pondered why Rud Donatos gathered them and bought numerous potions, suspecting he was planning something. This led to a disagreement between Heneth Harpulia and Senior Lenia about Rud Donatos, while Leon Creer contemplated Rud Donatos' preparations for an uncertain future. In the library, Rud Donatos finished reading his book. Rud Donatos completes the book he had been reading, and Spirit King Feldroa taunts him for taking too long to absorb so little knowledge. Feldroa points out Donatos' human frailty, emphasizing that no matter how much mana he infuses into his body, there will always be limits to its durability. Feldroa then inquires how Donatos copes with this limitation. Donatos admits he has no solution and simply endures until he becomes incapacitated. Despite his physical limitations, he asserts his determination to confront the formidable opponents, the 7 dragons, even if it means sacrificing his well-being. Donatos wonders if he will emerge victorious or succumb to crippling injuries in his quest to eliminate the dragons, a thought that occupies his mind as he enters room Gerald Graham. Gerald D. Graham, known as the Slaughterer, earned his reputation as a dragon slayer by surviving numerous encounters and receiving multiple medals. Despite retiring due to an injury sustained in battle, his valor led to his appointment as principal of Atrium Academy. When Donatos visits Graham's office, Graham questions his presence. Donatos, recalling Graham's heroic feat of acquiring the 1,000-form dragon's heart, claims to be checking on him. Surprised by Donatos' knowledge, Graham engages in conversation, asking about the festival. Donatos, focused on his responsibilities, declines, prompting Graham to urge him to enjoy life. Donatos, in turn, rebuffs the notion of leisure amid pressing matters. Graham's shock at Donatos's awareness of his actions leads to a confrontation, during which Donatos reveals his preparedness and mocks Graham's perceived naivety. Despite Graham's attack, Donatos defends himself, realizing the vast difference in their abilities. As the confrontation escalates, Ain Bryce intervenes, reminding Graham of their past and diffusing the tension. Moments ago, Ain Bryce contemplates Donatos' formulated plan, considering Donatos more altruistic than perceived. He ponders whether Damian Grace is merely a remnant of the thousand-formed dragon and thus insufficient for Donatos to target. Donatos clarifies that his aim is solely to slay the dragon, not harm Damian Grace. Despite the difficulty, Bryce finds Donatos' disciples' plans foolish and laughs. Returning to the battle, Gerald de Graham confides in Ain Bryce, revealing his role in orchestrating the situation and surveillance. Bryce acknowledges Graham's words and suggests playing along with Donatos' plan, which involves risking his grandson's life. Enraged, Graham threatens to inflict unbearable pain if they attempt to destroy Damian Grace's heart, vowing to thwart their scheme. Recalling Bryce's earlier promise to kill Damian Grace if necessary, Graham questions if Bryce will uphold his word now that Damian Grace remains alive. Donatos reassures Graham that his intent is not to kill Damian Grace, only to obtain his heart, prompting Graham to silence him with an attack. Bryce intervenes, urging Donatos to cease provoking Graham and questioning why he consistently aggravates others. Donatos explains he's only revealing his plans to Graham. Bryce criticizes Donatos for choosing a reckless successor but resolves to proceed with the plan, offering to handle Graham while Donatos retrieves the dragon's heart. As Graham and Bryce clash, Donatos observes the unfolding events and witnesses a disturbing scene involving Damian Grace. Meanwhile, in an alley, Damian Grace experiences intense discomfort and struggles with guilt, exacerbated by past events. Jeremy Duville confronts Damian Grace, disparaging him and attempting to harm him. Duville questions Grace's morality and offers to relieve his pain through death, prompting Grace to transform in desperation. Witnessing this from afar, Donatos realizes the dire situation has escalated prematurely. Leon Creer sensed a shift in the atmosphere as darkness descended from the sky. Along with the students, she observed the peculiar rain, realizing that it consisted of mana fragments, each with its own chaotic and distinctive pattern. Despite her inability to fully comprehend their essence, she keenly felt their voracious hunger for more mana, a manifestation of gluttony. Surveying the swords at her side, Leon Creer noticed the once clear sky now obscured by pitch-black clouds. A child's cry drew attention to the emergence of dark wolves from the ground, prompting an immediate threat. Leon Creer swiftly intervened, rescuing the students and urging them to flee for their lives. Rallying her fellow student, she prepared them for battle, equipping them to confront the encroaching monsters. Together, they engaged in combat, facing the creatures one by one. Recognizing the wolves' resilience, Leon Creer employed her skills to prevent their regeneration, shocking the students with her mastery of Hypersword Aura, which decimated the foes. Realizing the monster's origin lay with the thousand-formed dragon, she resolved to seek out Donatos and instructed others to safeguard the civilians. A student's warning prompted a flashback revealing Donatos' explanation of the dragon's alter egos, mirroring the appearances of its victims. Confronting the humanoid figure before her, Leon Creer initiated an attack, while elsewhere, Donatos observed the altered future, signaling a shift in events. Gerald D. Graham, noticing the sky's changes, speculated on an attempt against Damian Grace, reaffirming his commitment to their plan despite Ain Bryce's inquiry. Damian Grace unexpectedly joined the fray, dispelling the need for further search efforts. Concerned for Damian's safety, Gerald D. Graham recalled his promise to protect him at all costs. Accepting his fate as Damian approached with hostile intent, Donatos intercepted Damian Grace's attack, while Gerald D. Graham asserted that Damian Grace would not be killed under his watch. Ain Bryce questioned Graham's resolve and intervened to block an attack from Gerald D. Graham, warning that by engaging with the thousand-formed dragon's heart, Graham had sealed his fate at the hands of his own grandson. Donatos countered that no one needed to die, prompting Ain Bryce to inquire if he planned to rectify the situation. Agreeing to clean up the mess, Rudd Donatos acknowledged the challenge posed by Damian Grace's transformation into a Draconite and assigned Ain Bryce the task of protecting Gerald D. Graham while he confronted Damian Grace. Observing Damian's dragon-like eyes, Rudd Donatos deflected an attack from him, confident in his understanding of Damian's fighting style while still inhabiting his original body. Striking Damian Grace with precision, Rudd Donatos aimed to destroy the dragon's heart to prevent regeneration, wielding his giant axe in the ongoing battle. Despite noting the dragon's weakened state compared to its previous incarnation, Rudd Donatos pressed the attack, realizing Damian Grace's reluctance to retaliate but getting thrown aside nonetheless. Aware of Damian Grace's growing adaptation to his assaults, Rudd Donatos recognized the urgency to end the fight swiftly while his opponent remained vulnerable. Damian Grace, replenishing his mana, viewed Rudd Donatos as a delectable meal and launched another assault. Damian Grace unleashed a massive attack, prompting Rudd Donatos to evade the spikes. Due to Damian Grace's high mana consumption, Rudd Donatos couldn't use his sword. Spirit King Feldro inquired about Rudd Donatos' well-being, to which he responded negatively, recalling the thousand-formed dragon's history of devouring dragon slayers. Rudd Donatos then used potions to recover, while Damian Grace threatened to consume him, leaving only bones behind. Despite this, they continued to battle, with Damian Grace's movements becoming more refined as the dragon merged further with his body. Despite this fusion, Rudd Donatos believed he could still defeat Damian Grace, and landed a slash on his shoulder. Rudd Donatos prepared to block Damian Grace's magic, but instead used the Thunderstrike spear against him, generating a powerful wave of energy that caught Balaxteros' attention from a distance. Meanwhile, Balaxteros was bitten by a black dog on his buttocks. Balaxteros pointed out to Wilhelm that dogs couldn't scratch his perfect muscles. Haneth Harpulia urged everyone to focus on defending without distractions, while Senior Linnea mocked her. They observed that the monsters kept coming, prompting Senior Linnea to attempt freezing them with a spell. When Haneth Harpulia questioned why she didn't finish them off entirely, Senior Linnea explained she had depleted her mana reserves. Haneth Harpulia then cast a spell, killing all the frozen dogs. Despite this resolution, Haneth Harpulia and Senior Linnea continued to argue. Balaxteros punched a dog and advised the others to conserve mana while he took charge. Haneth Harpulia criticized Balaxteros for not contributing from the beginning, and Wilhelm defended his honor. A humanoid monster then appeared, leading Balaxteros to engage it in hand-to-hand combat. Balaxteros recognized the humanoid monster as a priest of Steros, noting its flawless movements. Despite the overwhelming difference in strength, Balaxteros refused to yield, even as he faced a relentless assault from the monster. Claire Mason intervened, blocking their blows and admonishing Balaxteros as worthless, instructing him to observe the fight to its conclusion while scolding. Claire Mason inquired about their well-being, with Haneth Harpulia informing her of the ongoing increase in monster numbers. Claire Mason encouraged them not to fear the escalating threat, but her speech was interrupted by Daniel Gold's arrival, causing excitement among the defenders. The Imperial Black Wolf Knights, led by Raven Adolf, joined the battle, questioning Daniel Gold about the seemingly weak opponents. Daniel Gold explained that these were merely the dragon's hunting dogs, prompting Raven Adolf to request a confrontation with the named dragon in honor of the Imperial family. Meanwhile, Leon Krier, engaged in combat, criticized Raven Adolf's focus on honor, urging him to move aside. When Raven Adolf attempted to restrain Leon Krier, Daniel Gold intervened, warning him not to touch their students during the emergency. As they rallied everyone for battle preparation, they were suddenly shocked by an unforeseen event. In another scene, Rudd Donatos declared Damian Grace's fate as he hurled his spear, but Damian Grace, unwilling to die, was shielded by Gerald D. Graham, earning admiration from Ain Bryce for his determination. Gerald D. Graham reassures Damian Grace of his unwavering protection, prompting Damian to bite Gerald D. Graham's arm as Ain Bryce attempts an attack. Consuming Gerald D. Graham's arm, Damian expresses satisfaction while Rudd Donatos, frustrated in his struggle against Damian, is urged by Spirit King Feldroa to utilize potions. Damian criticizes Rudd Donatos for faltering in the battle, prompting Rudd to block an overwhelming attack, widening the gap in their strength. Despite Damian's relentless assault, Rudd Donatos resolves to defeat him with a single decisive blow, recalling Leon Creer's advice from his past life to anticipate future events rather than rely solely on his senses. Focusing on muscle control, mana flow, and following Leon Creer's guidance, Rudd seizes an opportunity to strike Damian, feeling his own body push to its limit as he plunges his sword into Damian's chest, tearing his body apart. Sensing a depletion in Heavenly Spirit's mana, Rudd Donatos observes Leon Creer and the others rushing to the scene, witnessing the distant confrontation between Rudd Donatos and Damian Grace. Leon Creer reflects on the moment she questioned Rudd Donatos' fear of dragons, driven by her own fear of losing loved ones. Calling out to Rudd Donatos, she freezes as Damian Grace sinks his teeth into Rudd's shoulder. Spirit King Feldro checks on Rudd's condition, remarking on his fortune that Damian didn't bite his neck instead. Damian Grace declares humans as mere food in his quest to reclaim his body, prompting Rudd Donatos to strike back, drawing blood. Mocking Damian, Rudd Donatos explains their survival against the Earth Dragon's attack 10 years prior, attributed to their toxic blood to dragons. Spirit King Feldro admonishes Rudd for his reckless action, draining his mana completely and relying on luck to survive. Rudd counters that stopping his sword would have also killed Damian, aiming his blade at Keanil, signaling the final showdown. Daniel Gold attempts to intervene, but Ain Bryce insists on watching without distraction. Rudd plunges his sword into Damian's throat, triggering his return to human form. Rudd urges Damian to stay alive and administers potions to heal his wounds, while Spirit King Feldro explains the significance of the heavenly divine sword in altering Damian's fate. Using the sword, Rudd corrects Damian's mana flow, curing his illness. Ain Bryce tries to halt Rudd's actions, seeking assistance, but Rudd reiterates his commitment to safeguarding everyone. As Leon Creer and the others rush to Rudd's aid, the confrontation reaches a pivotal moment. His Majesty has decreed that the disaster from a decade ago has resurfaced, with Gerald D. Graham deemed responsible for treason and slated for immediate execution alongside his grandson, Damian Grace. Ain Bryce is to be temporarily imprisoned. His Majesty seeks input from Rudd Donatos, the victor over the thousand-formed dragon. Ain Bryce seeks out Rudd Donatos and finds Leon Creer tending to him in bed, amusingly noting their blossoming relationship. Rudd Donatos jests with Leon Creer about her vision. Ain Bryce interrupts their moment and requests privacy to speak with Rudd. Leon Creer departs, urging Rudd to rest for a month. Ain Bryce playfully teases Rudd about his youthful energy, but Rudd clarifies they haven't been up to what Ain Bryce implies, and Rudd muses about finding a new apprentice. Meanwhile, outside, Leon Creer reflects on her perceived weaknesses and resolves to grow stronger. Bryce advises Rudd to prioritize his health, and Rudd reflects on the favorable outcome of their battle against the dragon. Ain Bryce praises Rudd's achievements, prompting Rudd to question Ain Bryce's unusual behavior. Ain Bryce warns Rudd of the consequences of crossing boundaries in the royal family. Rudd reassures Ain Bryce of his sanity, but remains suspicious of Ain Bryce's sudden niceties. Ain Bryce asserts that Gerald D. Graham and Damian Grace have crossed lines, to which Rudd responds with determination to push further. 4 weeks later, Rudd ponders his narrow victory over the dragon fragment and his brother's heroism. Arriving at the palace, Rudd converses with Spirit King Feldro about his palace experiences before entering the throne room for a meeting with guild leaders and Gleam Bernstein, heir to the Elpia Empire. Gleam Bernstein commends Rudd for slaying the thousand-formed dragon and offers him a reward. Rudd, however, shocks everyone by requesting clemency for Gerald D. Graham and Damian Grace. Despite the uproar, Rudd proposes another solution, revealing the seal of the lightning dragon. The lightning dragon Hanma stands out among the 7 dragons for its unique ability to polymorph, making it exceptionally formidable. In Rudd Donatos' past life, countless dragon slayers perished battling this relentless foe, eventually succeeding in its demise. Presenting the stone, Rudd Donatos is met with Raven Adolf's hostility, who views it as a greater threat than a mere ticking time bomb. Gleam Bernstein intervenes, urging everyone to lower their weapons and inquire about Rudd Donatos' findings and intentions. Rudd Donatos explains he discovered it in the treasury and brought it to aid in his proposal, dispelling notions of blackmail. He insists on their examination of the fragile stone, warning of imminent breakage if mishandled. Emphasizing the urgency of his proposal, Rudd-Donatos unveils his plan to eradicate the 7 dragons, starting with the lightning dragon. Raven Edelf scoffs at the ambitious plan, prompting Rudd to challenge his courage. Gleam Bernstein questions Rudd's confidence, citing the formidable history of the dragons and Venar's limitations. Rudd clarifies his need for both a battlefield and unified participation in the war. He proposes utilizing a wide space magic owned by Iris Halfleah and suggests a preparation period of 18 months. Stressing the importance of quality over quantity, Rudd invites those hesitant to join the battle, mocking Raven Edelf's fear. A guild master raises concerns about their ability to defeat the lightning dragon with limited numbers in a confined space. Rudd contends that their strength surpasses all others, and asserts there is no alternative but to confront the dragon head-on. Gleam Bernstein acknowledges the gravity of the decision, questioning Rudd's capacity to deliver and potentially rectify the devastation in the southern continent. Ultimately, Gleam Bernstein pardons Gerald D. Graham and Damian Grace, appointing Rudd as the leader of the Lightning Dragon Subjugation Force. In prison, Damian Grace is released, greeted by Gerald D. Graham, who expresses remorse and emphasizes the importance of living and atoning for their sins, recalling Rudd-Donatos' words of forgiveness for those who strive to save others. 1 month after the attack of the 1,000-formed dragon on Iradium, the discovery of the Lightning Dragon seal in Iradium's treasury was officially acknowledged. Rudd-Donatos, the young hero and successor of the sky-piercing technique, was credited for single-handedly defeating the 1,000-formed dragon. Heneth Harpoulia, reading a newspaper, continued on as she said, "The Emperor appointed Rudd-Donatos as the main organizer for the Lightning Dragon Subjugation team, and despite strong opposition from neighboring countries, he did not. He has decided to make an unprecedented move. Not only did he officially acknowledge the return of the 7 dragons, but he is also planning to unseal them and make the first move," Heneth Harpoulia mentioned, noting the Crown Prince's acknowledgement of Rudd-Donatos by bestowing upon him the title of a hero. It seems he wants to fulfill the long-cherished dream of the previous convention by consolidating the continent. Balaxteros looked at Heneth Harpoulia, confused. She continued, "The southern continent has been a forbidden land ever since the 1,000-formed dragon incident 10 years ago, and things are snowballing. And it's annoying." Balaxteros asked, "What is?" While Senior Lenia Peaceful sat next to him. Heneth Harpoulia expressed, "Rudd-Donatos is taking everything into his hands. He should ask for some help. If something happens to him, he should let us know." She was then interrupted by Senior Lenia, who remarked that Heneth Harpoulia didn't have the skills for that. Putting down the bread knife, she added, "Rudd-Donatos was about to die that day, and they were struggling to fight off the small fries. Weren't you tired after conjuring one big fireball?" Heneth Harpoulia slammed the table in frustration, saying, "I know." A flashback showed Heneth Harpoulia asking Leon Creer, "Where is Rudd?" Leon Creer responded aloud, "Pathetic." Heneth Harpoulia remembered feeling pathetic, the sadness evident on her face. She recalled how Rudd-Donatos had helped her, and thanks to him, she found a cure to save her sister. She felt indebted to Rudd-Donatos, but she just couldn't seem to repay him. Balaxteros and Heneth Harpoulia, with their food on the table, waited for Heneth Harpoulia to finish her speech and rants. Both looked bored. Balaxteros told Heneth Harpoulia not to overthink it, suggesting it was pretty simple. They were still very weak, and they should learn from this experience, doing everything they could to get stronger so they could help Rudd-Donatos when he needed it most. In another scene, Jeremy Duville folded a newspaper, saying, "As expected, the Crown Prince was easier to deal with than the reigning emperor." I don't know what happened, but Damian Grace and Gerald D. Graham weren't reprimanded. They got out of the incident with only a few scratches. He asked Rudd-Donatos if he did this right, addressing the young hero, Rudd-Donatos. While Rudd-Donatos was far away, he was furious upon hearing Jeremy Duville's words. "Here's some bull crap," he exclaimed, angrily punching Jeremy Duville, sending him flying to the floor. "You shouldn't have made people clean up your mess when you can handle it yourself. You jerk, scumbag piece of crap," Rudd-Donatos shouted as he grabbed Jeremy Duville by his shirt. "You made such a big mess. But you expect to just get away with it? I'd knock all your teeth out right now if I didn't still have something to check. Rudinatos demanded to know. How did you know that Professor Damian had the 1,000-form dragon's heart? Jeremy Duville, bloodied and smiling, replied that he had good sight since birth. Our family has really special eyes. That's why we have good eyesight as well as insight, he explained, especially when it comes to observing the flow of mana. Damian Grace used his mana through a tangled mana path. The mana formed around his neck instead of his heart. Jeremy Duville confirmed his suspicions through background checks because he was hesitant. Gerald D. Graham's grandchild suffered from mana hypersensitivity at a young age and woke up in a hospital shortly after the subjugation of the 1,000-form dragon. That's how he got the nickname, Predator. Rudinatos accused Jeremy Duville of driving him to suicide by gaslighting him. Jeremy Duville admitted, "Yes, but I failed and almost died as a result," chuckling despite the situation. "If only you had used your head or had the courage to run away instead of fighting." Rudinatos stopped him, demanding, "Stop playing games." "So, you wanted to expose him and play the hero?" Jeremy Duville explained that while his plans were indeed better than Rudinatos, he didn't want to become a hero. "I just wanted to witness the hero's story, the opportunity to see the life of a hero with my own eyes, just like the first hero, Venar." As Rudinatos stood there, Jeremy Duville asked him if he would become a hero. Would he slay the 7 dragons, have an incredible adventure, and at the end of the war, would he become a legend? Jeremy Duville expressed that he would be satisfied just being next to Rudinatos, even if he could only do a little bit. "The comrade of a hero," he said, his eyes glowing purple as he laughed and smiled, almost maniacally. He added that his final goal was to be the one who wrote the legend. Rudinatos bluntly replied that he didn't give a crap about being a hero. Jeremy Duville's smile turned upside down at this response. Rudinatos explained that the announcements in the newspapers were merely things they decided to publish to sell more papers. In fact, if he had a choice, he wouldn't want to be in this position. He thought to himself that now he understood why Jeremy Duville had been so subtly thorny in his previous life. He was the hero's comrade, but was that really the only reason? Rudinatos realized something important. His brother, a near-perfect hero, was not flawless. He was human, making mistakes due to misjudgment from fatigue. He always tried to push his body to the limits, but everyone had complaints and grudges against his brother. "Do you expect me to sit in a position where I embrace all the resentment with the face of the royal family's chosen one while working together to save the world?" Rudinatos wondered. He was puzzled by Jeremy Duville's ramblings, but concluded that everyone had to deal with crazy people. Rudinatos walked away, telling Jeremy Duville, "If you like that so much, do it yourself." Jeremy Duville refused and tried to grab Rudinatos' legs, insisting that he had to be the hero. Rudinatos thought to himself that Jeremy Duville was truly crazy. While hugging Rudinatos' legs, Jeremy Duville revealed that he was actually from Atun, the kingdom of trade. It shared its borders with the Alpi Empire, Moharan Kingdom, the Kingdom of Magic Parma, and the Kingdom of Spirit Bernica, a land trade center bordering 4 countries. However, in reality, it was a place where crime and money intertwined. Rudinatos was familiar with Atun because it was where he spent his mercenary days. He didn't realize Jeremy Duville was from there, assuming he came from an aristocratic family. Jeremy Duville explained that his family, the Duvilles, were a fallen one. His father and he were the only ones who survived, but his father was eventually killed. Jeremy Duville clarified that he wasn't asking for Rudinatos' sympathy because he wasn't really a good guy to begin with. He just inherited it. Rudinatos kicked Jeremy Duville in the face, telling him he didn't need to know all that. Jeremy Duville insisted on being honest and continued his story. After his father passed away, while organizing his assets in the basement, he found an old chest with preservation magic. It must have seemed like junk to his father, who wasted all his money on alcohol and entertainment. However, the chest appeared to be a few hundred years old. Inside, Jeremy found a very old book, paintings, musical scores, manuscripts, and even the diary of the chest's owner. He was shocked to discover that the owner of the diary was Alan Duville. The almighty ice spirit King Feldraw then interjected, informing Rudinatos that Alan Duville was the name of the guy who kept following Vanar around. Donatos was shocked by this revelation. Jeremy Duville explained that the diary his ancestors had written 700 years ago was about the greatest hero, Vanar. Jeremy Duville explained that the diary in their basement was the documentation of the first dragon slayer, Alain Duville, Jeremy Duville's family ancestor. Alain Duville was a wandering minstrel who had followed the first dragon slayer, Vanar, around. Jeremy Duville smiled in joy, describing how the diary contained every last detail of their incredible journey. Donatos, skeptical, asked the almighty ice spirit, King Feldraw, if this nonsense was real. Sadly, the ice spirit confirmed that it was indeed true. Jeremy Duville looked at Donatos, stating that the hero who saved the world and the minstrel who sang about it were happening again right in front of him. A descendant of the writer of the diary, was this not his destiny? Furthermore, the sealed lightning dragon being hidden in Aratium added to the sense of destiny. He turned to Donatos, questioning whether it hadn't crossed his mind that the lightning dragon seal would be in the treasury. Was it Gerald D. Graham's insurance to hide his grandson's secret? Jeremy Duville declared that it was destiny, and he would be of help to Donatos. He claimed to have trained hard enough to have the knowledge to be a hero's comrade, offering his eyes, his heart, anything. Donatos snapped, telling him to shut up. He thought to himself that this situation was spiraling out of control. This quick-witted, crazy guy knew nothing about the seal stone. Then who was responsible? Which crazy person had placed the lightning dragon seal stone in Aratium's treasury? The location of the seal stone wasn't mentioned in any records. If anyone had tried to take it, they would have surely been exposed by the triple spell security system. If a new artifact had appeared in Aratium's treasure vault, it would have certainly been noticed, unless it had been placed there when the treasury was initially formed. Turning to Jeremy Duville, Donatos asked if the diary contained any specific details about the lightning dragon. How it was sealed, where it was sealed, or how it was handled. Jeremy Duville admitted that he didn't know the specifics. The diary didn't mention battles or sealings, as those things were too dangerous for a minstrel to witness. Donatos looked confused and his face darkened. Really? He asked. Jeremy Duville replied, yes, the diary is at home. I can't show it to you right now. If you don't believe me, you should see it for yourself. I live alone in an empty house anyways. The diary is in the basement, so I'll just give you the keys. Just please acknowledge Jeremy Duville as one of your hero's comrades. Donatos stepped closer to Jeremy Duville, telling him this was the last time he would say this. He wasn't interested in being a hero. The acknowledgement of a hero was under the jurisdiction of the Papal See, and those without credentials could not be granted permission. Stepping on Jeremy Duville's shoulder, he stated that the only reason he was letting Jeremy Duville live was that his stupid eyes might help him kill the dragon. Jeremy Duville's eyes lit up as he started to say something, but Donatos interrupted sharply. The thing is, you can't start spewing nonsense about this in public. He told Jeremy Duville that if he wanted to live, he needed to listen, as he tried to get the key from him. In another scene, Donatos and Ain Bryce were eating outside. Ain Bryce asked if the person who sealed the lightning dragon left it there. Donatos replied that it was what he was speculating, sipping his iced tea. Ain Bryce mentioned that the air to the sky piercing technique was doubting the great ancestor. Donatos added that even he seemed hesitant. He pondered aloud. So, the hero Vanar didn't kill the 7 dragons but sealed them instead. But why didn't they record the location and methods of these seals for their descendants? Hero Vanar should have been strong enough to annihilate the 7 dragons, who saw humans as mere toys. Instead, he only drove them back towards the great northern mountains. As a result, humans escaped the dragon's control. But there's an ever-lurking threat. Ain Bryce commented that everything was the will of the founder, Vanar. Donatos redirected the conversation, mentioning that the academy had pretty much recovered from the incident. Professor Arthur was pronounced the new head of the academy. He asked Ain Bryce if he had gone to the inauguration ceremony. Ain Bryce replied, that bald dude becoming Aratium's principal. I guess you see all kinds of things if you live long enough. Arthur told me you took a leave of absence. Donatos confirmed, saying that he planned to finish the rest of the first year. There were still 6 months left, during which he planned to complete the second year's course and then take a year off to prepare for the subjugation of the lightning dragon. The new principal had assured him of support. Arthur Winston, the new principal, told Rudinatos that they had been conducting a large-scale inspection of the treasury because of the incident. He advised Rud to take whatever he needed while it was open, to which Rud simply replied, "Yep." Rudinatos mentioned that after that, he planned to spend 2 years doing internships at different guilds. Ain Bryce remarked on how tightly knit Rudinatos' plan seemed. Rudinatos explained that he hadn't originally planned to, but the Clouded Moon Guild leader was much more persistent than he had anticipated. He remembered being told, "Don't think you'll move on to personal relationships this time." Rudinatos recalled the condition for participating in the Lightning Dragon subjugation, being an intern for a year at their guild. Ain Bryce made a displeased face, commenting on how the guild leader had set such a condition for Rudinatos. Rudinatos shrugged, jokingly saying, "He's so charming that they're the ones who are sad." Ain Bryce then asked about Rudinatos' plan for the other year. Rudinatos replied that he was going to the Dragon Annihilation Troop first. He thought to himself that the Lightning Dragon was the delusive dragon, and he planned to be there beforehand. Ain Bryce asked if Rudinatos was referring to Leon Creer and the Dragon Annihilation Troop. Rudinatos questioned why Ain Bryce was looking at him like that. Ain Bryce simply smiled, seemingly knowing something about Rudinatos and Leon Creer. Ain Bryce then mentioned that Rudinatos would head to Parma in 6 months, emphasizing that field production would be crucial in preparing for the Lightning Dragon subjugation. Rudinatos agreed, mentioning that the Crimson Towers had asked him to go, and he would learn some magic here and there. He stretched his arms comfortably. Ain Bryce expressed surprise, asking if it wasn't too late to learn magic. Rudinatos chuckled, replying, "How can a teacher prioritize age?" This made Ain Bryce a bit angry. Rudinatos quickly added that before going to Parma, he would probably visit Atun. Ain Bryce questioned why Rudinatos would go there, referring to it as a place where scumbags hang out. Rudinatos casually mentioned that he had something to check, revealing the key in his pocket. He explained about something in a basement somewhere, the diary of the weirdo's ancestor. Meanwhile, at the Duville residence, a window was broken, blood was in the halls, and, in the basement, a child looked into a mysterious box. She thought all of the things inside were trash as she scattered the manuscripts and books around. 6 months had passed, and outside was filled with snow. Heneth Harpulia sneezed from the cold as Balaxteros approached her, noticing her unique sneeze. He held a hot cup of tea and remarked that it was the last day, yet she was studying here instead of going home. Heneth Harpulia asked why Balaxteros was interested, and he simply handed her the cup, suggesting she drink it while she studied. She questioned when Balak had become so thoughtful and what the tea was. Balaxteros explained that it was a buzzing egg tea, revitalizing one's body instantly. He mentioned that if she drank it and exercised, her sickness would, but he was cut off as Heneth Harpulia firmly stated she didn't need it. Balak sadly walked away with the cup, now getting cold. Resuming her study and research on the disease, Heneth Harpulia found it was going smoothly, following Rudinatos' instructions with the alchemy professor's help. She was sure she would be cured with time and effort. However, she wondered if that would be enough. Rudinatos had said he had things to do during the celebration. He had helped her find the cure for the disease, almost as if he intentionally brought up the topic because he knew her sister. Heneth Harpulia pondered how Rudinatos had such large quantities of potions prepared in advance, as if he knew the 1,000-form dragon would appear. Her thoughts were interrupted by a mug close to her cheek and someone calling her name. It was Rudinatos, showing her a hot tea. He asked what she was doing and told her to pay attention. Surprised, Heneth Harpulia asked if the tea was for her, but Rudinatos informed her it was his drink and took a sip. She then questioned why he was there, asking if he had come for a fight. Rudinatos advised her to stop fooling around and study hard while he was gone. Heneth Harpulia assured him she was, and Rudinatos walked away, leaving her with many questions. Outside the library, Rudinatos spoke with Balaxteros, asking if he was cold. Balak mentioned that the buzzing egg tea kept him warm and offered some to Rudinatos, who declined, preferring to remain cold. Meanwhile, Heneth Harpulia thought to herself about Rudinatos. She contemplated the reason behind why it seemed like he knew everything and how extraordinarily strong he was for his age. She concluded that they had to be there when Rudinatos needed them, thinking that being there for him should be enough. She closed her eyes and ears, telling herself to focus on studying. In another scene, Balaksteros worked hard to catch up to Rudinatos, while Senior Lenya played with ice crystals outside, creating spiral ice shards. She, too, wanted to catch up to Rudinatos' strength and made the place much colder, which Rudinatos could feel in another area of the school. The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa then remarked to Rudinatos about the magic coat sent by the royal family, questioning why he was still whining about being cold. Rudinatos replied that it was because the coat was made of leather, standing beside an incomplete snowman. The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa then questioned if Rudinatos didn't feel ashamed as the Spirit King's contractor, urging him to face the cold and chill head-on. Rudinatos replied that he wasn't sure if it was just the weather, but he felt like he was thinking a lot more because of the winter, making him happy. He casually put his arms on the snowman beside him. To his surprise, the snowman talked back, asking him who he was talking to. Suddenly, a wild Leon Krier appeared from within the snowman, her eyes turning white from the cold. Shivering, Leon Krier informed Rudinatos that she was leaving today. She didn't know what time he was leaving, so she had waited there for so long that the snow had made her look like a snowman. Rudinatos was shocked that Leon Krier had been standing there all day. He asked if she was crazy and if she had no common sense. Leon Krier retorted that hearing that from him made her a little mad. Deciding to take action, Rudinatos gave Leon Krier his red scarf, reminiscent of another anime about titans killing humans. He wrapped the red scarf around her head, scolding her for trying to get sick when she knew she caught a cold easily. As he entangled the red scarf around her, Leon Krier jokingly asked if he was suffocating her instead of protecting her from the cold. Rudinatos replied that she could talk perfectly fine. Leon Krier then asked Rudinatos how he knew she could easily catch a cold. Rudinatos gave her a glare as he remembered a past life incident when Leon Krier fell into a frozen lake while fighting a fish dragon. She turned blue, and it was so funny that Rudinatos couldn't stop laughing. This resulted in Leon Krier throwing him into the lake, nearly causing him to drown. She had told him he deserved it. In the present, Leon Krier smiled and remarked, "But still, isn't that enough?" Confused, Rudinatos asked, "What?" He pondered that his past life had already passed, yet in a way, it was still an event that had yet to happen in the future. He clarified that he wasn't saying they should forget all the memories of the past, he just didn't want her to feel guilty anymore. Leon Krier then laughed and told Rudinatos that she just really wanted to tell him that his comrades, including her, didn't die because of him. Rudinatos flicked Leon Krier's forehead, telling her to stop spewing nonsense. He added that she should do her best while he wasn't there, trying to be friendly with some other people too, especially since she blushed every time she saw their faces. Leon Krier replied that she wasn't the only one with a problem, but decided not to argue further. The carriage arrived, and Rudinatos informed Leon Krier that he was taking his leave. Leon Krier blushed, taking a deep breath in the cold air. She called out to Rudinatos, who turned to look at her. Without hesitation, Leon Krier rushed forward and hugged Rudinatos tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she told him how much she would miss him. Rudinatos, feeling a bit awkward, gently reminded her that it was cold outside and she should go back indoors. He seemed oblivious to her feelings at that moment. As Rudinatos boarded the carriage, Leon Krier waved goodbye, tears still in her eyes, clutching the red scarf he had given her around her neck. Inside the carriage, Rudinatos gazed out of the window, lost in thought about what Leon Krier had said to him. She didn't want him to feel guilty anymore, telling him it wasn't his fault that those people died. However, Rudinatos couldn't shake off the guilt. He felt responsible for being the sole survivor in his past life. If only he hadn't been so weak and useless. If some of the other talented individuals had survived, perhaps this cycle wouldn't have had to restart. Now, he couldn't even ask why she saved him or if she resented him. He knew he had to find the answer to that question. The scene shifted to the moon shining above a snowy mountain, highlighting Rudinatos' contemplation. In another scene, the time had come to spread the doctrine of compassion and grace to the poor souls. People were shown praying, hoping to correct the chaotic world that had strayed from the path of life. The narration spoke of the protection of the dragon's wings being with them. Meanwhile, an ominous figure with an evil smile and a dragon mask, adorned with an amethyst amulet, hinted at darker intentions lurking beneath the surface. In the bustling city of Ibris, the capital of the trading kingdom, the bright lights were concentrated in the central areas, while the outskirts, particularly the slums, remained desolate and neglected. As Rud Donatos walked through the streets, the impoverished residents cast curious glances at him. In his mind, he heard the voice of the almighty ice spirit King Feldrow, urging him to admit something. What? Rud Donatos asked, feeling a bit puzzled as the people around him continued to steal glances. You know you'll get lost here, even with your map, the Spirit King chided. Rud Donatos tightened his grip on the map in frustration. I have a good sense of direction. The Spirit King reminded him of past misadventures, a week lost in a forest, wandering a snowy mountain, and entering a dark cave. Rud Donatos vehemently defended himself, insisting that mistaking a volcano for a cave was a genuine mistake. Are we going to make it at this rate? The Spirit King questioned. Ignoring the Spirit King's doubts, Rud Donatos confidently pressed forward. However, he soon noticed someone observing him from afar. Unfazed, he reassured the Spirit King that he knew the way, though he looked back to see a figure with a giant axe following him. The axe-wielding man approached Rud Donatos, warning him about the toll tax in that part of town. He demanded that Rud Donatos hand over all his belongings to spare his life. Thinking quickly, Rud Donatos pulled out something from his pocket and swiftly approached the man. Instead of attacking, he asked for directions to the Duville residence, catching the man off guard. Infuriated by Rud Donatos' tone, the man, identified as Volvic the executioner of the Mastiff Mercenary Corps, swung his axe. Rud Donatos dodged the attack, questioning who the mercenary group was. Volvic the executioner threatened Rud Donatos, declaring his affiliation with the feared Mastiff Mercenary Corps. However, Rud Donatos, recalling his brief encounter with the group, asserted his position. There was a time when I was briefly in debt to them. In terms of seniority, I could be considered a veteran, Rud Donatos stated confidently. Volvic the executioner, realizing his mistake, paled at the realization that he had antagonized the wrong person. Rud Donatos then demanded that Volvic guide him to his destination, leading to a comical scene of them going in circles. Meanwhile, the almighty ice spirit King Feldrow questioned Rud Donatos about the mercenary group, to which Rud Donatos explained his past as a mercenary before coming to Aratium, referring to them as just a bunch of horny bastards. As Volvic ran in the background, Rud Donatos and the Spirit King continued their banter. Rud Donatos, holding onto the gate of the Duville residence, pondered if the head bastard was still alive. He noticed the broken glass in the blood-stained floor, realizing he didn't need a key to enter. Gripping his sword, he descended into the basement, where he was shocked to find the body of an injured elven lady on a table. The almighty ice spirit King Feldrow explained that she was on the brink of death but still alive. He mentioned the dark practice of enslaving elves in secret within Ibris. Rud Donatos observed the decaying leg, likely due to a curse, realizing it was too late for him to intervene. The Spirit King revealed that a dark wizard was responsible, and it was a miracle the woman was still alive. Suddenly, a little girl wielding a knife attacked Rud Donatos. He swiftly blocked her with his shield as she yelled at him not to touch her mother, accusing him of being a perverted bastard. The girl then attempted to use magic, but it backfired, throwing her back as her spirit rebelled against her. Rud Donatos remarked on the fearsome repercussions of crossing one's superiors. The Spirit King noted that the girl was afflicted with the same curse as her mother. Rud Donatos mentioned that since she could fly around, she seemed able to endure the pain. Approaching the child with his sword, the girl threatened Rud Donatos, shouting for her mother. Rud Donatos, irritated by her yelling, instructed her to be quiet. He then pointed his sword at the curse on her feet, dispelling it and initiating the healing process. The sword, seemingly with a mind of its own, protested Rud Donatos' actions. However, Rud Donatos dismissed its objections, stating that they should at least attempt to use mana for reversal first, as absorption was more challenging than discharge. The little girl, now looking at her healed feet, turned her attention to her mother on the table. She called out to Rud Donatos, asking if this was his house and inquiring if he planned to sell her off. Irritated, Rud Donatos replied that it wasn't his house and he wasn't interested in her situation. He urged her to leave him alone so he could find the book he was looking for and then leave immediately. The Spirit King remarked on Rud Donatos' stubbornness, despite releasing the curse, suggesting he might be embarrassed. Rud Donatos retorted that the Spirit King was being too loud. Meanwhile, the little elf looked at her healed feet and then at her mother on the table, calling out to Rud Donatos once more. She showed him a book, asking if it was the one he was searching for. Rud Donatos hesitated, telling her to hold on. The girl rushed to the fireplace, intending to burn the book. She pleaded with Rud Donatos to save her mother before she destroyed the book in the flames. The little girl pleaded with Rud Donatos to save her mother, and he took a deep breath before explaining that curses are a type of mana that circulates throughout the body. When it damages the heart, no potion or magic can reverse it. He told her that unfortunately, her mother would die no matter what he did. The little elf, holding on to the book, was terrified by this revelation. She insisted that her mother could live if the curse was lifted, just like what Rud Donatos did to her. Turning to the almighty ice spirit King Feldra, Rud Donatos asked if he should smack the girl and take the book. The Spirit King advised against it, reminding Rud Donatos that she was just a young child. Rud Donatos, frustrated, explained that the girl needed to learn about reality at a young age. He then grabbed the book from her, telling her that she couldn't even hold on to it, so how could she threaten him? He emphasized that no matter what he did, her mother would still die, and she needed to find a way to live on her own. The little elf pleaded, offering to do anything, clean, cook, be a slave. She begged Rud Donatos to take her mother, as her mother meant everything to her. Rud Donatos sternly told her that his troubles wouldn't vanish if he begged on his knees. He explained that she would be of no benefit to him, and she needed to face the reality of her situation. He urged her to use this time to get stronger instead of sobbing. The little girl expressed her despair, saying she didn't want to be weak and that she couldn't compare to Rud Donatos. She lamented her weak magic and inability to wield a sword, feeling the weight of her helplessness. She accused Rud Donatos of being born strong from the start and unable to empathize with her weakness. Rud Donatos, remembering his own childhood struggles, looked at the little girl and walked away, telling her to stay where she was if she wanted to spend her whole life that way. The little elf cried and wiped her tears. Upstairs, Rud Donatos read the diary, while the almighty ice spirit King Feldra tried to talk to him. Rud Donatos told the Spirit King to shut up, stating that what the girl wanted to do was up to her discretion. His goal was simply to read the diary and leave her be. In the diary, it was written, "I am a minstrel. A minstrel expresses their adventures through plays, poems, and music, experiences related to various human characters and the passage of time, rather than an introspection of the inner self. The person who records must remain an absolute official arm for the work. If the story isn't minimized, the whole flow will be ruined." The little elf looked at her mom lying on the table, her heart heavy with worry. Meanwhile, the minstrel continued writing the story that Rud Donatos was engrossed in reading. The minstrel expressed that the experiences of a minstrel were worthy of being recorded, hoping that this story would be passed down for a long time. Recounting an event from the past, the minstrel described traveling towards a desert with a few other merchants when they were suddenly attacked by a dragon. Fear gripped them all, thinking they would meet their end, until a man named Venar appeared and saved them. Venar was no ordinary man. He was fearless in facing dragons, earning the nickname Dragon Slayer. Observing Venar closely, the minstrel noted his prowess with sword, magic, and spirit arts. But what truly set him apart was his charisma and leadership courage. Venar naturally attracted followers, though few could match his fighting abilities. The minstrel lamented his own inability to fight and be called a comrade, longing to be among the select few considered close to Venar. Among these chosen companions were Denaharpulla, Killian Steros, Reynold Bernstein, Arcania. Rud Donatos noticed that most of these names sounded familiar to him, but it was the last one, Arcania, that piqued his interest. Perhaps there would be more information about her in the following pages of the diary. As he continued reading, he discovered that all of them were described as insane in some way. Diana, with her fiery temper. Killian, addicted to muscle. Reynold, with ambitions of establishing an empire. Arcania, lost in her own world. Of them all, the minstrel seemed to regard Arcania as the most intriguing. Despite her cryptic intentions and strange behavior, she didn't commit any particularly evil deeds. However, the minstrel wondered if these individuals could truly lead humanity. In another entry, it was mentioned that they were successful in sealing the lightning dragon. Reynold, in particular, was described as laughing with one eye crushed, expressing his desire for a world where dragons were extinct. Another passage spoke of the remaining dragon kings, the martial dragon and the void dragon. Even among the 7 dragons, these 2 were exceptionally strong. The minstrel mentioned an unknown ruin at the end of the great forest, chosen as the battleground to confront them. There was talk of a passage to the floating island. Is it real? The minstrel pondered, leaving Donatos intrigued by the mysteries unfolding in the diary. In another time, weariness pervaded everyone as the relentless fighting continued. Only Venar and Arcania seemed unaffected by the fatigue, appearing relatively normal amidst the struggle. The final showdown eventually arrived, with the other dragon slayers tackling the formidable force of the dragons. However, the group of warriors decided to venture into the dragon's sacred sanctuary. Many pleaded with Vanner to let them accompany him, but only a select few were granted permission to proceed. After the heroic return, humanity emerged victorious. The war was finally over, and the time had come to sow the seeds of peace across the continent. However, some lingering questions haunted Donatos. Vanar's choice to seal the dragons instead of slaying them perplexed him. Despite lacking the power to end their lives, Donatos couldn't comprehend why Vanar opted to merely banish the remaining dragons. What puzzled him even more was the absence of any dissenting voices regarding Vanar's decision. Donatos wondered what transpired at the dragon's sacred place to necessitate this course of action. As the party disbanded, Killian started a family in the northern snowfield. Diana returned to the Crimson Tower. Reynold founded an empire and became its emperor. Vanar established an academy to train future dragon slayers. Arcania, Elaine, and Belian's whereabouts remained unknown. Now, it was time for Alan Duville to return to his place. Vanar eventually sought him out, prompting Donatos to inquire about Alan Duville, the 7 dragons, and the unnamed white dragon. As Donatos questioned, the almighty ice spirit King Feldraw remained silent. Donatos pointed out that if the spirit was there during the empire's construction and the completion of the imperial palace 700 years ago, it meant that the spirit was present with the first dragon slayers. Could Vanar have been the hero, the one with whom the spirit was contracted at that time? Donatos speculated that the ancient pact, which risked their very existence, might have been made at the sacred place of the dragons. However, the almighty ice spirit King Feldraw remained reticent, unable to divulge further information to Donatos. Frustrated, Donatos slammed the table, demanding answers about what happened 700 years ago. Just then, the little girl interrupted, apologizing for her earlier actions and pleading for one last favor. She tearfully asked Donatos to move her somewhere she could see the forest, revealing that her mother was fading away in the basement. It was a heart-wrenching plea from a child facing the impending loss of her mother. Donatos said, although the continent officially abolished slavery a long time ago, the fairy species' beautiful features and voices are in high demand, making them easy targets for illegal slave hunters. They live hidden deep in the forest without interaction with other races, pursuing an idyllic life. They live a long and slow life, reaching adulthood only after the age of 150. This fairy species originated from the spirit world, which they left long ago to settle in this world instead. Perhaps that is why, the moment a fairy stops breathing, her mother said, "Renee, my beloved Renee." "It's okay. Mom will always." Donatos said, "Both their bodies and souls return to the spirit world without a trace. Stay by your side." As she looked at her mother fading away in the forest, Renee said, "If we had been able to get out of that hellish place just a bit faster, if I had become an adult quickly." Mom protected me all her life, but in the end I couldn't even protect her once. But it's fine. Since Mom said she'd stay by my side forever, I can't just keep crying, Donato said to himself. In my previous life, the fairy species chose to escape and remain silent rather than fight against the dragons. They perished after insisting on remaining peaceful until the end. Frankly speaking, I don't like their species, but Donato said to Renee, you'll have to survive alone now. You can't keep whining and waiting for someone's help. But still, there are times when you overcome something by crying your heart out. Renee began to cry. A few moments later, she followed Donatos. Donatos looked at her, and she said, she. My name is Renee Nastia, Renee of the Nastia tribe. I apologize, but I have nowhere to go at the moment, and I must avoid the hunter's eyes. May I stay here a bit longer? I'll make sure not to inconvenience you at all. I'll do anything I can, so. Donato said to himself, there's no way the hunters would let go of runaway slaves that easily. I guess that's the only place this girl can go anyway. Donatos told Renee Nastia, come to think of it, you used a magic spell when you attacked me. Teach me some magic. Renee Nastia said, it's not impossible, but I'm only a second circle magician, and you look pretty strong even without it. Donatos said, because it's better to have a lot of cards in your hands. Since I have to learn from the basics, 1 or 2 days won't be enough. Just teach me the basics to some extent. In return, I'll look for a place for you to stay. And I'm not an Ayusi. My body is only 17 years old, you know? Renee Nastia looked at Donatos and thought. Then she caught up to him and said, then, what should I call you? Donatos said, Donatos. Call me by my name. Renee Nastia replied, yes, Ayusi. And Donatos was silent. The next day, Renee Nastia said to Donatos in the forest, then, let's begin the first class. From now on, I'll be your teacher, so please show me the appropriate courtesy. Donatos said to himself, there's no way she's fine after a single night. Is she pretending to act fine on purpose? Donato said to Renee Nastia. Okay, Renee Nastia said. Simply speaking, magic is like painting. You have to use mana instead of paint. You create a spell by determining the nature and attributes of the mana. It's like choosing a color to paint with. No. However, the difference between magic and painting is that you can modify it as many times as you desire even after completing it. Of course, as the level of the magic increases, the arrangement of spells becomes more complex, and modifications become difficult, but it's said that archmages at the 8th circle can handle them freely. Come to think of it, how many mana rings do you have, Ayusi? Donato said, I don't have anything like that. Renee Nastia said, pardon? Donato showed off his hands and said, because my mana is here. Renee Nastia was shocked and said, isn't that the sky-piercing technique that is said to have been passed down by the first hero? How did you get that? Donato said, I'm quite an incredible man. Is a teacher allowed to talk nonsense, though? Renee Nastia said, right. Anyway, it seems like you have enough mana. You don't seem to have any problems controlling and managing it either, so let's get straight to real practice. The 3 elements of magic are mana, technique, and casting. Simply put, draw out the necessary mana, create a spell technique, and manifest it through casting. Although mana stabilization, rearrangement, computation, and materialization are also necessary. Donato said, mana, technical computation, casting. Renee Nastia looked at Donatos and said, oh, a knack for it. That's an impeccable magic spell. Even though it's your first time using it, the degree of completion. Donato said, the manifestation is too slow. Renee Nastia said, too slow? Even a proficient mage would find it difficult to materialize a magic spell in 2 seconds. Donato said, the bastards I know don't even cast. Renee Nastia said, the things that you want to do during your first class are too difficult. Of course, although casting is an auxiliary means to determine the form of magic, materializing magic with just an image in your head is only possible if you reach the White Flame Empress's level. Donato said, should I quit? Renee Nastia shouted, no, I said you really have the knack for it, okay? It's not easy to cast your first magic spell in such a short period of time, Donato said, but throwing a sword QI attack takes less time than casting a spell. Renee Nastia said, it's too early to give up. I'll help you at all costs. Donato said, no, you don't really have to go to such lengths. Renee Nastia said, There are a lot of good books in this house. I'll rummage through the study and find some textbooks, so just wait there, Rodinato said. She's trying hard. The almighty ice spirit King Feldror said, she has no choice but to try hard because she wants to stay alive. Rodinato said, what? You didn't say anything after what happened yesterday. The almighty ice spirit King Feldror said, Rud, magic is your imagination. I'll help you a little, so try out again. Rodinatos replied, it's useless. No matter how I squeeze my head, materializing magic without casting is. Suddenly, Rodinatos was shocked. The almighty ice spirit King Feldror said, casting aided by imagination. If I just help with computation and imagery, mana control won't be a problem for you, right? Rodinatos said, so sharing our imagination is the way? I thought you blabbering in my head would be all there was to this. Are you telling me to take this instead and relieve my anger since you can't answer my questions? The almighty ice spirit King Feldror said. Not exactly. Rodinatos said, I'll take it. This is enough for use in a real battle. Renee Nastia came back and said, Rud, as you see, this is a magic textbook. Rodinatos, while making a huge magic circle, said, oh, teach, you're here? Renee Nastia was shocked. Her eyes went wide, and she said, what? What in the world happened while I was gone? What are you doing right now? Rodinatos said, I'm repeating the techniques over and over. I thought it would be possible to make the diagram three-dimensional instead of flat. Renee Nastia said, what? What kind of insane thing are you doing? If you lose even a bit of control, and she ran towards Rodinatos. Rodinatos nervously said, I'm screwed. Renee Nastia looked at him from a distance. Rodinatos said, if it runs wild. A huge explosion erupted. 2 weeks later, at the Ibris, in the millionaire Jillian's mansion, a person said, so that bastard has that little elf. And a person kneeling said, yes, I'm positive, General Manager. I've been spying on him for a few days, but I didn't realize that he was the warrior from the newspaper. It was Mastiff Mercenary Corp leader Balkan Distir. Suddenly, a man with many rings slammed the table in anger and shouted, never, ever, that nobody is messing with my precious treasures. Chirel, my love, Chirel should be there too. Balkan, if you're my dog, you better make up for your meals with this. And it was millionaire Jillian. Balkan Distir was angry and said to himself, Rodinatos. Balkan Distir said, okay, you don't have to be so pushy. That guy has a debt that he needs to repay me for. A person reading the paper said, Balkan, I don't know what your relationship with that guy is, but the opponent is a person with enough skill to be recognized by the imperial family and announced by the media. Rather than being irrational, it was Dark Wizard Hyman. Balkan Distir said, I don't believe in stupid rumors like that. Warrior, that's funny. That guy, he's just. And he stepped on the paper, continuing to say, a mentally deranged murderer. Dark Wizard Hyman said, these guys never listen. Millionaire Jillian said, Hyman, is he really that strong? Dark Wizard Hyman said, the rumors probably overestimate his strength. But even if he is strong, you don't have to worry. We'll have everything prepared here before Balkan arrives. In a different scene at the same time, in the Duville residence, Rodinatos said to himself, this movement is quite easy now. Even first circle magic can be useful if combined hundreds of times. I'll need to learn advanced magic from a higher level magician. Renee Nastia shouted, Rud, what are you trying to destroy today? You said it's not even your house. No matter how much I clean, the whole residence remains a mess. Don't destroy the clothes I just bought you. Just stay calm and study today. Suddenly, multiple attacks approached them, and Rodinatos shouted at Renee Nastia, Doc! Renee Nastia looked behind as the skill hit the ground. The dust clouds cleared, and there were no bodies on the ground. Balkan Distir said outside the gate, Dang! Stupid, reckless. His comrade looked at the debris and said, Heek, that guy being a sixth circle isn't just a rumor. This much shouldn't even have left a corpse behind. Balkan Distir said, if that elf dies, Jillian will explode. Suddenly, Balkan Distir noticed something. Renee Nastia, sitting on the ground, said, Rud? What happened, that sword? Renee Nastia said to herself, isn't that the sword that reversed Mom's curse? It wasn't even scratched by the explosion. Did the sword receive all the damage? Then, Rud. Balkan Distir was shocked and said to Renee Nastia, what the? You're fine? Balkan Distir immediately grabbed Renee Nastia and said, where's your mom? Renee Nastia shouted at him, let go. You bad guy. Balkan the steer smacked her and said, "Shut up, an adult is asking you a question." "You annoying bastard." "Your mom, where is she?" Renee replied. "You guys will never get to my mom. She returned to the forest." Balkan the steer slammed her to the ground and said, "What bullshit?" "Damn it, you're annoying me," he continued. "Ha, then that's that. Let me ask you something else. Ak, where is Rud Donatos? Is he dead? Why aren't you answering? Did that bastard return to the forest too?" Suddenly, from behind, Rud Donatos moved to attack Balkan the steer, hitting him in the back and pushing him away. Balkan the steer said, "So now you're crawling out, you traitor," Renee said to Rud Donatos. "Sir," Rud Donatos said to Renee, "don't come out and stay calm." The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa said, "It's the flesh-eating curse that the dead elf was infected with." "Do you need a potion?" Rud Donatos thought to himself. Thanks to the overlapping artifacts, it only tore off a little. But since it stopped, it's fine. Rud Donatos said, "You just barged in and started barking." "Yo, sent a simple assholes with no roots." Renastia thought to herself, "Oh, his sword is still here." She shouted at Rud Donatos, "Rud, here." Then she noticed, he's already holding it. I couldn't even see when. The goons started to attack Rud Donatos, and one of them shouted, "No roots." "What? How dare you say that about the Mastiff Mercenary Corps?" Suddenly, he exploded. Balkan the steer thought to himself, "An explosion? A bomb? It's not magic for sure." The dust cleared, and Rud Donatos remained standing, his sword sparking as it dripped with strawberry juice. Goons attacked Rud Donatos from behind, shouting, "He's this way." And they all exploded. Balkan the steer thought to himself, "Aha, so everything was a lie. How dare he act like that in front of an elite unit?" One of his goons dropped, burnt to a crisp. Balkan the steer shouted, "Biggs!" A goon shouted at Balkan the steer, "Leader!" "Behind you," Rud Donatos said. "This time it's magic. Don't be scared. It's only a first circle magic missile." Multiple magic attacks shot at them. Balkan the steer said, "But why are there so many? On top of that, the explosions overlap, so the trajectories are unpredictable." "Ack! You dumb bastards, open your eyes," Rud Donatos told him. "You should be the one opening your eyes." "Long time, right?" "Balkan the steer." Rud Donatos managed to take out all the goons and pointed his sword at Balkan the steer's neck. Renee thought to herself, "He took out everyone all alone. What is Ajusi's true identity?" That bright red sword exploded each time it came in contact with blood. He also had that cursed nullification sword. How many special swords does he have? Rud Donatos said to Balkan the steer, "I should have just cut you guys up instead of using this explosive blood sword. No matter how much I think about it, I can't understand. Why are you the one who's angry after blindsiding me 5 years ago?" Balkan the steer said, "Blindsiding? You stupid, ungrateful monkey. I treated you like my own son. You dare step back into Ibris after killing half the mercenary corps? You are a monster disguised as a human," Rud Donatos said. "What kind of bullshit is that? For a nameless refugee kid, you killed your colleague just because he did some dirty deeds and destroyed my handsome face." Rud Donatos was shocked and thought to himself, "Something isn't adding up. In my past life, I wasn't the one who killed half the mercenary corps, nor was I ever treated like a son. I was the nameless refugee kid. At the time, the mercenary corps was made up of weak guys going around street fighting. Of course, there were some shitty people and perverts in the mix. After losing our family and wandering aimlessly, when we arrived in Ibris, the Mastiff Mercenary Corps was no different from any other mercenary corps. Fortunately, at that time, my brother was strong enough to earn their respect. On the contrary, I was perceived as a leech living off of my brother. When we were together, my brother often protected me. However, he had also received Balkan's favor and was frequently called on missions. That day happened to be a day when my brother was away on a mission. Tired of being pushed around, I rebelled against them and was beaten to the brink of death. My brother coincidentally witnessed that scene and killed half of the Mastiff Mercenary Corps. Yes, the one who killed half of the Mercenary Corps and left the scar on Balkan's face wasn't me, but my brother, Aesir Donatos. Rud Donatos in the past asked, "Why? Why did you do that? You didn't have to kill everyone." His brother said, "Don't worry, Rud. They're all bastards who deserve to die. Even if I have to leave you behind because of this, it was all for you." Rud Donatos continued, "Soon, a warrant was issued throughout Atun, so my brother left after entrusting me to a certain man. That choice may have been the best choice at the time. However, after a series of events, I ended up living alone. I heard about my brother only after many years had passed. The fact that this guy is reacting this way in a world where my brother is missing. Does it mean everything my brother did in my past life is now my responsibility? Suddenly, Rud Donatos' sword size. Rud Donatos said, "Does it have to be a messed up situation like this every time?" Balkan Destir looked at Rud Donatos in shock. Suddenly, his back exploded, and he was thrown away. Balkan Destir said, "Wait! Now that I think about it, you must have had your reasons." Rud Donatos shouted and stabbed the ground near Balkan Destir, saying, "Shut up." Even after all this time, the Mastiff Mercenary Corps is still a shitty organization that does shitty stuff with kids. Balkan Destir, confused, said, "Time? What are you talking about?" Rud Donatos replied, "A guy who's about to die doesn't need to know." His sword sparked, and a huge explosion followed. Rud Donatos wiped away his sweat and said, "Damn it, I'm so fucking sore." Renee Nastia shouted, "Ajusi." Rud Donatos said, "Don't come here. Go somewhere safer." Renee Nastia grabbed Rud Donatos' shirt and said, "Run away. That guy is just Jillian's goon. He's the one who tormented me and my mother. He has many more mercenaries at his mansion. What's more, he even has a dark wizard there. Since I'm the one they're after, Ajusi you." Rud Donatos suddenly grabbed Renee Nastia like a kitten, put her on his shoulders and said, "All right, take me there." Renee Nastia, angry, grabbed Rud Donatos' hair and said, "What are you talking about?" "You need to run away." Rud Donatos said, "Ouch, wait, if I go alone it'll take me more than half a day. Since you taught me magic, I'll teach you something too. There are two things that must be repaid. First is kindness, the other is oppression." They looked at the mansion on top of the hill. Meanwhile, at Jillian's mansion, millionaire Jillian and dark wizard Hyman looked at the crystal ball. They saw Balkan Destir in pieces. Millionaire Jillian said, "He's dead." He trembled in fear and dropped to the ground as his heart beat loudly. Shaking, he said, "Balkan's dead. He was such a strong guy, yet he didn't even get to attack." Dark wizard Hyman said, "He's coming here." Millionaire Jillian ran away and said, "No, listen up. Gather all the elven slaves and lock them up. Don't leave a single one behind. Hyman, you know why I spent a lot of money to support you, who was exiled from the Magic Kingdom, right? Go kill that monster. And don't leave a single scratch on my treasure." Dark wizard Hyman said to himself, "I don't want to use my precious work to save that fat bastard, but I do need funding for my research." He told millionaire Jillian, "No need to worry, Sir Jillian. We possess that." Millionaire Jillian said, "Right! We have that. Hyman, your research is a masterpiece." A person shouted at Rud Donatos, "You son of a bitch! Do you even know where you are?" Another said, "Stop right there." Rud Donatos asked, "Is it here?" Renee Nastia said, "Yes, this is Jillian's mansion. He must be swimming in money. He has a bunch of guards." "Ajusi, are you all right?" Rud Donatos said. "Why do you ask?" Renee Nastia said, "Even though they are our enemies, they are still like humans." Rud Donatos said, "Despite my warnings, those bastards attacked me first." Renee Nastia said, "Well, that's true." Rud Donatos said, "Look, they're still trying to attack me." A guard suddenly cried in fear as a beast stepped on him. Renee Nastia said, "Those are mana beasts? No, I've never seen any mana beasts that look like that." Rud Donatos said to himself, "It's a chimera created by combining various creatures using magic. I'm pretty sure it's illegal though, even if we assume that these are chimeras. Why did they release these beasts that can't even distinguish between friend and foe?" Rud Donatos gripped his sword and told Renee Nastia, "You need to go hide somewhere." Rud Donatos said, Well, they even replicated a Dracator. It's made with parts of dragons, beasts, and mana beasts." Suddenly, Rud Donatos moved forward and Renee Nastia shouted, "Herte Ajushi!" Rud Donatos said, "Hey, I told you to hide because it's dangerous." Renee Nastia said, "I know, but that guy." Renee Nastia remembered him saying to her, "Little Renee, traveling alone is dangerous. He's the guardian of our tribe, Herte Nastia." Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldra said, "They must have known each other. I had a feeling that one of the parts of the chimera is a living elf. A tribe's guardian is quite powerful, but his memory and conscience should have worn out a long time ago." Suddenly, Herte Nastia threw his spear, and Rud Donatos and Renee Nastia jumped away. Rud Donatos said, "He's definitely on another level compared to the others." Herte Nastia stabbed at Rud Donatos, who used his shield. Rud Donatos thought to himself, "This is quite lucky for me." I wanted to start using the techniques I used in my previous life. Unlike the sky-piercing technique, they weren't famous swordsmanship techniques. They were techniques that I had developed while fighting on the battlefield. Rud-Dinatos used his skill on Nastia. Swallow. Nastia moved back. Rud-Dinatos suddenly charged towards Nastia and tried to stab him. Nastia said, "I can't avoid it." In that case, he charged back and tried to attack. Rud-Dinatos suddenly stabbed the ground and used his skill clearing snow. Nastia was exhausted and looked at Rud-Dinatos. Nastia said, "The sword wound isn't that deep. I can still keep fighting." Rud-Dinatos thought casually and said, Damn it, what was the skill called again?" While Nastia charged towards him. Rud-Dinatos suddenly said, "Oh, I remember, wolf." Suddenly, Nastia's attack was blocked. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa said, "Did you embed the condensed sword energy accumulated from the previous attack into your body and unleash it?" Also, the technique names. Rud-Dinatos replied, "Shut up. I named them when I was much younger. The names should be interesting and easy to say, right?" He dashed towards Nastia. In the distance, a staff charged its energy and shot at Rud-Dinatos, but he managed to evade it. Rud-Dinatos looked in the direction of the attack and saw a huge magic circle. It was Dark Wizard Hymen. Renee said, "It's the Dark Wizard Hymen!" Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa asked, "Do you need help?" Rud-Dinatos said, "No, I'm fine." This time, I'm far out of his league. Rud-Dinatos thought to himself, the three elements of magic are mana, technique, and casting. This level of magic can easily be destroyed if the structure is disrupted. As for the remaining mana, Rud-Dinatos suddenly attacked, saying, "Eat this!" A wave hit the magic of Dark Wizard Hymen. Dark Wizard Hymen thought to himself, "Dispel? No, that's not it. It's more like my magic is being devoured." "What the hell is that sword?" Dark Wizard Hymen suddenly chanted gibberish. Rud-Dinatos, looking at Dark Wizard Hymen, said, "What are you doing?" He shouted and threw his spear, saying, "Get down, bitch!" It directly hit Dark Wizard Hymen, who fell from the sky and said, "Damn it!" He made me use recovery and levitation magic with just one attack. To top it off, I ran out of mana and took a big hit. The mana reflux! Rud-Dinatos said, "How does you being a six-circle magician matter? Your body is frailer than a 6-year-old's. Dark Wizard Hymen thought to himself, he dealt with that high-level six-circle magic in an instant. Damn it all. Even if he's the next hero, how does this make sense? Thankfully, I have just enough mana left to use one teleportation spell. I have to escape now." Rud-Dinatos suddenly stepped on Dark Wizard Hymen's hands and said, "To where?" Dark Wizard Hymen shouted in pain like a baby. Rud-Dinatos said, "Let's keep it simple without any nonsense," and made him go to sleep. Renee looked at Nastia in the distance and shouted, "No, Theosi." Dark Wizard Hymen thought to himself, "It's a chance. Finish the job, you failure." He pushed Nastia and suddenly cast a spell, shouting gibberish again while Rud-Dinatos slashed through Nastia. Rud-Dinatos grinned and thought to himself, the core has been destroyed. He won't last long. Nastia cried and tried to run towards Nastia, shouting, "Ajusi!" Rud-Dinatos picked her up like a kitten and said, "Stay away from it. It could still pose a threat." Rud-Dinatos thought to himself, if he were still alive, he would have been very strong. Not just anyone gets to be honored as the guardian of a tribe. I don't believe he's the type of person to get caught by a feeble dark wizard. Renee looked at Nastia's body as she cried silently, remembering when her mother and Nastia were alive. Renee said, "Those guys, where would they run off to?" Rud-Dinatos said, "Not far. They're pretty injured." Renee asked, "Are you going to chase them?" Rud-Dinatos said, "Yep." He took out his sword and asked, "Do you want to follow me?" Renee said, "Yes. Mom would be disappointed in me, but I still want to take revenge." In another scene, millionaire Jillian shouted, "Out! Get out! Go out and protect the mansion, you incompetent bastards! Don't let a single ant enter the underground bunker. Is Hymen here? Why isn't he coming?" Dark Wizard Hymen dropped to the ground. Millionaire Jillian said, "Hymen, what in the world happened to you?" Dark Wizard Hymen replied, "Shut up," and thought to himself, "I need to run away." "Damn it. What the hell is that damn kid?" Millionaire Jillian said, "Are you trying to run away? You're leaving me and my treasures behind? Do you know how much I sacrificed for you?" Dark Wizard Hymen thought to himself, "Catalysts, materials. And all that support for research needed to manufacture chimeras. He said, why are you talking about research when we're about to die? I'm in this situation because of you, you fat-ass bitch. Is your head so full of fat that you can't comprehend anything? Give me the keys to the stable right now. I'm out of mana, so we need to ride horses. Suddenly, he was struck from behind. Rudinato said, where are you trying to go? Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldro said, what is that sword? It swept up the entire treasury. Rudinato said, Philia, the severing sword. It's the sword that cuts through space which Leon used in his past life. It uses up a lot of mana, so I didn't want to use it. Millionaire Jillian tried to run and said, monster! Someone save me! Save me! Save me! He tried to hide under the skirt of a lady elf and said, you useless. Suddenly, he was tied up and dropped to the ground. Rudinato said, hey, I have something to ask you. I'll finish it soon since there's a guy waiting for his turn. The elf you used to make the chimera was quite strong. There's no way you guys could have subdued it yourself. Where did you get it? Millionaire Jillian said, Ibris Black Market. Of Dragon's mask and white robes. Could it be the Church of the Dragon? A weird-ass organization that dreams of dragons ruling the world. If they obliterated the Nastias and captured the guardian of the tribe, then things make sense. Millionaire Jillian said, I told you everything I know. My treasure. No, those slaves. I'll let you do whatever you want to them. There may be a few rotting ones, but some of them are still fresh. Renee Nastia untied the other elves. Millionaire Jillian said, you can take all the money you want, so please. Rud Donatos was silent. Suddenly, he said happily, what the heck, is that true? But I don't know if the treasures behind you feel the same way. Try convincing them. The freed elves heard Millionaire Jillian. Jillian whispered in a corner, save me. Save me. Please save me, Renee. My love, Jarell. Jarell wouldn't have wanted you to be like this. You know your mother protected you with all her love. Renee Nastia dropped the dagger and said, I'm sure mother wouldn't have wanted to see me like this. So, here's what I'll do. I'm going to start making tiny holes in your body and slowly pass air into it. The air will slowly travel through your blood vessels, into your eyes, organs, and finally your brain. May your soul never find rest, as we'll be cursing you for the rest of the hundreds of years that we have left to live. It isn't unfair, is it? After all, you are an oppressor. Rudinatos and Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldro are silently confused at what Renee Nastia did to Millionaire Jillian. A few hours later, outside, Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldro said, you've taught her some good things, Rudinatos. In a different scene, Lord Abel said, this is a headache. One a pervert abusing illegal slaves, the other a black mage conducting forbidden chimera experiments. These two instigators involved in this case certainly deserve punishment. His colleague said, but even if we justify it as rescuing illegal slaves, the number of dead mercenaries is too high to overlook. He replied, I'll handle it. Blame it on stupid chimeras that couldn't even recognize their own allies. His colleague said, but Lord Abel, even though our guild is based in Ibris, is it necessary for you to go to such lengths? Lord Abel replied, the royal family will use this incident to attack Aton for neglecting illegal slave traders and black mages. They won't want this scandal to touch that guy involved in the incident. His colleague said, you're merciless for someone so young. Lord Abel replied, in such times, growing up innocently is a privilege. Regardless, he could be a guild member someday, so it's good to manage his reputation. Always exploiting people so meticulously, that sly future hero. While Rudinatos ate his apple on the sofa and Renee Nastia read her book, Rudinatos said, it was just a week's favor. Isn't it normal for a guild as big as Twilight Moon to help out? Lord Abel angrily said, you always cleaning up after me outside. Rudinatos said, strictly speaking, the brutal slaughter of the pigs wasn't even my doing. Renee Nastia, while listening, cleared her throat. Rudinatos said, not something to be proud of. Since we're transporting the rescued elves to Bernsia tomorrow, I'll head to Parma at the same time, so don't miss me too much. Lord Abel replied, I'm curious about sending the elves to Bernsia. Is there a reason? Rudinatos said, because Bernsia worships spirit and elves like no other country. It's also not bad to cast a light on the Queen of Hearts. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldro said, the Queen of Hearts. You mean the Grand Spirit Magician and Contractor of the Wind Spirit King? Rudinatos said to Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldro. Right, I have to go to Bernsia anyway. so it's good to make my name known in advance. The journey to Bernsia might take a while even by magic-powered train, but think of it as a tour, right? Especially since this girl has no company. Take good care of her on the way, brother. Lord Abel was confused after Rudd-Donatos called him brother. Renee Nastia called Rudd-Donatos, who asked why. Renee Nastia said, well, nothing, and she ran away. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa said, ungrateful kid. Rudd-Donatos said, I was going to do it anyway. I need to head to Parma to check the void space I commissioned from the Haplia family and study more magic. There's also the Yongshin church matter to deal with. I really don't have the luxury to dawdle around with a kid. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa said, why did I even decide to stick around here for a whole week to align with the day the fairies leave? Rudd-Donatos said, yeah, why did I do that? In another scene at the train, Lord Abel and Renee Nastia were in the same cabin. Lord Abel said, it seems like we are parting ways without even saying goodbye. Rudd is acting strangely cold in this situation. Renee Nastia said, right? Even Grandpa thinks it's too harsh. Lord Abel was shocked after Renee Nastia called him Grandpa. Renee Nastia said, we've spent more than a month together learning and laughing. I want to be strong like you, Uncle. Strong enough to stand on my own and not be swayed by anyone. If I had been strong enough to be worth one person, would you have taken me with you? Stupid Uncle Rude, dummy, idiot, baldy. Rudd-Donatos suddenly said, isn't that a bit harsh? After all I've done for you, feeding, clothing, teaching, and you talk about me being bald. Renee Nastia was shocked after hearing the voice of Rudd-Donatos. Renee Nastia said, why are you even here, Uncle? Lord Abel was confused. Rudd-Donatos said, well, too, I got lost. Renee Nastia said, how do you get so lost that you end up here? Rudd-Donatos said, anyway, I was cool about letting you go. But now I see I can't. I hereby expel you. You'll pay back every penny I spent on you, even if it takes years. Lord Abel sweatingly smiled. Rudd-Donatos continued, work or become a great mage, just to pay it back. And the other elves listened to Rudd-Donatos scolding Renee Nastia. If you try to run away, I'll chase you to the ends of the continent. Got it? Now let's go. Renee Nastia said, what a meanie. You're going to end up bald for real. Stupid Uncle Rude. She pushed Rudd-Donatos. Lord Abel said, I don't know what you're doing, but if you don't get off, you'll definitely end up in Bernica. Renee Nastia said, see? If you had been honest from the start, you wouldn't have to go the long way around. Rudd-Donatos said, quiet. It's because you left without any loyalty. Lord Abel sighed and said, birds of a feather flock together. At the Parma Magic Kingdom, Haplia Mansion, Heneth Harpulia slept on her table and a butler knocked on her door. Suddenly, a person said, wait a moment. The butler asked, have you arrived, Countess? She replied, don't wake Heneth, she's probably still sleeping. That child, taking a hiatus after completing the second year's course during the winter break, returning home like this, and then immersing herself in the research of mabiotic fever without a day's rest. It was Iris Haplia, the owner of the Red Magic Tower. The butler said, the younger lady cherishes her elder sister so dearly. Iris Haplia said, it would be good if she took care of her body as much as she does her sister. Oh, by the way, what brings you to Heneth? He replied, well, I received a message through communication magic from the station. It seems like the lady has visitors. Outside, Renee Nastia enjoyed eating her gelato. She happily said, towers of magic sprouting everywhere, exquisite magical tools produced by cutting-edge magic, and ice cream. This sweetness truly symbolizes the majesty of the Mage Kingdom, the homeland of human magic. It's definitely Parma. Amazing. A whole different dimension compared to a village in the woods. Rudd-Donatos said, you're a fairy, why would you like this place? Renee Nastia replied, I really love magic, and someday I'll become a great magician for Uncle Rude. Rudd-Donatos said, now that you mention it, the magicians I know usually have terrible personalities. Don't end up like them. Renee Nastia said, which magician is Uncle Rude talking about? Suddenly, Heneth Harpulia said, surely not me, right? Heneth Harpulia waved at Rudd-Donatos and said, Rude. Long time no see. Rudd-Donatos said, why are you so late? Heneth Harpulia said, late? You're the one who showed up suddenly. I haven't heard from you since you took a break from school. Do you know how surprised I was to get your call this morning? And who is this little lady? Renee Nastia made a curtsy and said, nice to meet you. My name is Renee Nastia. I'm Uncle Rude's secret daughter. Please take good care of me, new mom. Rudd-Donatos said, that's all wrong. Just a fairy child I met by chance in Atun. We got entangled in various ways, and to put it simply, we're in a creditor relationship. Renee Nastia told Heneth Harpulya, "Sit down, new mom." Heneth Harpulya was confused and said, Donato said, "Are you even listening to me?" Heneth Harpulya sat down beside Renee Nastia and said, Mom is a bit. Just call me Sister Renee. Renee Nastia said, "I love it. I've got a pretty and kind sister and tasted ice cream for the first time in my life. Today's the best day ever." Heneth Harpulya said, "My goodness, she's too cute." "Rude. Really? Buying ice cream on such a cold day? You should have at least bought her something warm like cocoa," Rud Donato said. "She chose it herself. Watching this is making me sick. Hey, that kid's age." In the distance, a person spied on them and said, "Eben, that's him, right?" "It has to be him, right?" Eben said, "Count, Miss Heneth is of age too, and perfectly capable of dating or being in a relationship." Iris Haplea said, "Quiet, Eben. I've thought about it a lot as a mother. I know Heneth is focusing on Layla's recovery, but I hope she fully enjoys her life too. Not to mention, the house is already buzzing with talks about that future hero, and today she's all dolled up. My little daughter is all ready, so I've concluded that I have no choice but to kill him." Eben said, "You've deviated greatly from the path. Hand over that crossbow immediately. Let go. Even if he is the future hero, not with a kid in tow." Rud Donatos, Heneth Harpulya, and Renee Nastia heard the commotion and looked in the direction of the noise. Heneth Harpulya was shocked and said, "Mom?" Eben and Iris Haplea fought over the crossbow. In another scene, they all drank their tea. Iris Haplea said to Rud Donatos, "Yes, future hero," while sipping her cold tea. Rud Donatos said, "I'm Rud Donatos, Lady of the Red Tower." Iris Haplea said, "Let's get straight to the point. You must have come to Parma to check on the subspace barrier you requested? It was a wasted trip. The subspace is in its final inspection stage, so it'll need another week at least. There was no need to call my daughter out. An envoy would have sufficed to convey the message. So, you should return for today." Heneth Harpulya said, Mom, why are you so angry?" Rud Donato said, "There is that matter, but I also have a favor to ask. I want to learn magic from the Lord of the Enemy Tower." Iris Haplea smiled and said, "Ha!" She snapped her fingers and said, "Relying on the title of the future hero to act so arrogantly. A mere second circle wanting to learn magic from Archmage Haplea? I refuse, Rud Donatos." Renee Nastia said, "Wow! Did you identify the opponent's magic circle with a single gesture without any incantation? Amazing! Such elegant manifestation, Count Iris Haplea." Iris Haplea said, "What?" "Well, that sort of thing." Renee Nastia said, "I taught myself magic, so it's a bit rough, but I want to be like you, Count. Could you teach me magic too?" "Along with Uncle," Iris Haplea said, "Ha, as if that would be possible." Renee Nastia looked at her with big yellow eyes and said, "Can't you?" Iris Haplea and Heneth Harpulya thought to themselves, "So cute." Iris Haplea tried to block Renee Nastia's gaze and said, "Well, if you have nowhere to stay, I could offer a room for a while. But I can't just take you on as a disciple out of the blue." Rud Donato said, "If you think I'm not spiritually up to it, then set a condition, like an entrance exam." Iris Haplea said, "An entrance exam, huh? How about this? I'll ask you one question. Depending on your answer, I'll decide whether to administer the entrance exam." Heneth Harpulya, holding her desserts, looked at her mother in confusion. Iris Haplea said, "What is magic?" Rud Donato said, "A miracle that realizes will through the use of mana. That's how it's defined in books. But in reality, it's a result of imitating the power of dragons to kill them." Heneth Harpulya was shocked after hearing Rud Donatos. Iris Haplea said, "That's a bold answer. Not something a proud magician would typically say. But yes, ancient magic was the sole province of dragons. The magic of modern humanity is nothing but a degraded version of dragon speech magic, activated by will and spoken word alone, binding themselves to efficient formulas with limited mana and compensating for poor imagination with chance. Yet, human magic can surpass dragon speech magic. Growth sometimes starts from facing reality, not from reckless confidence. You're still presumptuous, but not entirely foolish, it seems." Rud Donatos thought to himself, to perform spatial translocation magic of that scale with a mere gesture. Iris Haplea said, "Good answer, rookie. Then, as promised, let's start the entrance exam." Rud Donatos said, "Yes? Now? Here?" Iris Haplea said, "We're both busy people, aren't we? I have no intention of feeding and sheltering someone who isn't even my disciple. Hurry up and go." Heneth Harpulia said, Mom, but at least give him some time to prepare. Iris Haplia said, Hennes Haplia. Oh, dear me. Haven't I always said, the dignity of a noble starts with their manner of speech? Heneth Harpulia said, Oh, mother. Rud Donato stood up and said, Well, all right, what's the test about? Iris Haplia said, The portal right in front of you leads to Elphael volcano in the eastern part of PA. RMA. As the name Divine Grace implies, a vast amount of mana overflows along the ley lines of Elphael volcano. It's the foundation of the Magic Kingdom, and a special research area full of countless resources and secrets yet to be uncoved. Red. However, where so much mana abounds, various life forms G. Aside from our research camp, this place has continuously suffered from attacks by dragons, especially wyvern species. Being a student of Aratum, you know, don't you? Now, as late winter ends, it's the breeding season for wyverns. Even if individual creatures are nothing special, as long as their leader isn't killed, they multiply endlessly like swarming flies. Your task is to capture the leader wyvern hiding somewhere in the Elphael volcano region. You have 1 week. Succeed in the hunt, and I'll take you as my disciple. Rud Donato said, All right, you won't go back on your word. Heneth Harpulia said, Hero. Iris Haplia said, The Witch of the Tower does not lie. She held Renee Nastia. Rud Donato said, Wait a minute, that girl also wanted to become a disciple. Isn't she taking the test? Iris Haplia said, Send a cute child to a scorching volcano? You must be out of your mind. Rud Donato said, Technically, I'm more of a child, you know? Iris Haplia said, This child I will take good care of. Depending on your success or failure, I'll decide whether to teach her magic. She pinched the cheeks of Renee Nastia. Rud Donato said, How could that be? Renee Nastia said, Right, Count, but I have to follow Uncle Rude. Heneth Harpulia said, Renee, do you want some macarons? Renee Nastia suddenly said, Take care, Uncle. Rud Donato said, Hey, abandoning Dad for a lump of sugar. Iris Haplia said, You talk too much, future hero. Don't forget, you have 1 week. She pushed Rud Donatos out of the window. Rud Donatos dropped to the ground and said, Are you really sending me off just like this? Without food or supplies. Suddenly a burger fell from the sky. Rud Donato said, Are you kidding me? So dirty and cheap, really. At least tell me where the nest is. The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa said, It's hot. Hurry up and finish. Rud Donato said, It was divine when it's cold. Now you're irritated because it's hot. The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa said, Divine grace is quite the name for such a desolate landscape. Rud Donato said, Grace, my foot. The source of the mana flowing here is something else. The volcanic dragon Amida. Deep within the crater, sealed away, from it flows the ley line. No, a dragon vein. The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa said, So coming to Parma wasn't just about the spatial anomaly. Rud Donato said, My real goal was here. Didn't expect to be thrown into it like this. The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa said, Had I walked here on foot, it would have taken 3 years, so maybe this is better. Rud Donato silently ignored the almighty ice spirit King Feldroa. He thought to himself, The appearance of the explosive dragon is 3 years from now, but this is also the base of those guys, and considering the variability of the future, I must prepare in any way possible. Suddenly, a rock was thrown towards Rud Donatos. He said, Ah, shoot. Was hoping to find it right away. He looked at the sky and said, They're just underlings. They're slow, but their scales are tough, a highly durable specimen. Then, they're perfect for otherworldly experiments. Rud Donatos attacked the incoming dragons with his fist and used his skill, Extreme Annihilation. He said, Ah, my arm's going numb. The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa said, Concentrate a Steros-style strike to pierce and explode it. Handling magical beasts without even drawing a sword now? After sword QI comes sword aura, and after martial force comes extreme annihilation. It's still somewhat incomplete, but this technique has a big impact on spatial waves, so they'll be flocking here soon. They hear through vibrations, not sound. A huge dragon flew in the sky. Rud Donato said, The boss has been taken down. The dragon looked at Rud Donatos and began to attack him. Rud Donatos blocked the attacks with his shield and said, Daring to use magic while calling me boss? He remembered Heneth Harpulia shouting at him, You idiot. Why are you picking a fight with the wyvern type when you can't even fly? If you can't use magic, start with the lesser dragon types. Rud Donatos said, Well, now I can fly in the sky too. But there's no need for the troops to do so. He took out his spear and said, You guys come down. He charged magic to his spear and started to attack the dragons. In another scene, Hanath Harpulia said to Renee Nastia, I'm sorry if my mom's annoying you. Renee Nastia said, No, it's fine. Yesterday she gave me a tour of this kingdom and held a feast for me. She's very kind. Iris Haplia said, In the Haplia family, you need to be classy. You need appropriate clothes and a tidy room. In the meantime, take a tour around the kingdom. Hanath Harpulia said, I'm not one to say, but my mom can't resist cuteness. Renee Nastia was silent. Hanath Harpulia said, Did you want to go with Rude? Renee Nastia said, Well, yes, but as of right now, I'm only holding him back. Hey, Unni, was Ashusi always this strong? Hanath Harpulia said, Well, he was always a bit different. At the entrance ceremony, he started a fight with the student council president, got noticed by 4 of his professors, and even had a girl break his wrist. Renee Nastia was shocked and said, His wrist? By who? Hanath Harpulia said, It's a long story, but there's a girl named Leon in our class. They both talked about Rud Donatos while the sun set. A few hours later, Renee Nastia was shocked and said, Oh my God! How could someone be so ruthless? The next time we meet, I'll scold him. Hanath Harpulia talked bad things about Rud Donatos and thought to herself, How did this become a gossiping session? She cleared her throat and said, Anyway, I just wanted to say that you don't have to worry too much. That guy was strong enough to defeat the 1,000-form dragon. He doesn't want to admit it, but anyone can see that he's a warrior, right? Back with Rud Donatos, he remained standing after the fight with multiple dragons by himself. The almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa said, Is this a new weapon? Rud Donatos said, The Storm Spear is an ancient weapon that has the power to bring storms. Damn, I really wanted to use this in my past life. Ancient weapons use up mana like crazy, but this was on a whole different level. It was so much that I couldn't even utilize it, even if I wanted to. It's cool, right? The almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa said, You're using a weapon like that to fight some flying dragons? Your mental age is perfect for the age you regress to. Rud Donatos said, Hey, no matter how much people age, deep down inside, they'll always be children. If you have a cool weapon, you have to use it to its complete potential, even if your opponent is a mosquito. What the? Rud Donatos exclaimed. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa, what's going on? The spear vanished from Rud's grasp. I ran out of mana, he said. Feldroa scoffed. Ridiculous. As expected, it was too much to handle as a 4th circle. Rud began cooking fresh dragon meat. Feldroa observed, You suddenly tried to use an ancient weapon because it's cool? Watching you gobble up the stinky dragon meat, it's clear that your intelligence has been depleted, along with your mana. Shut up, Rud replied. I thought I'd have enough energy to walk. Apart from that, I can't overcome the wall before the 5th circle. It's been a while since I became a 4th circle, and I don't think I'm lacking in skill. Feldroa asked, Are you planning to access the heavenly spirit? Yes, Rud confirmed. It's going to take a while for my mana to recover anyway. It seems I've done enough training on the outside, so I should start looking inside for the key to overcoming the 4th wall. He concentrated on his magic. Has it been almost a year? There's no difficulty in maintaining my consciousness like I did before. I thought I'd left them both in the subspace. Weapons and clothes are embodied. Does identity influence my spiritual identity? Well, it doesn't matter. It's very quiet in here. Rud continued. Feldroa, since Venar was your contractor in the past life, have you also been to this blue heaven? Feldroa? The connection was lost. Come to think of it, if it allowed a heavenly spirit in, it would have to detect the master's spiritual bodies as well. Suddenly, Rud noticed a door. A door? Where does it lead? Well, I have to go forward. He moved forward, and beyond the door was a cliff. Rud fell. Ouch, that hurt. A cliff beyond a door. How annoying. Wait, where did my sword go? It's pissing me off. Why is there a library underneath the cliff? He saw an open book. Rud Donatos' memory at age 6, he read. My name? As he scanned the book, he thought, magic? The images are flowing through my head. These are without a doubt the memories of my past life. Why are my memories here in the blue heavens? Is this a place where my inner self is reflected in the blue heavens? But it's not a place where only my memories are recorded. It's too vast. Rud noticed another bookshelf of a different color. Leon Creer's memory at age 24. He was shocked and ran towards the book. As he scanned the pages, he read, I can't hear. It hurts. I'm tired. Why is he screaming like that? He's the same till the very end. Rud, you really are a damn bastard. Rud threw the book. What is this? I don't get it. He got angry. He saw another book titled Hineth Harpulia's Memory at age 20, another titled Balaksteros' Memory at age 26, and yet another titled Lenia Selkit's Memory at age 23. He looked at the vast library. Why are my past life's colleagues' memories here? In the vast sky, a library of incomprehensible texts. From the severed connections of our masters, spirits, and elementals, this must be my personal space. The recorded memories of my past life and my comrades. If this is the successor's mental space, it makes sense that my memories are recorded here. But why are there memories here as well? Suddenly, Rudd noticed something. Someone's coming? Falling into such a creepy space is bad enough, but it's infuriating if someone else has crept in here. You're dead if I catch you. Over there, he saw his sword and was confused. Why is this here? He looked at a shelf that read, The Memory of Rudd Donatos at 13. He asked, Why is this empty? A lady then spoke to him. Looks like someone's been rummaging around already. Welcome, Ninth. Rudd was shocked. She continued, My name is Charlotte Evry, the sixth sky successor of the heavenly immortal sword. Rudd was confused. What's with that reaction? Grand Master of the Heavens. You don't know of Charlotte Evriel, the Golden Rose, do you? I remember seeing you in historical texts, Rudd said. You were the master of the heavenly immortal sword. It's an honor to meet a predecessor-successor. But Charlotte Evriel interrupted, I know, I'm dead. You might think I'm a ghost, but do you know when a successor dies, their body and soul return to the celestial as an elemental? I am that thought body, the will of successors connected to the heavens, to offer a little help to the cute little Ninth. Huh? On closer look, you're not a kid. Seems something happened outside. Rudd introduced himself. I'm Rudd Donatos. Where is this? I've lost connection not only with elementals, but also with other masters. Is this inside the unending heavens? Charlotte Evriel replied. So prickly. Of course, connections are severed. This is my heavens. Rudd was shocked and thought to himself, my heavens. Charlotte Evriel explained that the celestial heaven is divided into a total of 8, encompassing both the outer and inner heavens. The outer heavens are the spatial void, and the inner heaven is the mental space. The heavens up to the 4th that you've been in are outer heavens. The skies from the 5th onwards are inner heaven, the body, the mental body, and the spirit. Among these, the spirit, where spiritual information is stored, is the inner heaven. Only the successor's spirit can enter, so of course the connection with elementals and mental bodies is severed. Simply put, this place is a personal space for the successor within the celestial. Until your death, all your memories and stories will be recorded in your celestial. Rudd Donatos said, Wait a minute. Then why are the memories of others, not just mine, recorded here? Charlotte Evriel said, Well, perhaps an external factor. Being just a thought body of the unending heavens, I have no way to know. Rudd Donatos said, Might this friend know something? Charlotte Evriel looked at the sword of Rudd Donatos and said, What a curious sword. Oh my, look at the temper. Even if it knows something, it won't tell. Rudd Donatos said to himself, A sword has a temper? Charlotte Evriel asked, Where did you get to use this? Rudd Donatos said, This is the Demios, the sword used by our founder. Don't you know? Charlotte Evriel said, It's the first I've heard, but as long as it has an edge, it's enough to fulfill my purpose here. Draw that sword, Ninth. Show if you are worthy to see beyond the 5th heaven. All your predecessors, including your master, underwent this test to transcend the 5th heaven. A single sword strike, poured with all your might. If that strike even grazes me, you pass, Charlotte Evriel instructed. Rudd Donatos said to himself, I anticipated there would be some conditions for achieving the 5th. Rudd Donatos said to her, Taking out the sword means you won't go easy, right? Charlotte Evriel said, Of course. This is my heaven, a place where dying doesn't mean death. You must pour out your maximum without holding back, otherwise, die. Rudd Donatos said, This speed, the nature of the sword strike, it's similar to or even surpasses that of the heavenly immortal sword. Charlotte Evriel said, Of course I'm joking. You won't die. It's just that the pain will be felt directly by the soul. But look at you, Ninth. I was going for your neck, but in that instant you twisted your body. Rudd Donatos said, That was a bit much for a taste test. Charlotte Evriel said, This is a tradition with a long history. In my lifetime, I died about 100 times trying to overcome this heaven. Opportunities to go all out in a single strike without tactics are rare, right? Think of it as training. Killing someone, moreover a great senior, might feel repulsive. But after dying 2 or 3 times, those feelings will fade. Donato said to himself, without Feldrua, magic is useless, and the only weapon in hand is a demios. As you said, the only option is a strike filled with all the mana of the body. Since it's come to this, I'll just pour everything into it. And he said, such things don't exist. Charlotte Evriel said, youth is indeed blissful, isn't it? But yes, and she shows off her aura, you need to show everything you have to overcome this barrier, Heaven. Donato said, what I have? The heavenly immortal sword my brother possessed, the weapons my brother had. Blindly imitating what I admired, swallowing them whole until it became as murky as it could. A pitch-black darkness. And he attacked Charlotte Evriel, making the glass shatter. Charlotte Evriel said, I was shocked. You're really strong. I never expected you to break through the barrier in one go, let alone counterattack. Still looking unsatisfied after showing that much. But don't look at me with those eyes. It's a tradition after all. You've passed ninth, and she decapitates the head of Donatos. A few moments later, Donatos woke up and holds his neck and said, that tradition is filthy. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa said, Rud, are you okay? I felt a strong wave of mental resonance the moment you returned. Donatos said, I'm fine, it's manageable compared to the illusion of the misleading dragon. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa said, so what did you do in the celestial realm? Donato said, understanding the theme and leveling up. Besides that, I saw some disturbing things. It seems my memories from a previous life got mixed up during the regression. There are empty spots too. What does it mean by terrible personality? Feldrua, the sixth successor Charlotte Evriel, said she had never seen the reverse sword. Is this sword really the one Banar used? Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldrua said, yes, but the reverse sword I knew could only cut through mana flows. I've never seen it absorb powers like this. Perhaps some event added abilities to it. Something Banar sealed in the sword without my knowledge. Donato said, a seal. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldrua said, originally, the reverse sword had two powers, cutting mana and sealing. Banar mainly used the reverse sword to seal the Dragon King rather than for battle. Seeing the power has changed to absorption now, it's likely that the seal using the sword as a medium affected the power. Whatever it is, if Banar sealed it, it could be dangerous. Donato said, if it seems dangerous, just throw it into the lava. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa said, are we moving again? Donato said, yes, reaching the 5th tier has replenished my mana. Since the entrance test is over, it's time to address the real reason I came here. I don't know the exact location, but I know the dragon cult was active around here in my previous life. In this dark and rugged terrain, they would use their own signs to navigate. They would also need to monitor to block intruders' access. Since it's impractical for me to search directly, if I destroy everything in sight, they'll come out on their own, right? In another scene, a Myrta shouted, Miles, sir. Miles said, what's the matter, Myrta? Myrta said, recently the unsettling movements of Elfale. The upcoming champion just destroyed one of our signs. Could he have noticed the true identity of the dragon cult? Miles said, don't worry. Even if he's the slayer of the Dragon King, he's just a year-old boy. He might have noticed the surveillance magic in the sign. Another person said, right, even if he noticed. Why not just kill him? The bishop said to avoid combat until that day, but eliminating a major threat to the dragon cult and soothing the soul of the slain Dragon King would surely please the cardinal. Meta said, right, brother. The cardinal also said, it's time to spread the doctrine of kindness and grace to the innocent lambs. So, immediately, the bishop said, how noisy, and all of them were startled and said, Bishop, Myrta said, I'm honored to think you'd come yourself, just as we were monitoring the upcoming champion for his disturbing activities. The bishop said, disturbing activities. I'm curious what that impudent young man is thinking coming all the way here. The guy said, Bishop, are you planning to take action personally? The bishop said, I've been lacking in exercise lately. A light walk should be fine. Donato said, it's about time they showed up. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa said, and what will you do when they do? Kill them. Keep one alive to find their base and find out the locations of other branches. That's not a very kind method, Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa commented. Donatos tells him to be quiet. Donato said to himself, I've had enough in my previous life. Dragon cultists aren't the type to spill information over threats or torture. They were spread across the entire continent. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa said, rude, What do you think is important in combat? An unyielding spirit? Beyond just spirit. Weapons, mental strength, skills, information is just as crucial. The power to understand your opponent. You're a regressor, you know far more about the dragon cult than they know about you. Using that information well can create a situation vastly in your favor without shedding a drop of blood. The dragon cult, scattered across the continent like a plague, aims for the return of the 7 dragons. Due to their thorough reclusiveness, their true nature was only exposed after the continent was already ravaged. In the past also had these bastards meddling behind it. Under the 3 cardinals there are 7 bishops. Their abilities rank among the top dragon slayers. Below them are the common priests and lay people. Strict confidentiality and the use of masks to hide identities, often not even knowing each other's names among the followers, maintain an absolute hierarchical obedience. Rud Donato said, "So, Feldrua, since you brought it up, contribute your share. The bishop controlling the Elfale branch must be that person. We'll need your power." Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldrua said, "You plan to use my power? Even after reaching the 5th tier, your mana will be insufficient." Winter Sword Levantia, boasting the highest efficiency with ice magic. "Using this as a medium will be enough." Rud Donato said to himself, it would be ideal if at least priest-level individuals showed up for the plan to work. Suddenly the bishop said, "This is troubling. Should we really be trashing someone else's front yard like this?" Rud Donato said to himself. "Jackpot," Rud Donato tells her. "We'll need to ring the doorbell. If only it were visible." "Pleased to meet you, one of the 7 bishops of the dragon cult, Grand Mage Griselda Valentine." Grand Mage Griselda Valentine was shocked after hearing her name, and she said to herself, "You know my identity? Even among the priests, only a few know that, and you, a mere child." Rud Donato said, "I greeted you incorrectly. May the wings of the dragon god shield you." And Rud Donato shows her the hand gesture of their cult. He introduced himself saying, "I am Rud Donatos, the foster son of Cardinal Lada Mergel. I've come to deliver a message from my father." Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, "How do you know that name?" And she gets angry. She suddenly uses her magic to show off her snakes and said, "I admit it, I'm quite surprised. You've gathered a lot of information about the dragon cult, future champion. But you're overreaching. Pretending to be from the dragon cult might be seen as a cheeky trick, but daring to claim you're his foster son. I can't overlook that blatant lie," Rud Donato said, daring to doubt the message of my father. "Do you think the dragon cult would be foolish enough to leak the great cardinal's real name to a child like me?" Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, "The reason will come out if I twist your throat. Stupid celestial dragon slayer. Did you really think showing up out of nonsense would be the blue and spouting believed?" Rud Donato said, "Don't do something you'll regret, Griselda Valentine. You know how much I love my father. You've done everything to meet his expectations, haven't you?" As the snakes choke Rud Donatos, he continues, "A bishop who his son, father, threatened to kill. Won't be just disappointed." Grand Mage Griselda Valentine gets angry and said, "Shut your cunning mouth before I cut off your tongue. Thinking you wouldn't say anything to survive, will you believe?" Rud Donatos said, "The celestial calamity 10 years ago." Grand Mage Griselda Valentine was shocked after hearing this. And Rud Donatos continues to say, "That my father was directly involved in that incident is a top secret known only to a few within the dragon cult. Father picked me up from Dissol at that place." Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, "How? Did you? Possibly, not really." Rud Donato said, "A house of the enlightened ones who serve the benevolent dragon divine. The judgment of a world astray from the path of life." And Grand Mage Griselda Valentine covers her eyes from the light. Rud Donato said, "The tuner of a defiled world, the executioner of non-believers, the 7 dragons. Let me say it one last time. I am the foster son of the Cardinal Adam Mergel, the seed of the anti-hero Rude Mergel. Understand?" And he shows off his ice magic. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine narrates saying, 10 years ago, during the 1,000-form dragon incident, the guild in charge of the Fev village was destroyed. There are no survivors. The southern part of the continent is devastated. At this rate, is this the power of the legendary 1,000-form dragon, 8th Circle Archmage Dragon Slayer, Black Star Griselda Valentine? I, who had mastered all things magic since childhood, realized it right before my death. A person talks to her saying, "Human magic is meaningless in front of dragons." "You're right, sister. This is all the will of the dragons. Humans shouldn't have gone against the dragon god's will to begin with. Blackstar Griselda, your pain comes from your delusion that humans are superior to dragons. Be saved by the truth and doctrine hidden from the world. Salvation alone is the only way for you to shine. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, my meaningless life was saved by his grace. For him to know what happened that day, he'd have to be Adam Murgle's adopted son. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine kneels to the ground and took off her mask and said, I have committed a grave sin. I hadn't heard anything about you. I didn't expect the Cardinal to have an adopted son in Aratium. Donato said, does the Cardinal have to report to you, a mere follower, about everything that he does? I guess your piety is very low. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, no, that's not true. Donato said while he turns his back at Grand Mage Griselda Valentine, I don't care if someone like you doubts me. I'll just tell Father about everything I've witnessed today. I'm here to check the work progress, so please guide me to the lake. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine was embarrassed and said, understood. I will lead the way. Donato said to himself, I am grateful that you're free from restraints, but was there a reason to be that flashy? Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroy said, Rud, the most important thing about lying is your spirit. While Grand Mage Griselda Valentine opens a portal, Donato said to himself, this is where the Scorching Dragon was sealed. Donato asked, how much has the unsealing progressed? Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, it's going smoothly. At this rate, 3 years. Donato said, is that good enough for you? How laughable. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, forgive me. Donato said to himself, as expected, it coincides exactly with the Scorching Dragon's appearance. Even if I succeed in subduing the Lightning Dragon, I'll have limited time to prepare. I need to somehow use this opportunity to drastically reduce their annoying army. Donato said, the time has come to preach the doctrine of grace to the young lambs. I tricked the Sky Sword Immortal and was granted the title of upcoming hero by the world. I've been selected to fight against the Lightning Dragon, all according to my father's plans. The goal of the conjugation battle is to gather strong dragon slayers into the subspace and eliminate them all at once. On the day of the subjugation battle, there will be troops outside the subspace prepared in case of an emergency. One of them will be the Crown Prince of Alpie. The royal bloodline that is hostile to the dragon god is an obstacle that must be removed at some point. While I kill the dragon slayers in the subspace, you need to lead all the believers and kill the prince. Those are my father's orders. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, does that mean we should reveal ourselves and start a war? Donato said, yes, a few dozen won't be enough to deal with the Crown Prince's guardian knights. Gather them and take them all together out. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, understood. Donato said, all right, off I go. I'm going to tell Father exactly what I saw today. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said while holding the arms of Donato. Wait. Donato said, what? Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, I just wanted to apologize once again for what happened earlier. Could you please keep my wrongdoing a secret from the Cardinal? I know I've made a mistake, but I'm willing to do anything to not disappoint him. Donato said, all talk. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, do you need something? Gold? Treasure? Donato said, I don't need money, but you can give me some useful artifacts. You're an Thieves Circle magician, so you've got your fair share of them, right? Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, of course. How about the Chain of Fog? No matter where your opponent is. Donato said, what are you doing? Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, huh? Donato said, who told you to pick? Bring them all out. I'll take what I want. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, huh? That's... Donato got frustrated, and Grand Mage Griselda Valentine immediately said, I'll take them out. On the floor were all the artifacts, and Donato said, is that really everything? Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, this is everything. Donato said, don't try to play with me. Give me the thing in your hands. Wings of Darkness. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, anything but this. Wings of Darkness is a mana amplification staff. It's not a suitable artifact for swordsmen. If I don't have this, my magic efficiency will drop drastically, Donato said. Because this bishop isn't doing anything they're told to, my father couldn't bear to watch it and gave me this title at such a young age. To be honest, what have y'all done except this shit here? What of the slayer of the thousand-formed dragon? What did y'all do when the sky sword immortal slayed the thousand-formed dragon? I was going to let it slide with just an artifact. But you don't want to. Do you think it's a waste? Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa said, Rud, your true personality is more revealing itself than your acting. Rud Donatos said to Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa, so what? She still gave it. And Rud Donatos managed to get the wings of darkness from Grand Mage Griselda Valentine. Rud Donatos said, this should be fine. Make a gate so I can return. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, okay. And she said to herself, I hate this piece of shit. And he went out of the portal and walks away. Rud Donatos said, I've made a big profit today. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa said, you look pretty happy. Rud Donatos said, I can't wait for them to find out I was lying. What's up, Feldroa? You look a bit different. And Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa imitates the look of Rud Donatos. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa said, you seeing my manifested form must have had some influence. Since spirits originate from their contractors' experiences, you must have been impressed by my majestic appearance. Rud Donatos said, maybe you're right. I just feel like you've gotten rounder. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa said, rounder, you brat, did your brain rot or something? Rud Donatos said, if everything goes according to plan. The Dragon Church members will attack Parma during the Lightning Dragon subjugation. The Crown Prince's Guard Knights are strong, but they're lacking in number. I think I need to call them. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa said, those guys? Rud Donatos said, are you crazy? Henneth Harpulia said in a distance to the gang, why are we here when we don't even know where he is? It's also your exam period. Leon Kriya said, so what? Who told you to follow us? Balak Steros said, it's a nice heat. Training your muscles even turns lava lakes into mere hot springs. Senior Lenius said, really? Then go in and don't come out. Rud Donatos said, this is why I hate geniuses. Senior Lenius said, oh, we found him. Leon Krier bumps Balak Steros away and shouted, Rud Donatos. Rud Donatos said, damn, the timing is insane. Rud Donatos narrates, I want to contribute more to the subjugation battle. That was the only reason he had returned to the Harpulia residency with those guys. He became an official student of the Crimson Tower to learn magic. While working tirelessly with the loud bastards, a month passed. At the Lightning Dragon Subjugation Battle D, a Lightning Dragon Subjugation Battle inauguration ceremony. A guy said, how grand. It seems you want the whole continent to pay attention to the subjugation. And an old guy said, you could say that. The legendary second coming of one dragon of the 7 dragons. The 1000-form incident 10 years ago was a disaster, right? On top of that, a mere year-old boy is leading all of this. How could this not be big news? To be honest, I came here to see some of the high-ranking Dragon Slayer guild leaders, but I don't see any of them. I only see the one in charge of the subspace, the leader of the Crimson Tower. Maybe they're saving their energy for tomorrow. At least His Majesty, the Crown Prince, is here. Iris Hapulia walks away, and she said to Rud Donatos, you lazy bum of a student. Who do you think the main character of this ceremony is? Rud Donatos said, I'm a bit tired, and I also have to take care of her. While Renee Nastia sleeps. Iris Hapulia said, tired, someone's busy getting ready for the subspace. I had to feed and lodge your friends that followed you to my residency without notice. On top of that, you're making your teacher while Balak Steros Senior Lenia and Rud Donatos enjoyed the party outside. Rud Donatos said, I'm pretty sorry about that. Iris Harpulia said, whatever, I'll take care of the girl. You go show yourselves to some of the annoying authors over there. It's amazing how much the imperial family is supporting you. Rud Donatos said, I never directly asked for anything. You're pretty impressive to have become a TH Circle magician in just a month. However, Renee is talented too. Whatever I teach, she doesn't forget. She has great perseverance and is hardworking. It feels like looking at my daughters when they were younger. Anyways, go on ahead. Go show your face. Oh, also your friends are looking for you. And she carries Renee Nastia away. Rud Donatos said to himself, in my past life, 5 years from today, Lila Harpulia died. Now that I've regressed, even if I tell Henneth about the ingredients needed for the cure, just like in the previous life, only Henneth will be able to obtain the detailed formula. I believe that Henneth will figure out everything in time. The problem is, the last ingredient for curing mana fever is a part of the ice dragon's body. Rud Donatos said, the schedule is packed. Kenneth Harpulia shouted, "Here he is." "Hey, do you know how many times I've circled this place trying to find you?" Rud Donato said. "Why were you looking for me?" Kenneth Harpulia said. "The main character of the event isn't showing himself. That's why. I also have something to tell you before tomorrow's." Rud Donato suddenly grabs her wrist and said, "Look at this." Kenneth Harpulia was shocked and said, "What?" Rud Donato said, "Why is someone as clumsy as you drinking wine?" Kenneth Harpulia shouted at Rud Donato, saying, "What did you say? Wine isn't even alcohol." Rud Donato said, "Do you want me to repeat what you said to your mom?" Kenneth Harpulia said, "Damn it, you're so annoying." Rud Donato said to himself, "I was wondering who she resembled to have become such an alcoholic in my past life, but she seems to have been rotten from the start. This girl." Rud Donato said, "So, what do you have to give me? Hand it over." Kenneth Harpulia took off her gloves and threw it hard at the face of Rud Donato. And she shouted at Rud Donato, saying, "Shh, you meanie." Rud Donato looks at the gloves and said, "What is this?" Kenneth Harpulia said, "It's an artifact I made. I enchanted it with lightning resistance. I don't know how long it'll last against the lightning dragon, but..." Rud Donato said, "Oh, it's pretty useful, but the design is pretty trash." Kenneth Harpulia thinks to herself, "The fact that this guy makes my heart skip a beat is starting to annoy me. As expected, this is nonsense. Romantic feelings. I just simply didn't want to lose a friend. This guy doesn't have any feelings like that." Rud Donato said, "Oh, that reminds me, I have something for you." And Rud Donato took out the wings of darkness and said, "Take it." Kenneth Harpulia said, "It's an earring," and she took it, and it shined. Suddenly, it became a staff. Kenneth Harpulia said in amazement, "A transforming staff. Aren't these really rare? Wait, on top of that, in addition to enchantment enhancement, it even has mana enhancement. These are all top-level enchantments. It's a completely legendary artifact." "Hey, where did you get this?" Rud Donato said. "I scammed it off someone. Don't worry about the source. It can transform into that earring, so it'll be convenient for you." "I know you hate holding heavy staffs," Kenneth Harpulia excitedly said. "Really? Don't ask for it back." And she puts the earrings in her ears and said, "Thanks." "You're the best," Rud Donato said. "No problem. It looks great on you." And she savors the moment. And suddenly she remembered something and said, "I'm gonna go brag to my mom about this." Rud Donato said, "Why is she acting like that all of a sudden?" Balaksteros suddenly called Rud, and he said, "There are a lot of people looking for you." Rud Donato sat down and said, "So what? I don't know any of them." Balaksteros said, "Isn't this a good time to get acquainted with prestigious people?" Rud Donato said, "You can do that." Balaksteros said, "I'm already well known thanks to my beautiful muscles." Rud Donato said, "Well, anyways, you keep this." And he gives Balaksteros a ring. Balaksteros was confused and said, "Rud, I really respect and love you as a friend. But sadly, the way you feel about me is different from the way I feel about you." Rud Donato gets annoyed and said, "I know what you're saying. It's not like that, you dumbass. It's the Ring of Protection, a consumable totem that can protect the wearer from fatal wounds once. Since you do a lot of crazy things regardless, wear it. I have no intention of criticizing your fighting style. I also know that fighters have their own pride, so it's not a defensive spell but an artifact that can give you a second chance." Rud Donato said to himself, "This should be enough for this guy." Balaksteros looks at the ring in amazement and said, "So it's like a friendship ring?" And he became emotional. Balaksteros said, "The Steros don't wear armor, but if a close friend like you insists." Rud Donato gets angrier and said, "If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll put that in your nose." Suddenly, Senior Lenia shouted, "Wait, this wedding is invalid." Rud Donato said, "Fuck my life." Senior Lenia said, "If you two insist on getting married, it'll have to be over my dead body." Rud Donato said, "What are you on about?" Balaksteros said, "This is just a friendship ring. It symbolizes how much Rud cares about me." Rud Donato said, "That's not it, dimwit." Senior Lenia said, "Ah, so that's the case. As expected, Rud wouldn't date a lump like you." "Oh yeah, lump Balak. I mean, your dad was looking for you." Rud Donato said, "You saw everything that happened, so why did you make a joke like that?" Senior Lenia said, "Oh, how did you know? Concealing presence is my specialty." Rud Donato said, "I could smell you." Senior Lenia asked, "Is Rud a dog?" Rud Donato said, "No." Senior Lenia pets Rud Donato's head and said, "Of course not." Rudd isn't a dog, but a spiky porcupine. What a good boy. Rudd Donato said, what the hell? Senior Lenia said, since you're a good boy, I've got a present for you. And she took out a necklace. Rudd Donatos asked, is that a spirit stone? Senior Lenia said, bingo. It's a stone where spirits reside. It's empty right now, so it's nothing more than a pretty stone. Rudd Donatos said, so is this like a charm? Senior Lenia said, no. Who knows? Maybe you could die during this battle. I don't want us to be separated like that. So in case you die, you can become a spirit and go inside that stone so we can live happily ever after together. Oh my gosh, look at that reaction. Of course, I'm half joking. Rudd Donatos became silent. Rudd Donatos said, I'll decline. I know that this is important to you. Senior Lenia said, how do you know that? Did my dad tell you? Rudd Donatos said, oh yeah. Yep, Rudd Donatos said to himself. In my past life, she mentioned that it was her mother's keepsake. Senior Lenia said, it's all right. You can take it. This is my decision. And she remembered what she said before to Rudd Donatos, saying, now it's time for me to come out of my peaceful garden. Senior Lenia continues to say, still, if it isn't too much to ask, could you do me a favor? Rudd Donatos asked. Favor? Senior Lenia said, I know I'm someone that you respect, but I want to become a reliable friend just like Hineth, Balak, and Leon. Rudd Donatos said, you're a reliable friend already. Senior Lenia said, more than I am now, and I want you to speak comfortably. Do you understand? Is that okay? Rudd Donatos said, okay. Speaking more freely is easier for me anyway. Senior Lenia said, oh yeah. The balcony has a very pretty garden. Do you want to go see it with me? Rudd Donatos said, I'm fine with that, but don't you have to go to the banquet? It's almost dinner time. I heard that Master invited the imperial chef, the authority on meat cooking, right? Now they. Suddenly Senior Lenia runs away, and she shouted, I'll go ahead first. Rudd Donato said to himself, a garden. It should be less stuffy than here. Outside, Rudd Donatos walks, and he said, it's beautiful, but since they are blooming in this weather, they're probably artificial. Leon Creer moans on the tree. If they leave this place alone, they will grow naturally. Why are they wasting magic and money on this? She said. You're finally here, she continued, happily throwing herself towards Rudd Donatos and said, here's a real flower. And Rudd Donatos managed to catch Leon Creer. Leon Creer asked, you were waiting for me, right? Did you look everywhere for me? Rudd Donatos drops Leon Creer and said, no. And Leon Creer said, ouch. Hey, why did you drop me like that? Rudd Donatos laughs and said, how pathetic. Rudd Donatos sits beside Leon Creer, and she was shocked. Leon Creer asked again, what? You were looking for me, right? Rudd Donatos said, stop the nonsense. I just had something to say. When the subjugation battle starts tomorrow, the Dragon Church is going to invade the entrance of the subspace. Leon Creer said, the Church of the Dragon? Did this also happen in your past life? Rudd Donato said, no, this is a trap that I've made. As I said before, the Dragon God Church is an obstacle on our path to killing the 7 dragons. I tried my best to lure out as many people as possible during this attack, including the Bishop of the Elfale Division. I need your help to take them down. To be precise, the Bishop is an 8th Circle magician. Even if all the Dragon Slayers and Imperial Knights gather to defend the place, it'll be a fierce battle. So you need to help the other kids until the team comes out. Leon Creer asked, why me? Rudd Donato said, what? Leon Creer said, why are you only telling me this? You could have told everyone when we gathered. Rudd Donato said, the Dragon Church members are humans. Those bastards may have killed dragons and magic beasts, but they've never killed a human. I'm sure they'll be confused and in disbelief. That's why. Leon Creer said, what about me? Do you think I'll be fine? Just because you know my future doesn't mean you know everything about me. Even if I was crazy about revenge in my past life and took things like murder lightly, I am different now. I only wanted to help you in the first place. Why do I have to help those guys? Rudd Donatos holds her head and comforts her, saying, don't get angry. It's not like that. Rudd Donatos said, you're very different from your past life. You are much stronger already. I know that murder isn't something you can do easily. But the reason why I'm telling you this is not only the fact that you're the only one who knows I regressed, but also because you're the strongest out of everyone else. You're someone who can overcome adversaries to protect the ones you care about. Leon Creer slapped Rudd Donatos' hands away and said, you mean bastard? Rudd Donatos said, I'm sorry. Leon Creer said, even if you tell me this, Won't this conversation be meaningless if you just came back safely after killing the lightning dragon? Rodinato said, Yes, that's true. I won in my past life, but I had my brother with me then. Leon Krier said, This time we have you, and she looked at Rodinatos. Rodinatos said, I was too weak to be useful, though I was also there back then. Leon Krier said, Stop downplaying yourself. And she grabbed Rodinatos' face, saying, You're also much stronger than you were back then. Even though it's because you regressed, you're a lot stronger. You're always working hard to find the best solutions. On top of that, you know my mom is going to be a part of this subjugation, right? We'll win no matter what. Rodinatos said, okay. I feel like you just knocked a tooth out. Leon Krier said, Stop overreacting. I only hit you lightly. Rodinatos said, it's bleeding. At the day of the lightning dragon subjugation battle, Leon Krier asked, Are we not having a send-off ceremony? Hineth Harpulia said, The Parma royal family has already done a lot. The subspace, and also they allowed us to hosted that stupid inauguration ceremony. The imperial family has to do a lot so people don't criticize them. Leon Krier said, Why did the crown prince come all the way to the dangerous battlefield if there is no send-off ceremony held? Hineth Harpulia said, Well, maybe it's the Bernstein family's deep-rooted hatred towards dragons? Or maybe he's trying to look good for the press. The prince looked at Rodinatos and said, Rodinatos. Rodinatos said, Yes, your highness. The prince replied, Today you will become a true warrior. Rodinatos said, No, I don't deserve such a title. While the sky sword immortal Ain Bryce looked at them and listened, the prince said, Don't be so hard on yourself. If you didn't deserve that title, why would the imperial family have gone out of their way to support you? Rodinatos said to himself, Damn it, did I ask for support? Rodinatos said to the prince, In the first place, isn't recognizing a warrior within the Holy See's jurisdiction? I heard they don't bother considering anyone without proof. The prince replied, Are you talking about a stigmata? The thing bestowed upon the first warrior by the god of light, Arnek, upon his recognition. The power of light will save the dying in an instant. I didn't think that you of all people would believe in that. Rodinatos said, The Church of Arnek is the Alpi Empire's national religion, isn't it? Rodinatos said to himself, I witnessed my brother receiving it. The prince held Rodinatos' shoulder and said, Religion is just religion. What the world needs right now isn't the power of light, but the power of man. We're in a time when a sword to slay a dragon is more important than healing a wound. I thought you agreed with that part. Rodinatos said, I do agree with you. However, recognizing a warrior is completely different. The prince replied, Do not worry. If the subjugation is successful, I'll speak to the Holy See directly to get you recognized. Rodinatos said to himself, You don't need to, you bastard. The prince said, It's time. Stay alive so we can meet again. Iris Harpulia said, I'll open the door to the subspace. This space is connected to the Elphile Leyline and maintains itself using its mana. Therefore, it will remain with semi-permanence unless I, the caster, die. The only condition for opening the barrier is the complete death of the lightning dragon. In short, neither retreat nor external support will be possible until the subjugation is successful. To be honest, this place is closer to a barrier than a seal. If our force gets wiped out and the lightning dragon rampages to the heart of the subspace, no matter how massive the amount of mana in the ley line is, if the durability of the subspace itself decreases, it will not be able to last for long. I don't have to tell you about the kind of disaster that will occur if the subspace collapses. Well then, good luck. Leon Krier said, Stay safe, Rud. Hineth Harpulia said, Teacher, please come back safely. Renee said, Rud Ajas. If you die, I'll kill you. Someone shouted, Captain, you must win. And they all walked towards the subspace. Suddenly, they were teleported. The Sky Sword Immortal, Ain Bryce said, It's closed. Finally, let's start the hunt. Liana Cherneka took out the gem and uses her magic, and it suddenly levitates as they all look at it. And Rodinatos said before, the lightning dragon strategy? Adeline Krier listens to Rodinatos. Rodinatos said to them, Yes. By chance, I got my hands on one of the diaries of Vanar's comrade, which recorded their adventures. There was a detailed description of the battle to seal the lightning dragon in there. 2 weeks ago, at the subjugation meeting room, Lord Abelfriend said, What? Vanar's comrade's diary. If you sell that, the amount of money. Lord Abel said, while he holds the face of his friend, Keep going. Rodinatos said, As we all know, the 7 dragons are either dragons or draconites. Amongst the dragons, the lightning dragon is the only one that can polymorph. He is arrogant and cruel, but he is clever as well. He can run away or change his appearance whenever he feels he is at a disadvantage. So, to catch him off guard. In the present, the lightning dragon said, "Has it been 700 years? Who has awakened me?" "Ha, a mere human. You dumb human, what is your name?" Rudinatos replied, "None of your business. I'm here to kill you." The lightning dragon chuckled. "That sword, that mana. It smells like venom. Are you his successor?" He laughed. "How interesting!" Anar didn't look human, but he definitely was a human. "The one that left me to rot here for 700 years also left me a rotting piece of trash. Is this strange space also your doing? But human, do you think a simple being like you could do anything against me? A mere cough is enough to send you flying. I will teach you a lesson for not knowing your place. I'll destroy your city and spread terror throughout your land. I am a disaster, the harbinger of doom. I am the lightning dragon Parma. Kneel!" Rudinatos grunted and said to lightning dragon Parma, "Frick you." In the meeting, Rudinatos explained, "This is the dragon's unique mental attack technique that conveys intimidation and fear to the mental body. Everyone here will be able to escape without difficulty, but be careful, as you will be stunned. The first objective is to destroy the bastard's mana shield. Parma's mana shield, which has lightning properties, is extremely strong. However, the moment you use an area effect attack, his shield's coverage area will decrease. Therefore, we will bait him to use area effect attacks, like breath. Unlike attribute magic such as lightning strike, breath is easy to defend against because all it does is shoot out a large amount of magic. If he has to deal with too many people from the beginning, he will use the much stronger thunder strike. However, if his opponent is only a single human, he will definitely let his guard down." In the present, lightning dragon Parma said, "You've lasted a while, however. It ends here." And he spits fire towards Rudinatos. In the meeting, Rudinatos said, "He'll use breath." Then, in the present, Rudinatos shouted, "Now!" Rudinatos instructed in the meeting, Abel Hungam skill, Cloudy. Using Cloudy, everyone except me will hide in my shadow. The moment he uses his breath, the operation will begin. Liana is in charge of breath defense. You will be able to break it down without difficulty by yourself. While the breath is being deflected, Liana Cherneka uses her skill, Sky Sword Immortal. The Sky Sword Immortal Ain Bryce charges towards Lightning Dragon Parma with his sword, making a hole in the shield of Lightning Dragon Parma. Rudinatos said, "Master, make cracks within the shield. One arrow's gap worth of space will be enough. The crack in the shield and the arrow shot by the heavenly archer will cause a huge explosion that can destroy Parma's iron wall." As the shield of Lightning Dragon Parma was destroyed, he said, "Another despicable heir of Vanar, hiding in the shadows disgracefully. You lowly worms crawling on the ground." Lightning Dragon Parma screamed as they all endured it. "Fine, show me all the pathetic tricks you have. I will make you profoundly feel what true power is." Liana Cherneka said, "He casts Lightning Strike." The Sky Sword Immortal Ain Bryce said, "Rud." Rudinatos replied, "Yes," and they both used their skill counter formula, play. The archer said, "Hurry, Abel." Liana Cherneka looked at the sky as she remembered asking Rudinatos in the meeting. Then, "How do you plan to handle Lightning Strike?" The Dragon King's magic is different from humans, instinct, and will replace formulas and chance, so magic isn't bound to a specific form. Hundreds of lightning strikes each have a unique structure, making dispelling impossible. Rudinatos replied, "Since we can't break it, let's not avoid but counter it. If Sister narrows the path of the lightning strike with the wall of white flame, the Grandmaster and I will twist its trajectory." The Sky Sword Immortal Ain Bryce said, "Heavenly Shield style is proficient in defense, so leave the area defense to me. The few that slip through, let the Heavenly Archer handle them." The archer said, "Ah, Elder, easier said than done." Rudinatos said, "Anyway, if we succeed in breaking the barrier next, we'll bring him down from the sky. He's very cautious and will focus on restoring the barrier before using other high-level magic. Abel should be able to complete the binding formation in time for us to hold out." Abel said, "Shadow Bind isn't a technique that can hold the Dragon King. It'll only cause a momentary stiffness even with magical assistance. If only the connection of the shadows succeeds, that's enough. The goal is the arrow of True Shadow Sword. True Shadow Sword Innis, a skill that slices the essence of the target along with the shadows. Abel shouted in the fight, "It's connected." Adeline Creer said to herself, "I can't believe it." Through preliminary research, optimizing strategies based on individual attributes. A mere year-old boy has this level of judgment. As Lightning Dragon Harma was hit by an attack, he screamed, "Gah!" Lightning Dragon Harma said, "How dare these rats?" Adeline Creer continued to say to herself, "What's even more unbelievable perfectly is how everything in this plan aligns." Rud Denatos. Just who is this guy? Rud Denatos suddenly leaps forward with his spear, and Liana Cherneka uses her magic to assist him, amplifying Rud Denatos' attack as it hits Lightning Dragon Harma. Lightning Dragon Harma said, "I must have scratched that repulsive lump of metal. I'll grind, fry, and stomp you into dust. I won't let you off easy. All 6 of you humans." Suddenly, Rud Denatos jumps from behind Lightning Dragon Harma, who exclaimed, "It was you who launched it." Rud Denatos replied, "Did you ask for my name?" Ninth successor of Sky Sword Immortal Style, Rud Denatos, as he stabs Lightning Dragon Harma in the eyes. Lightning Dragon Harma shouted, "Venar." A huge tornado forms from Rud Denatos' attack, and he shouts, "Grandmaster, take this." The Sky Sword Immortal Ain Bryce retorts, "This brat dares to speak rudely to me. Instead of just carrying fancy weapons, bring some manners too." Liana Cherneka amplifies the arrow with her magic, and the archer shoots arrow rain towards Lightning Dragon Harma, while Adeline Creer runs towards him. The Sky Sword Immortal Ain Bryce said, "The bind is about to break. Cut decisively." Adeline Creer thought to herself, "Shallow, has the mana shield already recovered?" Lightning Dragon Harma exclaimed, "These damn pigs!" Rud Denatos changes weapons and stabs Lightning Dragon Harma again, causing him to scream, "How audacious!" "Get off!" as they are thrown away. Suddenly, multiple magic circles appear above them, shocking Liana Cherneka, who says, "Multiple casting," and gets hit. Adeline Creer shields Liana Cherneka from the attacks. Lightning Dragon Harma said, "Yes, at this point, I must acknowledge it. Half awake, I showed a gap in my defenses to the deceitful schemes of these vermin." Adeline Creer grabs Liana Cherneka and shields her from the attacks as Lightning Dragon Harma continues, "Having forgotten restraint for 700 years, humans too must have changed. But look, humans, what you've achieved is not progress but debauchery. Mere beings who can barely live a century. Do you really think you can kill the 7 dragons? You managed to break the wings of the Dragon King and forced him to tread the same earth as insignificant insects. But this is as far as you go. I will return this humiliation with all your screams. Especially you, Rud Denatos. You dare to look down upon the Dragon King. You are Vanna's proxy. I will crush every life that knows your name, and you will watch it all without being able to close your eyes for even a moment. In your last moments, driven mad with fear, I will personally chew you up and swallow you. Consider it an honor. You will be my final pleasure." Suddenly, the sky changes, and a mage says, "The mana is fluctuating." Iris Harpulia looks at the sky and realizes, "An ambush?" The prince exclaims, "It's an ambush!" Iris Harpulia shouts, "Put up a defensive barrier immediately." The mage said, "Okay." Hanneth Harpulia said, "What's going on? I didn't feel any mana fluctuations." More surprisingly, "How are such low-ranking wyverns working together?" Hanneth Harpulia said, "Wait, that's a human?" Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, "Good afternoon, you pitiful young lambs." "And the Prince of Alpi." The prince said, "You tamed the dragons? No, that's not possible. You must be using mind control. Who are you guys?" Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, "The Church of the Dragon follows the benevolent Dragon King and has greatly helped the world while underground." The prince said, "Church of the Dragon? What nonsense is that? Is it a secret society full of idiots serving the dragons? You are no better than garbage. The world would be better off if you all just disappeared." Grand Mage Griselda Valentine replied, "Be careful about what you say, Prince. Aren't those words too vulgar to be the last ones left by the royal family?" "Are those words their will?" A soldier attacked, saying, "How dare you say that?" Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, "There's no need to be in such a hurry. I won't forget to kill you. Now that I've finished my introduction, we shall start the hunt." The soldier said, "Prioritize the prince's protection." The prince thought to himself, although these guys are outnumbered, they are all quite skilled in battle. Since when did a rebel army of this scale appear on the continent? Balaxteros said, "Your Majesty, And he hit an enemy. Balaxteros thought to himself, I never expected that I'd have to fight humans. Damn it, it's kill or be killed. He grabbed the hands of the enemy and smashed him to the ground, saying, it's a horrible feeling. But, a girl said, save me, please. Balaxteros punched the face of the enemy and said, I will fight you guys to protect everyone. Someone said, annihilate the masked ones, the enemy said. Kill the prince, a soldier said. Magicians, target the wyverns. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine thought to herself, there are quite a few more capable than I expected. Are they Aratium students? Our only target is the prince, so it doesn't matter. But if they progress any further, there'll be a pain in the neck. I need to cut the problem at its roots. Suddenly, Grand Mage Griselda Valentine was attacked and blocked it with her shield. Of course, it's not space manipulation if it's not you doing it, Iris Harpulia. Iris Harpulia said, Archmage Griselda, I thought you died 10 years ago during the 1,000-form dragon incident, but here you are, alive and well. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, as expected, you recognize me immediately. How do I look? Anyways, do you want to be enlightened? Iris Harpulia said, stop with the nonsense. Since you survived, you should have stayed under the radar. Believing the dragons are gods and following them? You're a disgrace to all magicians. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, your attitude is still the same. It's been a long time since we met. Why can't we just be happy? As your senior from Arc Academy, I'll show you how much I've improved. Seventh Circle. I'm sure you tried your best, but it's nothing in front of the Black Star. If you hadn't done the stupid family stuff, you could have become an archmage. Iris Harpulia said, stupid family stuff? Suddenly, Grand Mage Griselda Valentine looked to the side as she was hit by another magic attack. She thought to herself, magic explosion. How many times did you overlap? The slightest mistake will kill you. What kind of crazy person uses magic like this? She looked at Heneth Harpulia in shock and thought, another Harpulia brat? How is she doing something like that? Wait, why does she have that? She got angry and remembered Rud Donatos, thinking, I've been fooled. That piece of garbage. In her imagination, Rud Donatos said, ha ha, you fell for that. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine thought, the Dragon Church has now been exposed. Now that we know it's a trap, our priority is destroying the subspace, she shouted. It was nice to meet again, but I'll kill you, that piece of garbage, you. And everyone else here? Iris Harpulia grabbed Heneth Harpulia and looked at Grand Mage Griselda Valentine as the forest was destroyed. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, you think I'd lose you? Leon Crayer looked at Grand Mage Griselda Valentine from a distance and remained silent. In another part of the forest, Senior Lenia held Renee Nastia and said, it seems like you were after her. Renee Nastia took her hand and said, let me go. Why are you bothering me? I need to get my revenge. It's that girl, she cried. That witch is the one who ruined our tribe, hurt the Ajusi, my mom. She's responsible for it all. I know for a fact she's here to take everything important from me. Kill her, Senior Lenia said. You'll die immediately against that magician. Renee Nastia said, I don't care if I die. Let me go. Senior Lenia said, are you okay with Iris Harpulia being in danger because of you? She hugged Renee Nastia and said, I understand that you're furious, but think about the others. Until you're strong enough to protect everyone else, just wait. Think about how sad Rud will be if you die. Renee Nastia thought to herself, what is this feeling of missing something? Senior Lenia said, I'll put invisibility magic over you, so just stay here, okay? Promise me. Don't worry too much until you're stronger. Suddenly, Senior Lenia faced 3 enemies and said, I'll be protecting you. In another scene, Leon Crayer thought to herself, the mana reaction stopped. Did the Master of the Crimson Tower cut off space again? I feel like the Black Star went in that direction. I was planning on making a surprise attack when the time was right, but Heneth Harpulia made things a bit more of a hassle. Heneth Harpulia suddenly shouted, hey, you! You saw everything, yet you just showed up shamelessly to watch everything unfold? Leon Crayer said, I should be the one interrogating you. Why are you here all alone? Heneth Harpulia said, that's because. Leon Crayer said, did your mom leave you behind? Heneth Harpulia replied, no. Leon Crayer continued, it's obvious. You were only a distraction who wasn't doing anything. To be honest, this whole situation is a result of your carelessness. Instead of wasting your time arguing with me, go look for your mom. Heneth Harpulia said, now you're starting to get on my nerves. You. Suddenly, Leon Crayer attacked her from the side and stabbed an enemy with her sword. How annoying. I'll admit it, you guys are really good at wasting time, she said as they were surrounded by enemies. Heneth Harpoolia touched the blood on her cheeks and thought to herself, it's warm. The blood of someone who was alive just moments ago. I need to move. I can't just stand still like an idiot. But it was a person. How could she just kill someone so easily? As Leon Creer fought the enemies by herself, Heneth Harpoolia thought, I know that if I don't kill, I get killed, but still. Leon Creer said, Heneth Harpoolia, are you trying to get yourself killed? Pay attention. She smacked her to reality. You came here with all that confidence, yet you didn't even expect something like this. Go back to your house if you're just going to keep dragging me down. How pathetic. Heneth Harpoolia punched Leon Creer and said, Shut up, stop with your nagging. How dare you hit someone? Are you crazy? Who are you to hit me and call me pathetic? Do you want to die? Do I look that pathetic to you? Is everyone your sandbag? I'm grateful that you helped me. However, just a piece of advice, don't boost your self-esteem by bringing down someone else's. I'll solve my problems on my own. Leon Creer said, Then you should have just slapped me. Why'd you use your fist? Heneth Harpoolia said, Don't act like a baby. I know it doesn't hurt. Heneth Harpoolia thought to herself, Yeah, I'm pathetic. I feel so pathetic that I wonder if I've even made any progress this year. I know I can't be as strong as her. I know there's no way that murder will become easier just because of a slap. But still, if you can do it, I can too. Suddenly, she vanished. Leon Creer was shocked and shouted, Hey! Wait for me. In another scene, Iris Harpoolia said, At least you're persistent. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, Where did you hide your bitch of a daughter? I have to get my wings back. I have to kill you and that scammer bastard too. I've got lots of things to do. Iris Harpoolia thought to herself, Damn it, I'm on the verge of exhaustion. She's already a daunting opponent on her own, but the magic circle connected to the subspace is still eating away at my mana efficiency. Will I be able to block the next attack? Suddenly a voice said, Dodge! Iris Harpoolia thought, Whose voice was that just now? Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, Why did a weak wind spirit, whatever that was, it's time to say farewell, Junior. She attacked with her magic. Suddenly Heneth Harpoolia arrived and blocked the attack. Iris Harpoolia said, Heneth? Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, She came crawling back. How stupid. Leon Creer, positioned behind Griselda, was about to attack. She slashed Grand Mage Griselda Valentine from behind. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine bled, and Leon Creer continued to attack while Griselda used her shield and said, Damn it, you failures. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine thought, Is this girl even human? She's on another level compared to those weaklings. Her attack power and unwavering flow. Heneth Harpoolia suddenly charged her skill and attacked Grand Mage Griselda Valentine. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, I can't help it. Blow up Black Star, Iris Harpoolia said, the essence of an 8th circle magician. Great magic, Grand Mage Griselda Valentine shouted. Arcana, Iris Harpoolia thought. My magic has collapsed. Is that star magic blocking the flow of mana? Heneth Harpoolia said, What the? Leon Creer said, Move, and attacked Grand Mage Griselda Valentine. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine's snake was cut in half. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine asked, You're a rare monster. What's your real identity? Leon Creer said, Go look in a mirror, and continued to attack. Suddenly, Leon Creer was blown away. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, I'm going to kill you all anyway. I was curious, so I asked because I couldn't help but wonder. I thought I would take your confession as your final will. Iris Harpoolia, Heneth Harpoolia, and Leon Creer prepared to fight again. Leon Creer shouted, Hey, why can't I use magic? Heneth Harpoolia said, Use your brain. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine said, Well, if you don't want to answer, I'll just kill you and then find out. Now, how should I kill you all? It would hurt my pride to bring out Arcana against people as weak as you guys. So, it won't be a bad idea to kill you all in a more primitive way. Suddenly a tree was thrown, and a voice said, What are you talking about? Grand Mage Griselda Valentine managed to evade it. It was Daniel Gold and Claire Mason. Claire said, The only person who can beat my students is me. Daniel Gold said, Senior, those words are a bit. Lord Abel said to himself, How many times? How many times have we destroyed his shield and cut down his fortress-like body? While the others fought Lightning Dragon Harma, Lord Abel continued to tell himself, It seems like the Dragon King is showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Damn it, Are we going to die? Was all our hard work worth nothing? Ainbrai said, don't try anything stupid. Anything that has a heartbeat will die eventually. Even the thousand-formed dragon did. Unless you're a god, you can't avoid death. Roderick mockingly said to Lord Abel, that's right. Are you scared because you're tired, you timid guy? Adeline Creer said, Roderick, don't bully the timid guy. Lord Abel opened a potion and said, White Flame, cut the connection between those two. Donato suddenly said, our efforts haven't gone to waste. When we first started attacking the barrier, it took all of our strength to even make a dent in it. Donatos and Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldroa suddenly attacked Lightning Dragon Harma, and he continued to say, but now we can easily crack it. The shield has grown weaker. He pointed at Lightning Dragon Harma and said, and the mana is all concentrated around his neck area. That means that he's feeling threatened. Lightning Dragon Harma suddenly said, Feldroa, even after 700 years, a spirit king like you is a human slave? Liana Chernica said, Spirit king? No wonder the shield was so durable. Spirit magic isn't my type. Ainbrai said, you're in no position to cover that up. Use this, Lord Abel asked. Are you sure the dragon heart is there? How sure are you? Roddenatos said, 95%. And he said to himself, I checked it in my past life, so it's actually 100%. Roderick said, 95%. Then that means it's a jackpot. I'm going all in. Liana Chernica asked, are you still going around gambling? Adeline Creer said, there's only one choice anyways. We can't keep fighting a battle of attrition. Proceed as you want, son-in-law. Everyone here is trusting and counting on you. We'll take care of it in case of the other 5%, so don't worry. And Adeline Creer shouted, run. Lightning Dragon Harma said, a plan to throw your lives away. How foolish. Roderick said, what do you mean throw away? Bullshit, we're 95% sure, Lord Abel said. Those odds are something we need to bet our lives on. Lightning Dragon Harma shouted, I'll melt you all. Donato said to the team, to effectively target the dragon heart, you need to engage in close combat. However, right now, his vigilance is at an all-time high. We'll have to defend the path no matter what. We have to move his big, fat body with one joint attack. As the shield becomes thinner, it becomes harder for it to intercept attacks from various directions. We'll once again bait W-wide area attacks. Please seize the opportunity. Donato said to Lightning Dragon Harma, hey, you freaking ugly-ass lump. He jumped and taunted Lightning Dragon Harma. Why is your attack so much weaker, huh? Why are you defending yourself against a bunch of annoying insects? Are you scared by any chance? Lightning Dragon Harma said, how dare you? And charged a fireball and spat it at Ruddenitos. But Ruddenitos managed to dodge. Lightning Dragon Harma said, did you think I'd be fooled by the same skill twice? Liana Chernica said, changing coordinates. There will be backlash, so hold on. Suddenly Ruddenitos felt the backlash. Lightning Dragon Harma said, you people know nothing besides running around like rats. Adeline Creer ran under Lightning Dragon Harma and slashed him beneath. Lightning Dragon Harma said, no matter how much you scratch, it won't do anything. Suddenly Lord Abel threw daggers into the wound of Lightning Dragon Harma. Adeline Creer said, regeneration was prevented. It'll last around 30 seconds. Lightning Dragon Harma said, another useless move. Ruddenitos asked himself, why were the coordinates set here? Lightning Dragon Harma said, I'll crush you like this. Suddenly, Lightning Dragon Harma towered over Ainbrai and slammed its head on the ground. Roderick said, whoa, I almost sat down for some tea with my dead grandfather for a second. Ainbrai, while blocking the head of Lightning Dragon Harma, said, stop spewing nonsense and shoot. Roderick aimed his bow and arrow and said, okay, grandfather, and shot Lightning Dragon Harma. Lightning Dragon Harma said, what are you bugs doing all of this for? I'm getting tired of this, you insignificant bugs. Die, just die. Donato said to himself, the golden blood, which is as hot as melted iron, is something that can be avoided if you're vigilant. Lightning Dragon Harma continued to shout, just die. Donato said to himself, but it can become an opportunity with the help of the explosive blood sword. In my past life, as I rolled around on the ground like a cripple, I saw it. The exact location where my brother stabbed the dragon's heart. The dragon heart is the source of all of a dragon king's strength. Unlike ordinary dragons, the heart that powers a dragon king's gigantic body is, ironically, eerily similar to that of a human's. Suddenly they saw the heart of Lightning Dragon Harma. Ruddenitos, while looking at its heart, said to himself, I don't know what deity created y'all, but they have quite the shitty taste. No matter what you do, since we're all on the verge of running out of mana, give your best in this attack, everyone. There will be no second chances, so be as sure as possible. I'll cut the entire space, he shouted. Great slice, Roderick said. We did it, Donato said to himself. No, not yet. The heart is beating. Suddenly, lightning dragon Harma polymorphed. In the past, Donatos remembered saying to his brother, Aesir Donatos, it's dead. The lightning dragon's dead. That's stigmata. It's a miracle he's the second coming of the hero. I can't believe it, a mere 19-year-old boy. Aesir Donatos looked back at Donatos and said, Rud Donatos said to himself, now that I think of it, my brother. In the present, they shouted, Rud Donatos said to himself while lightning dragon Harma charged his energy toward him. Did I screw up? Suddenly, lightning dragon Harma stabbed his chest. and Krier shouted, no. As Donatos fell from the sky, lightning dragon Harma said, you really had to make me show this form. Adeline Krier caught Donatos. Lightning dragon Harma said, for the past 700 years, you weaklings who try to copy our magic have certainly gotten stronger. Okay, I admit it. I was overconfident. My overconfidence is what led to that the last time too. Ain Bryce blocked the attack of Lightning Dragon Harma. Ain Bryce said to himself, it's not an attack I can block. He redirected the attack of Lightning Dragon Harma and jumped away. Lord Abel shouted, Adeline, Rud. Lightning Dragon Harma said, I won't make the same mistake twice. That dirty black hand. Suddenly, Lightning Dragon Harma cut the hands of Lord Abel. Liana Cherneka shouted, Abel. Roderick said to Liana Cherneka, make a healing field. Lightning Dragon Harma said, the mouth that recites that despicable cast. Suddenly, Lightning Dragon Harma grabbed the mouth of Liana Cherneka and broke her magic staff. Ain Bryce shouted, get away from us this instant. Lord Abel managed to grab Liana Cherneka away while Ain Bryce swung his sword at Lightning Dragon Harma. Lightning Dragon Harma said, and, while Roderick shot his arrow at Lightning Dragon Harma, suddenly, Lightning Dragon Harma caught the arrow and threw it back at Roderick. He said, that arrogant gaze of a braggart. The arrow flew faster and hit the right eye of Roderick. Lightning Dragon Harma said, out of respect for you who have made it this far, I will deal with you the human way. And what was that name-bot sky-piercing technique? He drew his bone sword. Ain Bryce said, how dare you? And they both fought each other. In the distance, Adeline Krier sweated and said, Rud! A lightning strike pierced his heart. I should try healing him by pouring mana into him. Please. She put mana into Donatos. Suddenly, Donatos coughed blood and Adeline Krier said, Rud, can you hear me? Rud, I was wrong. All it did was make his heart race. What should I? Suddenly, in the background, Ain Bryce hit the wall. Lightning Dragon Harma said, a useless endeavor. How is it, Vanars Crumb? Is my sky-piercing technique as good as yours? Ain Bryce said, sky-piercing technique? No. He uses a mix of many techniques, some of which I've never even seen or heard of before. He probably picked them from his 700 years of battle experience. Lightning Dragon Harma said, please stay here quietly until I deal with the remaining one. You're a special one, so I will savor your death slowly. Are you the last one? How dare you cut my leg? What should I do with you? Cutting your leg won't be enough. I should swap your legs with your arms. Adeline Krier raged and attacked Lightning Dragon Harma. Freak off! Lightning Dragon Harma said, oh ho, at first glance, it looks like the swings are all haphazard. Adeline Krier said to herself, damn it, it looks like he's already analyzed it all. Lightning Dragon Harma said, what an insidious technique of endless connecting sword paths. Lightning Dragon Harma hit the stomach of Adeline Krier. Just like how bugs are supposed to be, crawling on the ground. It's all for naught, just give up. The time you spent swinging your sword throughout your life ultimately led to your demise at my hands. Adeline Krier said, ha, seems like you're being overconfident again. Dedicating my entire life just to kill one dragon seems. She picked up the sword and said, excessive. Suddenly, Lightning Dragon Harma said, you've already bound the shadows? Was the sword attack a trick? Adeline Krier said, don't look down on humans, lizard man. She said to herself, damn it, was I too cocky? Lightning Dragon Harma said, damn you. He grabbed Adeline Krier's neck and said, why did you have to come here to die? You already knew how it was going to end. This is why humans are foolish. I'll grant you the death that you came here looking for. Especially you. I won't kill you so easily. Donatos, while dreaming of his past when his brother said to him, Don't worry, everything will be fine. Everything. And he said to his brother, don't touch me. Frick off. Dinatos said to him, you won't die ever. You will never die. Suddenly his hands moved. Lightning Dragon Harma noticed. Dinatos suddenly stood up and said, at that time the so-called warrior was shaking pathetically. But brother, being pathetic is something I'm better at than you. Almighty Ice Spirit King Feldro said, Rud, are you there? Rud, are you okay? Our connection was disrupted. Dinatos replied to Feldro, I'm alright. No need to scream at me. My head is ringing. Lightning Dragon Harma looked at Dinatos in shock and said, a stigmata. That's impossible. He then threw Adeline Creer and exclaimed, it can't be. Charging towards Dinatos, he shouted, I can't let him have it. In an instant, he cut off Dinatos' right arm. Suddenly, Harma was shocked. Dinatos said, so that's how it is, and his arm grew back. Lightning Dragon Harma said, that light is unsettling. It's just like the one 700 years ago. Right, something is off. How can a mere human have it? Are you the reincarnation of Vanar? Dinatos summoned his sword from his secret storage and said, how many times have you asked me this? I already told you that I'm not. To himself he said, I'm taking over my brother's role again. Stigmata, the mark of a hero that my brother had in my past life. A miracle represented by 5 strokes. However, it does not grant the bearer infinite power. It uses the bearer's mana to operate. The stigmata lasts for approximately 5 minutes. When all of the strokes extinguish, the stigmata's power disappears. I have to finish the battle before then. Dinatos then said, I don't have time to put up with your nonsense. I'm in a bit of a rush right now. Shut up and fight me, you fat lizard. Lightning Dragon Harma got angry and shouted, don't act all tough. Vanar is dead. That inhuman monster is already dead. Just because you have a stigmata doesn't mean you're any better off now. Even with that stigmata, you're still just a mere human. You're one of the weakest creatures on this planet. Dinatos thought to himself, it is strangely different from my brother's stigmata, which had the power of protection. I'm overflowing with vitality. In my past life, I had to deal with lightning strikes, so I had to predict the course of the battle. But there is no need for predictions now. All I have to do is break through from the front. I don't know much, but he's the kind of guy who runs away when hit, so I have to finish him off before the stigmata goes out. Dinatos taunted Lightning Dragon Harma, saying, why is the great Dragon King sloppy enough to go as far as to imitate a human being? Have you lost your spirit? Lightning Dragon Harma shouted. Shut up. Dinatos continued to taunt him, saying, you're so scared that you can't come to your senses. Is that a sword technique or a sword dance? Lightning Dragon Harma said, don't play with me. I need to keep my distance. I wasted the power of my dragon heart on those other useless bugs. I can't let him get any closer to the dragon heart, even though I want to rip that face open right now. Lightning Dragon Harma jumped away, and suddenly his back exploded. He looked at his back and saw Ain Bryce. Ain Bryce said to him, are you running away from a mere human? Ain Bryce looked exhausted. Lightning Dragon Harma said, you're a dying corpse. What are you doing? Lord Abel and Liana Chernica stood up and prepared to fight once more. On the other side, Adeline Creer and Roderick also managed to get back on their feet to fight again. Adeline Creer said, lastly, leave room for one final heal, just in case he polymorphs. It'll be a fierce battle, but if he is cornered to the point of having to change his form, victory will already be on our side. They all remembered what Dinatos had said in the meeting before. As long as we don't give up, we'll win. Dinatos charged towards Lightning Dragon Harma alone. Lightning Dragon Harma shouted, don't come near me. He charged flames in his breath and shot them directly at Dinatos, hitting him and making him burn. He continued to say, I told you not to come near me. Dinatos, while enduring the flames, grinned and continued to slash at Lightning Dragon Harma. Lightning Dragon Harma felt the sword, and his heart was cut. He shouted, no, 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 and began to fall. Dinatos said, you're changing forms again? Ain Bryce said, he must be going crazy. Is he trying to rip to escape? Lightning Dragon Harma said, the subspace opened. Open up, just break. Why aren't you breaking? It's only a subspace. How much mana? Amida, scorching dragon, you were stupid enough to get used by the humans. Suddenly, chains entangled the foot of Lightning Dragon Harma, and Dinatos shouted, where are you trying to go, lady dog? Lightning Dragon Harma pleaded, no, no. I don't want to die. You guys don't know anything. Spreading fear is my given task. I'm a being that is essential for you humans. I am the mediator of this chaotic world. The dazzling brilliance. Rudinatos said, shut up. This world doesn't need crap like that. The subspace began to open. Outside, Balaxteros said, the sky is opening up. No way. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine, happy, said, the subspace is opening up. Ha ha ha. They'll be able to take care of everything now. Suddenly, a defeated lightning dragon Parma emerged from the subspace, and the crowd shouted, the subjugation squad is back, an enemy exclaimed. The dragon, a soldier observed, the headless dragon is the lightning dragon. That means, the crown prince, shocked, said, it's dead. A person shouted, the lightning dragon is dead. Start cleaning up. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine, shocked, said, Lord Parma. Impossible, she thought to herself. It was a failure. Damn it, do we need to retreat? Is it not a failure? Now that things are like this, the crown prince. Suddenly she was attacked, and Rudinatos said, where are you trying to go? Grand Mage Griselda Valentine retorted, you son of a dog! Suddenly, from behind, Leon Creer jumped towards Griselda Valentine, making her sleep forever. Suddenly, she vanished into thin air. Claire Mason said, damn it, she flees as fast as a rat. Daniel Gold said, did she have an emergency escape scroll in her chest? However, with such a fatal wound, even holy magic won't work. She won't be able to survive for long. Since the remnants have almost been eliminated, let's help the Black Wolf Knights first. Renee Nastia shouted, crying, Ajusi. Henatharpulia also shouted, Rud. Balaxtera said, Rud, I'm giving you a welcome hug. Senior Lenia Selkit said, he was nowhere to be seen, so I thought he was dead. Henatharpulia said, do you know how worried I was? Is this corpse? Leon Creer looked at them from a distance. Liana Cherneka said to Lord Abel, I'm glad you're okay. He asked, what happened outside? Liana Cherneka replied, I don't think anyone is fine. Will the corpse of the lightning dragon be researched? Lord Abel said, fortunately, the subjugation of the lightning dragon was successful, but because of the Dragon God Church, the empire will become more chaotic in the future. Roderick cried, ouch! Be gentle! It hurts! Leon Creer said, Rud, I'm sorry, I missed it. Rud Dinato said, hey, it's all right. Oh yeah, I'm a hero now? Henatharpulia shouted, hero? You? Senior Lenia Selkit said, a warrior, like the ones in the legends? Did you hit your head somewhere? Rud Dinato said, I'm being serious. Henatharpulia said, don't worry, Rud. If you exercise, your brain damage will heal. Rud Dinato said, do you want to die? Leon Creer, shocked by her friends, suddenly laughed. They all teased Rud Dinatos, playing with his bandages, saying, what kind of hero acts like this? 3 weeks after the subjugation of the lightning dragon, the emergence of the Church of the Dragon, and the second coming of the hero, the entire continent was in an uproar. A series of events marked the beginning of an era of chaos. Kings of various countries were frantically trying to obtain relevant information through Farama and Alpie. Interest in the subjugation members, who all miraculously survived, reached its peak. However, despite the good news, all the members had suffered serious injuries and ended up in the Arnic Ward, a division of the Holy See of Light, where outsiders were restricted. Roderick said, Adelan and Liana are recovering well. What a relief, Rudenatos replied. Yep, I visited them on the way here, and they were secretly drinking. Adeline Kerr asked, Rudenatos want a sip? Liana Cherneka said to Rudenatos, oh, you're here? Roderick asked, how healthy are they? Rudenatos answered, also, divine magic must be amazing. It even put your severed arm back together. Abel Hyungam added, it's a relief that the Midsummer Guild's divine magicians were on standby to provide immediate medical assistance. Roderick said, it was only possible because I brought your hand back. Ain Bryce commented, no matter how good divine magic is, can it compare to the Stigmata's true miracle? Immortal warrior Rud. Rud Denatos spit his food in shock after hearing Ain Bryce. Rud Denatos said, can you stop saying that? I've already been made fun of non-stop for the past 2 days. 2 days ago, Arnic Holy See. Ain Bryce asked, why? Isn't it the glorious title of the second great hero who was officially recognized by the Holy See? Rud Denatos replied, bullshit. Even if you're a public figure, it's all just for show, isn't it? Roderick asked. Besides, how did you feel after meeting the Pope for the first time? Rud Denatos said, Nothing special? It was more easygoing and less dramatic than I expected. He appeared to be a man around his 20s. He's probably suppressing his age using magic like you do. Ain Bryce said, Immortal Warrior. Judging by how horrible of a title he bestowed, his personality is clearly. Ain Bryce asked, Why? Isn't Immortal Warrior a cool title? Roderick said, Yeah, it's cool. The Warrior. It rolls off the tongue. Rudd Donatos ran away, and Roderick said, Hey, I won't make fun of you. Come back, Ain Bryce said. Leave him be. I think he needs some time alone. Rudd Donatos said to himself, Thanks to the stigmata, recovery is quick. It's nice to be able to move freely. I hope they recover quickly, but they need to stop being so annoying. He remembered the party everybody gave him where Balaxteros said, Oi, come on in, Immortal Warrior. Heneth Harpulia said, Congrats on being recognized as a hero, Immortal Warrior. Renee Nastia laughed at Rudd Donatos. Leon Creer tried to stop her laugh. Senior Lenia Selkit said, Since you're immortal, you shouldn't die from embarrassment. Rudd Donatos said to himself in frustration, Making fun of me because it doesn't involve them. Damn I don't have anywhere to GGO. Suddenly a person said, Sir Donatos, what are you doing here? It's almost time for you to get a checkup. Even though your condition is fine, we don't know much about your stigmata. We don't know when there might be side effects, so for now. Rudd Donatos said, Okay, I understand. I'll go. Suddenly Jeremy Duville called and said, Rudd, we finally meet. I'm glad you look healthy. Rudd Donatos, annoyed, said, Hey, why did you crawl up here? Jeremy Duville said, I had a feeling that after the subjugation, you'd get treated here at the Arnic ward. I also happen to be interested in divine magic, so I timed it right and applied for an apprenticeship. Moreover, the academy director wrote a fancy letter of recommendation. Rudd Donatos said, All right, I get the gist of it, so shut up. He thought to himself, that baldy didn't need to do that. Jeremy Duville said, Excuse me, but could you give me a moment with Rudd? We need to catch up on some things. Marvin Berthold said, That's fine, but you must return to the ward when it is time for the routine checkup. Rudd Donatos said, We don't have anything to talk about. Jeremy Duville asked, By the way, was my ancestor's diary helpful? Rudd Donatos said, What's your point? Jeremy Duville replied, I was just curious about whether or not it was of any help. Also, hear me out. I did some research about the Church of the Dragon and the Church of Light. First of all, even though there was little information about the Church of the Dragon as it had been operating in the shadows, since the subjugation war, its remnants had begun to come into view one by one. The imperial family is also investigating, but significant progress is yet to be made. Then I came up with an interesting hypothesis. There might be a relationship between the two religions. The doctrine of the Church of Light is a story about humans and gods in the era of mythology, before the advent of the world of dragons. To summarize, there was a fearful and powerful being called the Ancient Evil God. They disrupted the world and persecuted humans for their own gain. But then, Arnic, the God of Light, brought us salvation. The Ancient Evil God from the Church of Light and the Dragon God from the Church of the Dragon. Don't you think they might be related somehow? Moreover, the Church of the Dragon seems to have deeper roots than initially expected. Considering its scale, it is natural that it has a connection with the Church of Light, a religion that has spread throughout most of the continent. I wonder if there is a connection between the two religions. It's still all speculation because there is little to no information about the Church of the Dragon. Rudd Donatos said, So, in short, you found out nothing, right? Jeremy Duville replied, Wait, there's one more thing. The Church of Light also feels out of place. For example, the priest standing here earlier had a weird aura around him. Earlier? That strict priest? Right. His name is Marvin Berthold. His origin, when he joined the church, his root, his grades, everything is spotless. However, there is a very small sense of discomfort that only my eyes can see, so I keep watching. Just keep this in mind for now. After all, it's just speculation. Rudd Donatos said, Are you doing creepy background investigations on ordinary things? Jeremy Duville replied, All my convictions start with a hypothesis. Rudd Donatos said, Crazy bastard, and walked away, saying to Jeremy Duville, Go away, you wasted my time. Jeremy Duville said, Next time, I'll bring even more valuable information. A few moments later, Rudd Donatos asked the almighty ice spirit King Feldroa, Feldroa, what did you think about that priest earlier? The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa said, You said all that despite being suspicious. Rudd Donatos said, Even though he's a weirdo, his suspicions are usually spot on. The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa said, "From what I could see, he was human. I don't know about his mana or his danger level. Something like that would be better understood by humans." Rud Donatos said, "So you're saying you don't know? You could have just said that." Suddenly, Renee called Rud Donatos, juicy. "Where were you? Everyone was looking for you." She pointed at Leon Creer, saying, "That white lady ate all the cookies in your room," while Renee had all the crumbs on her face. Leon Creer said, "Hey, stop lying, I only ate one." Rud Donatos said, "Don't you guys need to go home? Visiting is almost over." Hanatharpulia asked, "Did you roam around the central ward all day just to avoid us?" Balexteros said, "Rud, are you exercising? Why isn't there a training room in this hospital?" Rud Donatos, angry, said, "Do you guys not have anything better to do? Go home." A few hours later in the evening, Leon Creer said, "All right, I need to go visit my mother in the other room." "See you tomorrow." Senior Lenya Selkit said, "I have a dinner reservation with Lena tonight." Renee Nastia said, "See you tomorrow, Ajusi." Rud Donatos said, "Damn it. Do y'all think this is some sort of park?" Hanatharpuya said, "Just let them be. They're just concerned about you." Rud Donatos said, "You should go too." Hanatharpulia replied, "Ooh, you're so cold." Rud Donatos said, "Hey!" Hanatharpulia asked, "What?" Rud Donatos asked, "Do you know anything about divine magic? Or anything about the Church of Lights Hospital?" Hanatharpulia said, "That question is so comprehensive. What are you curious about?" Rud Donatos said, "For example, something about the priests in this hospital." "Like Marvin Berthold?" Hanatharpulia asked. "What? Who?" Rud Donatos said, "Never mind. Get out." Hanatharpulia said, "What? You're making me worry." Rud Donatos said, "Okay, bye-bye." Hanatharpulia said, "Damn you. I'm leaving. Take care." A few moments later, outside, Hanatharpulia said, "Berthold," she said to herself, "the Berthold family is known for their divine magic. I definitely exchanged contact information with that second girl at the social club last time, right? It's late, and the ward is empty, but there must be a magical communication device in a facility of this scale." She looked around and said to herself, "Found it." She used the phone and said, "Hello, are you Haley Berthold?" "My name is Hanatharpulia. We met at that social club the other day." "Yes, right. I had a small request. Do you have some time to meet right now?" The second girl said, "Oh no, I'm sorry. Could you contact me later?" "Now is not the time. I just heard about my uncle's death. It's been 3 days since my uncle passed away. No one got to know until they discovered the body at his house." Uncle Marvin." Hanatharpulia said, "Wait, Uncle Marvin. Marvin Berthold?" In a different scene at the hospital, Rud Donatos rested. Suddenly he woke up and took his sword. The almighty ice spirit King Feldra asked, "Rud, what's wrong?" Rud Donatos said, "My mana just got cut off." The almighty ice spirit King Feldra said, "This space has been blocked off by a third party. A barrier, perhaps. It doesn't seem like magic, though." Rud Donatos said to himself, "I'm sure security is tight, but they still sneaked in without anyone noticing. Plus, this unusual aura, it isn't an ordinary person." Rud Donatos shouted, "You outside the door, what kind of dumbass are you?" Marvin Berthold said, "I'm sad, fake son. You called me your father despite not even knowing my identity." Rud Donatos said, "How am I supposed to identify you when you keep changing your identity?" Hanatharpulia was having a hard time breathing. Rud Donatos said, "Adam Murgle," and his face changed. Marvin Berthold said, "Of course you know who I am." Rud Donatos thought to himself, "This is the worst possible scenario. Cardinal of the Dragon Church, Adam Murgle. He appears without warning and leaves no trace. He can even change his appearance freely, an ability closer to a special power rather than magic. In my past life, although he rarely appeared, he spilled blood wherever he went. Although my brother defeated him, he said it was all thanks to a fluke. That's how strong he was. Even Leon never figured out his true identity. Something pretending to be human. The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa said, I can't say he's fully human. He's not a dragon. It's closer to a chimera. Rud, are you going to fight?" Rud Donatos said to the almighty ice spirit King Feldroa, "I can't because he's holding Henneth hostage. In this situation, I won't be able to win. The fact that he brought a hostage means he might have something to say to me. First, try to rescue Henneth as soon as you see an opportunity. You can even freeze as you wish. Even if I'm about to die, protect Henneth at all costs. I order you as your contractor." Marvin Berthold said, Are you not going to draw your sword? Well, a person would need to be able to estimate their opponent's strength to fool someone like Griselda with a ridiculous lie. Rud Donatos replied. Isn't that par for the course, having an idiot like that as an acting bishop? Did she tell you everything despite knowing how embarrassing it would be for her? I intentionally gave her some serious wounds. Marvin Berthold said, Yes, that's why I killed her. She lost many believers and wasn't even able to secure the lightning dragon. I was deeply disappointed by the realization that the time spent in the peaceful snowfield was wasted, and that it was ultimately a futile death. Rud Donatos said, Stop lying. You don't even know what disappointment is. You just act like a human and pretend to have feelings. Stop talking about someone you don't care about and get to the point. Marvin Berthold said, The immortal warrior, I also have done my research about you. A survivor of the 1,000-form dragon incident, an orphan, the beginning of a typical hero story. All that's all right, but something isn't adding up. It is too unusual for a boy who was only a third-rate mercenary to suddenly develop into such a talent within 2 years and become a man capable of rivaling the Dragon Kings. Don't you think so too, Lady Harpulya? Something's wrong with this boy, no? Henneth Harpulya said. Why is the weirdest person here spouting such bullshit? Her fist flamed in anger, and she shouted, Die! Marvin Berthold said, You seem calm, so you were secretly chanting. Wings of the darkness. It's like putting a spear in the hands of a child. I'll return this. Rud Donatos managed to get Henneth Harpulya, and the almighty ice spirit King Feldra shielded her as Rud Donatos shouted, Feldra! Henneth Harpulya dropped to the ground. Marvin Berthold said, From what I can see, you really are a hero. However, your stigmata probably hasn't recovered yet. He managed to chop off Rud Donatos' hand and said, risking your life and abandoning an arm. Is that lady that important to you? I feel like abandoning her would greatly increase your chances of survival. Rud Donatos said, Your lady dog ass shouldn't be talking all that shit. Stop playing around and get to the point. I know your goal is me. Marvin Berthold said, Well, okay. You're not wrong. How did you find out about me? How did you get information about the 1,000-form dragon incident? Rud Donatos mocked Marvin Berthold by saying, Your dad told me. Marvin Berthold smiled and chopped off Rud Donatos' other arm. Henneth Harpulya was shocked after seeing what happened. Marvin Berthold said, How did you locate the lightning dragon sealing stone? Rud Donatos said, I just picked it up. Marvin Berthold chopped off Rud Donatos' leg and said, The lightning dragon shouldn't have died such a useless death. It would have been amazing if the seal had broken in Aratium, just like the 1,000-form dragon incident. Rud Donatos thought to himself, Because of the thunderbolt that broke Aratilim's seal that day, more than half of the cadets were scorched by lightning, and their bodies were left unrecognizable. All the tragedies in my past life were because of this asshole. Marvin Berthold said, What exactly is your identity, you who are angry at a disaster that never happened? The reincarnation of the hero Venar? I don't think so. So the conclusion that I've drawn is a regressor. Were you a hero before your regression? The 7 dragons, the dragon god and me, did you kill us all? Rud Donatos was shocked and thought to himself, Dragon god? Marvin Berthold said, A year ago. The connection to the floating island was suddenly lost. The void dragon's position became vacant. Coincidentally, that incident coincided with the time of your admission to Aratium. I see it now. You're Genesis Dragon Kurna's toy. Rud Donatos thought to himself in shock. That white guy. Marvin Berthold said, Is this your first time hearing that name? The dragon god, Genesis Dragon Kurna. The father of all dragons, including the 7 dragon kings. The god of creation. Wouldn't someone have to be a god at the very least to be able to turn back time? Kurna seems to like you quite a bit, Marvin Berthold remarked. Rud Donatos thought to himself, So the dragon god that the dragon church worships was that guy. Genesis Dragon Kurna, a name I've never heard before. A god that has the power to alter time. I don't give a freak about whether he is a dragon god or a dumbass. This time, I'm going to kill him, Rud Donatos declared. Marvin Berthold said, Doing that with only one leg left would be impossible, immortal warrior. Unfortunately, since I've figured out that you're Kurna's toy, I can't kill you here. My curiosity has been sated. Could you be more gentle next time? It'll be troublesome if you die. Rud Donatos spat strawberry juice and said, Okay, the next time we meet, I'll be sure to kill you. Marvin Berthold laughed and said, Ha ha, all right. As he walked away, he added, I wish you luck. In a different scene, Daniel Gold knocked on the door and said, I'm coming in, master. Did the knights leave? Ainbry said, Yeah. How could they make me? an old patient. Participate in the investigation for 3 whole days. I'm sick of it all. Daniel Gold said, they attacked right after he was recognized as the hero. It hasn't been that long since the subjugation of the lightning dragon, so the security in the ward was tight. I mean, it wasn't the usual incident after all. Judging by the way they spoke, it seemed like they were conducting internal investigation while withholding all the information from the media. A hero's reputation is their everything. This incident could greatly harm the Imperial Knights and the church's reputation. Ain Bryce asked, "All right, did the kid wake up? Have his wounds healed?" Daniel Gold replied, "Yes, thanks to the high-rank priest's help, he has regained consciousness. Since he has a stigmata, he should be fine by the time his mana restores." Funnily enough, he seemed rather calm while the other children seemed quite shocked. Ain Bryce said, "Was it the Dragon Church? Just what kind of a damn bastard managed to attack us without leaving a single trace?" Even though Rudd was injured at the moment, they managed to overwhelmingly incapacitate him. The hero. Since they've basically declared an all-out war against us, they could attack again at any time. We don't have any time to spare. Daniel Gold added, "The next dragon might be unsealed sooner in the future than we expect." Did that Rudd kid say anything special? We didn't get to talk much. The captain of the Black Wolves came to ask him about the incident. Ain Bryce said, "That little brat did? He really shouldn't act aggressive and start a fight." In a different scene, Rudd Donatos exclaimed, "Freak! Are you joking right now? Hey, you deaf or something? How many times do I have to tell you? I was attacked peacefully when I was sleeping." The Imperial Knight captain said, "On the day of the incident, the Imperial Knights had tripled the security around the ward. Moreover, several of our Black Wolf Knights were stationed here as well on His Majesty the Crown Prince's orders." But you're saying that someone managed to sneak in and out. Does that make sense to you? Rudd Donatos retorted. "Why are you complaining about your weak-ass subordinates to me? I'm the victim here. Did any of your oh-so-amazing knights lose a finger or something?" "No," the Imperial Knight captain exclaimed. "You said that the guy initially disguised himself as a priest, right? Just because you've been barking around accusations in the hospital ward for 3 hours doesn't change the fact that you guys were unaware of the intruder while an Iradium cadet was present. You must not understand the seriousness of the situation, kid. If this incident becomes public, both the Holy See and His Majesty, the Crown Prince, who deem people like you to be heroes, will become laughingstocks. Not only did you dare to tarnish the Imperial family's name, but you also acted foolishly. Someone like you shouldn't call himself a hero. Killing the lightning dragon? You can't even protect your own body. You must have let the guild master do all the work and taken all the credit. How dare an immature country bumpkin and ex-mercenary claim such things?" Rudd Donato said, says the one who reserved the room next to mine. "Are you going to keep yapping around?" The Imperial Knight captain shouted, "You arrogant bastard." A boy shouted, "Captain, please calm down." The captain attacked Rudd Donatos, but the almighty ice spirit King Feldro blocked it. The Imperial Knight captain thought to himself, "He blocked it. Let me show you the skills of an Imperial Knight captain," he shouted. "Don't think you are all that just because you have a stigmata." Rudd Donatos bled and said, "Freak." The Imperial Knight captain thought to himself, "It went through. There's no way someone like him could win against me." He said, "Poft! Do you get it now?" This is what real skills honed through experience are. Suddenly, Rudd Donatos hit him in the chin. A boy shouted, "Captain," Rudd Donatos said, "you dare to use attribute skills against a patient?" "All right then. I was already in a bad mood anyway. Everything from here on is self-defense, got it?" The boy thought to himself. An Imperial Knight captain was sent flying after dealing the first blow. If word gets out, not only will His Majesty, the Crown Prince, be enraged, but the entire Black Wolf Knight Order will be in trouble, the boy said to Rudd Donatos. "Please calm down, Lord Rudd." It seems like our captain was overwhelmed by strong emotions for a second. And Rudd Donatos retorted, "Ah! Can't you see this? That bastard aimed for my eyes. It's a lethal blow for a patient like me, okay?" The boy apologized. "I apologize. I'm willing to do anything to calm your anger, so please don't tell His Majesty about this incident. Please have mercy on us. They do say that the higher one's position is, the less they tend to pay attention to their surroundings." "I'm sure the captain felt something too," he continued. Rudd Donatos said, "What bullshit, piss off. Give me a reason why I should let you go." The boy offered, "I'll give you this in return. It's an artifact that His Majesty awarded me. It's said to have been made with materials from the World Tree, Bernica." The artifact's effects are rather negligible and I can't guarantee that it was made out of the world tree, but since it was a gift from His Majesty, it's bound to be valuable. Donato silently thought, then said, I'll let you go this time. Leave it here and take him with you. The boy thanked him. Thank you. Then we'll be taking our leave. He grabbed his captain. A few moments later, Donato said, To think I'd find this here? The almighty ice spirit King Feldro said, I'm certain this really is made out of a branch of the world tree. They must be crazy to make a weapon out of the sacred tree that holds this world together. Donato said, Well, the one who used this in my past life was a complete psycho too. Feldro asked, Who was that evil being? Donatos replied, Your daughter, Lenia. Feldro was silent for a moment before saying, Since the world tree is not resonating with it, it's nothing more than an ordinary branch. It's actually incredible she was able to use it. As expected of my amazing daughter, suddenly someone knocked on the door. Donatos said, What is it now? He opened the door and said, Which bastard? Heneth stood there and said, Donatos asked, How did you get in here? Visits to the central ward are prohibited. Heneth explained, I was called here for the investigation. I didn't get a single scratch, but I was still involved, so I heard that you had woken up, so I just wanted to at least see your face. Because of me, you. Donatos interrupted. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Heneth continued, and I wanted to give this back to you. It's too much for me. I'll leave now, so rest up well. Donatos grabbed her wrist and said, Follow me. Heneth protested, Right. A few moments later outside, Donatos said, Let me put this clearly. It's neither your fault nor mine. We're both alive and well, so there's no need to feel bad. Heneth said, But you nearly died. Donatos replied, Oh no, it was just a reminder for me that I still have a long way to go. Oh, did you cut your hair? Heneth said, Don't change the topic. If Leon had been there instead of me, you'd have less severe wounds. Donatos asked, Hey, what are you? Heneth confessed, I tried really hard. While you were gone, I trained so hard that I suffered from constant mana exhaustion. At night, I only slept a few hours and spent the rest in the lab. I swung my dagger until the grip was completely worn out. But no matter how hard I try, I am still a burden to you. You can't even fight properly because you always try to protect me. Whenever I think I've caught up to you guys, you always seem to already be far ahead of me again. I was mistaken. I was just pretending to catch up to you guys. While in truth, I was holding you back. I don't deserve to own the wings of darkness that you gifted me. I'm unbearably pathetic, absolutely worthless. It would have been better if I never existed. Donato said, So what if you're holding us back? Even if I cut off the part of my body that you're holding, it will eventually grow back. I'm the immortal warrior, after all. Heneth exclaimed, Stop joking around, I'm being serious. Donato said, Geez, seriously. I'm fine. Hold me back as much as you like. I'm fine with it. Besides, no one is born perfect, nor are there people who are perfect until they die. Everybody is living in their own timeline. Everyone has a pathetic and worthless phase once, all right? Anyway, I'm trying to say that you are someone valuable. You cannot become a second Balak, Lenia, or Leon, but the same thing goes for them. No one can become you. I'm sure that I'll need you in our future plans, so stop with those useless thoughts. You just have to continue doing your best like you've been doing until now. Keep investing until you get your share. I did that too. If you get it, stop crying and go back. Donatos began to walk away. Suddenly, Heneth called out, Then, can I hold you back one more time? Donatos, confused, said, Huh? Heneth said, You. Donatos asked, What? Heneth said, I like you, Donatos. Leon Creer, standing at a distance, heard the whole thing. Heneth laughed and said, Aha, I always thought that confessing while crying would be the ugliest thing one could do. Who knew that I'd be the very person to do it? The timing is awful, isn't it? But I didn't say it expecting a clear answer from you. It's just what my heart is saying. Donatos looked at her from a distance and said, I'm sorry. Heneth responded, I already told you that you don't have to give me an answer right now. Honestly, I didn't expect you to accept my confession anyway. You're really insensitive when it comes to things like this. That's why I want to know, are you rejecting me because of Leon? Donatos said, He looked at the tree and continued, No. For me, every single one of you is a friend and comrade. We don't have to play with our emotions right now. Moreover, how can you make any promises when you could literally die any day? Leon Creer trembled. Rudd Donatus continued, to be honest, Leon's feelings towards me make me very uncomfortable. Leon Creer suddenly ran. Rudd Donatus thought to himself, this should be enough. Kenneth Harpulia said, all right, I get what you're trying to say. But Rudd, have you heard of this phrase? Love sprouts even in times of war. It was embarrassing, but now I feel relieved. I'm glad that I still have the slightest bit of a chance. Rudd Donatus asked, what? Are you sure you listened to me? Kenneth Harpulia said, of course. I'm going to go for real now. I'll continue to try hard, just like you said. So let's meet again the day you're released as if nothing happened. Rudd Donatus said, all right, get home safe. The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa said, you rejected 2 women at once. It has been decided that you'll be going to hell in your afterlife. Congratulations. Rudd Donatus retorted. Shut up. In my past life, they were just my comrades too. Honestly, I think they would have rejected me if I had ever made a move. They're both acting like that because they misunderstood my actions as a regressor. They're still young after all. The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa replied, even if you did regress, the timeline you're in right now is still reality. Do you really think you can judge and ignore those feelings just because you've seen the future? Rudd Donatus said, I don't have time to think about such trivial things right now. Adam Mergel, one of the 3 cardinals of the Dragon Church, found out that I'm a regressor. I also found out that the one who turned back time is the one they call Dragon God, the father and creator of all dragons, Genesis Dragon Kurna. However, why would the god of the dragons favor me and say that my death would inconvenience him? It doesn't make sense. The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa said, Rudd Donatus interrupted. I know that damn oath is preventing you from telling me more about him. For now, the more important person is Adam Mergel. Even though he is the cardinal, he just knows a lot. There is no trace of true faith in his words or actions. That's why I came up with a theory. What if Adam Mergel regressed before I did? The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa asked. Adam Mergel is a regressor, Rudd Donatus explained, just like I did before my regression. Not a single person on the continent believes regression magic is possible. But Adam Mergel suspected me of having regressed right away. However, some things wouldn't add up if he had regressed at the same time as I did. His attitude towards the dragon god and his overwhelming strength. If all beings that are neither human nor mana beasts are results of regressions, also that skill of H's. That night, even though I didn't try to fight back, I had extreme sense activated. However, I couldn't read his movements at all. There were no leaps or distortions typical for spatial magic. It felt like time had stopped. The almighty ice spirit King Feldroa said, wait, you think that he can alter time just like the dragon god? You know that altering time is something only gods can do. Rudd Donatus said Adam could have struck some sort of a deal with Kurna. Anyway, those are just theories. Right now, I need a solution. I've already reached the 5th stroke, but I still lack strength. I can't just sit back and wait until my comrades reach their full potential. Going by the words he said that night, he won't come to kill me right away, but if I don't do anything, the results won't be much different when we meet again. He thought to himself, from now on, I can't completely rely on my past life's experiences. I need to find a way to become strong enough to face him as soon as possible. Suddenly, Ain Bryce said, seeing how you've already restarted fighting, it seems like you're feeling better. Rudd Donatus said, Master, Ain Bryce replied, let's have a chat. A few moments later at the library, Ain Bryce continued, with your statement as the basis, the Imperial investigators will continue to pursue the Dragon Church. However, you shouldn't expect too much. No matter how big Alp's influence is on the continent, they can't bypass another kingdom's autonomy for the investigation. All they can do is ask one of the guilds to conduct the investigation. Rudd Donatus said, yeah, I wasn't planning to leave everything in their hands. I want to act on my own as well. When the 3rd year starts, the 3rd graders guild internships will also begin. I'm planning to do everything I can by making full use of my position as the Imperial family's officially recognized hero. The only thing I need is time, Ain Bryce said. Time, you say. Kiddo, since you got your 5th stroke, you've been inside the inner heaven, right? You must have also taken the test at the entrance of the inner heaven. Although it depends on their personality, some predecessors may remain by your side as spirits to watch you grow after the test. Who was the one administering your test? Rudd Donatus answered, it was Charlotte Avril, the 6th generation. Now that I think about it, she must have been your master as you're the 7th generation. Ain Bryce was shocked and asked, how? Did she look? Rudd Donatus said, How she looked? I guess she looked like she was having a good time. She cut off my head in a very energetic way. Ain Bryce said, I see. He remembered their time together and continued, she looked like she was having a good time. I guess you know that time passes faster for spirits than for us humans. As long as you have an appropriate opponent, you should be able to make up for your lack of time by training in the inner heaven. No, Donatos asked. You mean I should ask her to help me train? Ain Bryce said, yeah, she'll gladly help you out. She was a good teacher. Someone like me can't even compare to her. Donatos thought to himself, the future is definitely going to be different from my past life. This is the best I can do right now, because I don't know who or what might lead to the next dragon's unsealing. It may be called the image world of the spirits, but you sense the pain just like you would in the real world. Real combat will help me a lot more than simple training, and it will also save a lot of time. My next goal is the 6th stroke that Professor Daniel has reached. Donatos took off his bandages and said, let's see. I guess dying about T365 times should do the job. Thanks for tuning in. I truly appreciate each and every one of you who took the time to watch this video. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more content like this. If you enjoyed what you saw, consider sharing my videos or channel with your friends who might also enjoy it. Your support means the world to me and helps my channel grow. Let's keep this community thriving together. Until next time, see you in the next video.